Hey there, think you'd survive a single day in the Roman Empire? Yeah, I didn't think so either. Tonight we're stripping away the Hollywood glamour and diving into what life actually looked like for regular people in ancient Rome. And spoiler alert, it wasn't gladiators, marble statues and philosophical debates over wine. We're talking about waking up in a death trap building, eating food that would make you gag and praying you don't get murdered before sunset. No hospitals, no police, no human rights. Just you versus a brutal city with 1,000 ways to kill you. So hit that like button if you're ready for some harsh historical truth, and drop a comment. Where are you watching from right now? What time is it in your corner of the world? Alright, dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's time travel to a place where your modern life expectancy would be measured in hours, not years. Trust me, by the end of this, you'll be kissing your smartphone and thanking every god you can think of that you weren't born 2,000 years ago. Let's go. Picture this. You open your eyes, and for a split second, your brain tries to convince you that you're back in your own bed. Maybe you had a weird dream. Maybe you partied too hard last night and ended up crashing at a friend's place. But then reality hits you like a brick to the face, and you realize exactly where you are. This isn't your apartment. This isn't even close to what you'd consider livable space. Welcome to your new home, a fourth-floor room in a Roman insula, which is essentially a multi-story wooden death trap disguised as housing. The first thing you notice, assuming you haven't already smacked your head on it, is the ceiling. It's low. Not, oh, I need to duck a little low. We're talking I literally cannot stand up straight without my skull kissing the beams low. The architects who designed these places apparently believed that vertical space was a luxury reserved for the wealthy. And you, my friend, are definitely not wealthy. You're somewhere between broke and completely destitute, which in Roman terms means you get to enjoy all the ambience of a coffin while still technically being alive. The room itself is maybe 10 feet by 10 feet if you're being generous with your measurements. Actually, scratch that. It's probably closer to 8 by 8. But let's not split hairs when you're already splitting headaches from the lack of oxygen and the overwhelming stench. There's barely enough space for a sleeping mat, which is essentially a thin piece of fabric stuffed with straw that's been compressed into something resembling cardboard over months of use. No memory foam here, no box spring, not even a proper mattress. Just you, some ancient straw, and the growing realization that every single morning is going to start with back pain that would send a modern chiropractor into early retirement. The walls around you are thin, and when I say thin, I mean you can practically hear your neighbour's thoughts. Actually, forget thoughts, you can hear everything. Every cough, every sneeze, every argument about whose turn it is to fetch water, every intimate moment that you absolutely did not consent to being an audio witness to. The family next door is having a screaming match about something. Probably money, because it's always about money when you're this poor. The couple upstairs sounds like they're rearranging furniture, except it's 3 a.m. and you know they don't own any furniture, so they're probably just stumbling around drunk. Again. Welcome to communal living Roman style, where privacy is a concept that hasn't been invented yet, and won't be for another several centuries. These walls are made from cheap wood and plaster, slapped together by builders who were paid by the unit, not by quality. The Roman landlords, bless their profit-driven hearts, realized early on that they could maximize returns by building up instead of out. Why waste valuable ground-level real estate on poor people when you could stack them vertically like a very depressing game of human Tetris? The result is a building that creaks and groans with every gust of wind, and Rome gets plenty of wind. You lie there listening to the entire structure sway slightly, wood beams protesting against physics and common sense, and you can't help but wonder if today is the day it all comes crashing down. And that's not paranoia talking. That's legitimate concern based on empirical evidence. These buildings collapse regularly, monthly in fact, sometimes weekly if the construction was particularly shoddy, or if there's been heavy rain. The Romans even have a casual term for it, like, oh, another insula went down on the Via Subura yesterday, took out 20 people. Just another Tuesday in the Empire. Fire is an even more frequent visitor, with wooden structures packed tightly together, open flames used for cooking and heating, and absolutely zero fire safety codes. These places go up like kindling. The Roman fire brigade, the vigils, exist in theory, but in practice they're more of a, we'll show up eventually and maybe try to stop it from spreading to the rich neighbourhoods kind of organisation. If your building catches fire in the middle of the night, your survival plan is essentially jump out the window and pray from the 4th floor. Good luck with that. The smell is the next thing that assaults your senses once you're fully conscious. It's a complex bouquet that no sommelier would ever describe favourably. There's the base note of human body odour, which makes sense considering that bathing is a luxury most people indulge in maybe once a week if they can afford the entrance fee to the public baths. Layer on top of that the aroma of rotting food scraps, because garbage collection isn't really a thing and people just kind of toss their refuse wherever seems convenient, which is often right outside their door or out the window. Then there's the unmistakable scent of urine. Not from a bathroom, mind you, because you don't have one. We'll get to that nightmare in a moment. But people get creative when nature calls in the middle of the night, and the communal latrine is 4 flights of stairs down a dark, dangerous stairwell. Some folks keep chamber pots. Some folks just use a corner. Some folks stick their backside out the window and hope for the best, which is terrible news for anyone walking on the street below. The Romans actually had laws against this, threatening fines for people who dumped waste from upper windows, which tells you it was common enough to require legislation. Unfortunately, enforcing laws requires a police force that cares, and victims wealthy enough to pursue legal action, neither of which applies to your situation. The walls themselves have absorbed all of this over months and years. The wood is practically marinated in human existence at its least glamorous. You could scrub these walls for a week straight, and they'd still smell like a medieval porta potty. Not that anyone's going to try. Cleaning supplies cost money, and money is something you measure in single coins that need to last for weeks. Let's talk about those windows for a second, or rather, the lack thereof. You don't get glass windows. Glass exists, sure, but it's expensive and fragile and absolutely not something a penny-pinching landlord is going to waste on a 4th-floor rental unit. What you get instead are wooden shutters. These present you with a delightful daily choice. Keep them closed and enjoy total darkness while slowly suffocating in the stale air, or open them and let in light along with all the cold, noise, dust and occasional surprise of someone's chamber pot contents sailing past. In winter, those shutters stay closed most of the time because insulation is not a feature of this architecture. The cold just walks right in through every gap and crack in the wood. You can stuff rags in the spaces, but it's like trying to bail out the Titanic with a teaspoon. The Romans, for all their engineering prowess with aqueducts and roads, never quite figured out double-pane windows or proper insulation. Central heating is a myth. Some wealthy homes have underfloor heating systems called hypocausts, which is genuinely impressive technology, but you live in a wooden tower designed to extract maximum rent from minimum investment. Your heating system consists of wearing every piece of clothing you own simultaneously, and maybe, if you're lucky, a small brazier that you have to watch constantly. Because remember, fire plus wooden building equals very bad time. Summer brings its own special misery. The shutters open to let in air, except the air is hot and thick and smells like the entire city is composting. The wooden structure absorbs heat all day and then radiates it back at you all night. You're basically living inside an oven. Add in the fact that you're sharing this space with every insect species that Rome has to offer. Fleas, bedbugs, lice, mosquitoes, and various other creatures that view you as an all-you-can-eat buffet, and sleep becomes less of a restful activity and more of an endurance sport. The building itself is a feat of concerning architecture. These insulae can be 6 or 7 stories tall, which is genuinely impressive for ancient construction, right up until you remember that they're made of wood, and held together with hope and questionable mortar. The higher up you live, the cheaper your rent, which seems like a good deal until you realise you're essentially living in the most dangerous part of a structurally unsound building. The first floor, where shops and wealthier tenants reside, is made of stone. It's solid, it's safe-ish. But your floor is where the builder ran out of money and started cutting corners with enthusiasm. The stairwell connecting all these floors is narrow, dark, and steep. There are no handrails because safety features are for people who can afford lawsuits. You navigate these stairs multiple times a day, often while carrying heavy loads of water or supplies, sometimes in complete darkness because oil lamps are expensive and the landlord certainly isn't providing communal lighting. People fall down these stairs regularly. Broken bones are common. Fatal falls are not unheard of. It's like an extreme sport that you're forced to participate in just to go about your daily life. Your neighbours are a cross-section of Roman urban poverty. There's the family of 6 crammed into a room the same size as yours, their children adding their voices to the constant symphony of noise. There's the elderly widow who sits by her door all day, not out of nosiness, but because her room is too depressing to stay in for long. There's the young couple who moved to Rome chasing dreams of opportunity, and are slowly realizing that the streets are not, in fact, paved with gold. There's the veteran who came back from the frontiers with nothing but a discharge payment that ran out months ago and a collection of injuries that no one cares about. Everyone here is one bad week away from disaster. One illness, one injury, one lost job, and you're out on the street. There's no safety net, no unemployment insurance, no social services. The Romans have a grain dole for citizens which provides free grain, but that's about where government assistance ends. Everything else is on you. If you can't pay rent, the landlord's thugs will happily throw you and your meagre possessions onto the street, and there's no legal recourse because you're poor and the landlord has connections. The noise level in these buildings is relentless. It starts before dawn when the bakers begin their work, kneading dough and firing up ovens. Then the street vendors arrive, shouting their wares. Fresh fish! Get your fresh fish here. Except it's probably not that fresh, but we'll get to Roman food safety later. The craftsmen start hammering and sawing. Animals bray and cluck and bark. Children scream while playing or crying or both. Adults argue about everything and nothing. The thin walls mean every sound bleeds through from every direction. You try to remember what quiet sounds like and come up empty. There's always something, always someone coughing or snoring or moving around. The building itself provides a constant soundtrack of creaks and groans and settling. Wind whistles through gaps. Rain drums on the roof, which may or may not be waterproof depending on how recently someone bothered to patch it. During storms, you might wake up to water dripping through the ceiling, which is always a fun surprise. Let's talk about security, or rather, the complete absence of it. Your door, assuming you even have one, has maybe a simple lock if you're lucky. More likely it's just a wooden barrier that could be kicked in by anyone with determination and moderate leg strength. There's no police force patrolling your neighbourhood. The vigiles exist primarily for fire duty. The urban cohorts are around for major disturbances, but they're not coming to investigate a burglary in a fourth-floor insular room. You are your own security system. This means you don't own anything valuable, because owning valuable things in this environment is just asking for trouble. Everything you have fits in a single bag that you could grab and run with if needed. A spare tunic, a cloak for winter, a bowl and spoon, maybe a small knife for eating and general utility. That's about it. This isn't minimalism as a lifestyle choice. This is minimalism as a survival strategy. The floors are bare wood, unfinished and splintered, no rugs, no decoration, no personal touches. This isn't a home, it's a box where you store your body for the hours when you're not working. The Romans don't really have a concept of home as we understand it. The wealthy have fancy houses with courtyards and mosaics and all the trimmings. Everyone else has somewhere to sleep, and that's about the extent of it. Lighting is another challenge. You get sunlight through your window for a few hours if you're lucky with the building's orientation. Once the sun goes down, you're left with darkness or the expensive option of oil lamps. Olive oil isn't cheap when you're barely making rent. Candles exist, but they're also a luxury item. Most people just go to bed when it gets dark because there's literally nothing else to do and no way to see what you're doing anyway. This means your day is entirely dictated by the sun. Winter days are short and brutal. You wake up in darkness, work all day, and come home to more darkness. The rats are your constant companions. They're not cute pet rats. These are serious, well-fed Roman rats the size of cats, maybe bigger. They've been living off the city's waste for generations and they're thriving. They scurry through the walls at night. They've chewed holes in the baseboards. They're bold enough to come out while you're sitting there, barely visible in the dim light, investigating whether you've left any food accessible. You haven't, because you learned that lesson quickly, but they check anyway. Every night, without fail. Bedbugs deserve their own paragraph because they are relentless. These tiny vampires live in the cracks of the wood, in your bedding, in your clothes. They come out at night to feed on you, leaving itchy welts all over your body. You can try to get rid of them, but it's basically impossible without modern pesticides. The Romans have various folk remedies, herbs, smoke, prayers to specific gods, but none of them work particularly well. You just learn to live with being bitten. It becomes part of your normal existence. You scratch automatically without even thinking about it. The fleas are equally enthusiastic. They hop from the rats to you, to your bedding, and back again in an endless cycle. They carry diseases, but you don't know that. You just know that you itch constantly and there's nothing you can do about it. The lice are a given. Pretty much everyone has them. It's so common that the act of delousing someone is a social bonding activity. You sit there while a friend or family member picks through your hair, crushing the lice and their eggs. It's gross by modern standards, but perfectly normal in ancient Rome. Your possessions, such as they are, hang from pegs on the wall or sit in a single wooden chest if you're fortunate enough to have one. The chest is probably second-hand, bought from someone who died or left the city or sold it to buy food. It's battered and worn, but it keeps your things somewhat organised and harder for rats to access. Everything you own has to be practical. There's no room for sentiment or decoration. Every item needs to justify its existence by being useful for survival. The social dynamics of insular living are complex. You're crammed together with dozens or hundreds of other poor people, all struggling, all stressed, all dealing with the same miserable conditions. This creates a strange mix of solidarity and tension. On one hand, you help each other out when possible because you're all in the same sinking boat. If someone's sick, neighbours might check in or share a bit of food. If there's a fire, everyone works together to evacuate and save what they can. On the other hand, tempers flare constantly. When you're hungry, tired, hot or cold, uncomfortable, and trapped in close quarters with no escape, patience wears thin. Arguments break out over nothing. Perceived slights become major conflicts. Someone's cooking smell bothers someone else. Someone's child is too loud. Someone looked at someone wrong. The stress of poverty and overcrowding creates a pressure cooker environment where violence can erupt quickly. Theft is common. Not everyone is honourable when they're desperate. If you leave something valuable unattended for even a moment, it might disappear. This creates an atmosphere of mistrust. You can be friendly with your neighbours, but you also have to watch your back. It's exhausting. Every interaction has an undercurrent of wariness. Can I trust this person? Are they sizing up what I have? It's no way to live, but it's the reality of your existence. The landlord is an absent figure, probably some wealthy Roman who owns dozens of these buildings and views them purely as investment properties. He's never set foot in this place. He has no idea what conditions are like. He doesn't care. As long as the rent comes in every month, the building can be falling apart for all he's concerned. And it is falling apart. Repairs are minimal and only done when absolutely necessary to prevent total collapse. A broken stair? That's your problem, watch your step. A leak in the roof? Put a bucket under it. A crack in the wall? Hope it doesn't get worse. The rent collector, usually some hard-faced enforcer hired specifically for being intimidating, comes around regularly. He doesn't accept excuses. You either have the money or you don't. If you don't, you get a short grace period and then you're evicted. Physical force is not uncommon. These guys are not social workers. They're not interested in your story about how you got sick or lost your job or had unexpected expenses. They want coins and they want them now. Every morning starts the same way. You wake up stiff and sore from sleeping on what barely qualifies as a bed. Your back hurts. Your neck is kinked. You're covered in new bug bites that itch like crazy. The room is either freezing or sweltering depending on the season. The smell hits you anew even though you've been breathing it all night. The noise from your neighbours is already building. Someone's already arguing. Someone's already coughing. Someone's baby is already crying. You lie there for a moment, staring at the low ceiling, gathering the will to face another day. This is your life now. This is what existence looks like for the vast majority of people in ancient Rome. Not the senators in their villas, not the merchants with their fancy townhouses, not the emperors in their palaces, just you and millions of others stacked in wooden towers, grinding through each day, hoping you make it to the next one. And you haven't even gotten out of bed yet. You haven't dealt with the bathroom situation, which is somehow even worse than everything I've just described. You haven't faced the breakfast of stale bread. You haven't started your 12-hour workday doing manual labour that would violate every occupational safety regulation in the modern world. You haven't navigated the dangerous streets filled with filth and violence and chaos. This is just the morning. This is just waking up. And this is every single day for the rest of your life unless you get lucky, which you probably won't, or unless you die, which you probably will sooner rather than later, given the life expectancy of someone in your social class. The wealthy Romans, the ones who write the histories and the poetry and the philosophical treatises, they live in a completely different world. They have spacious homes with proper rooms and courtyards and running water piped directly in. They have slaves to handle every unpleasant task. They have comfort and security and leisure time to contemplate the nature of virtue and the good life. And when they write about Rome, about the glory of the empire and the strength of Roman values and the greatness of Roman civilization, they're writing about their Rome, not yours. Your Rome is this room, this building, this struggle to survive, The glory of empire doesn't pay your rent. Roman values don't feed you when you're hungry. The greatness of civilization doesn't prevent your building from collapsing or catching fire. You're not living in the Rome of marble monuments and triumphant parades. You're living in the Rome of wooden fire hazards and one-room poverty and daily grinding survival. And the thing is, the Romans know about all of this. The wealthy Romans are aware that the poor live like this. They just don't care very much. There's the occasional hand-wringing from philosophers about the moral decay of cramming people into insulae, but it's abstract concern. It doesn't lead to change. The system works perfectly well for the people in power. The poor provide cheap labour. They pay rent that enriches landlords. They consume goods that keep the economy moving. Their suffering is just part of how things work. Some mornings you wake up and wonder how you got here. Maybe you're from a small town in the countryside. Maybe your family lost their farm and you had to move to the city looking for work. Maybe you're a freedman, a former slave who bought or earned their freedom and is discovering that freedom without resources is just a different kind of trap. Maybe you're a foreigner who came to Rome believing the propaganda about opportunity and streets paved with gold. However you got here, you're here now, and here is a special kind of awful. The psychological toll of living like this is something no one talks about. There's no vocabulary for depression or anxiety or trauma in the ancient world. You're just expected to cope. If you can't handle it, that's a personal failing. There's no therapy, no support groups, no medication. You deal with the stress and fear and grinding hopelessness by yourself, or maybe by drinking, which is its own problem because wine is cheap and oblivion is tempting when reality is this bleak. Your dreams, if you have any left, are small. You're not dreaming of wealth or fame or success. You're dreaming of maybe moving to a better room, maybe on the 3rd floor instead of the 4th, maybe with slightly thicker walls, maybe in a building that's only 5 years old instead of 20. Your aspirations have been ground down to incremental improvements in degree of misery. That's what poverty does. It shrinks your world until survival is ambition enough. But you can't dwell on any of this because you need to get up. The sun is rising, which you can tell by the gradually increasing light bleeding through the gaps in your shutters. The city is waking up, and you need to be part of that awakening because if you're not working, you're not earning, and if you're not earning, you're not eating. It's that simple. So you push yourself up from your straw mattress, your body protesting every movement, and you prepare to face another day in paradise. Welcome to Rome, the greatest empire the ancient world has ever known. Marvel at its engineering. Admire its architecture, study its literature and laws, just don't look too closely at where the majority of its people actually live. Don't think too hard about the human cost of all that glory. Don't consider what daily existence actually feels like for the people at the bottom of the social pyramid. Because once you see it, really see it, it's hard to maintain the romantic illusions about the grandeur of antiquity. This is your morning. This is your life. And it's only going to get worse from here, because you haven't even made it out of your room yet. The real fun starts when you have to navigate your way through the rest of the day's challenges. But first, you need to deal with nature's call, and trust me, the bathroom situation in ancient Rome is going to make you grateful for even the worst gas station restroom you've ever encountered in your modern life. At least those have doors. So you're awake now, fully conscious and aware of your surroundings, which is unfortunate because consciousness means you can no longer ignore the pressing biological need that's been building since sometime in the middle of the night. Nature is calling, as they say, and nature doesn't care that you're living in ancient Rome without modern plumbing. Your body has needs, and those needs are becoming increasingly urgent with each passing minute. Here's the thing though, you don't have a bathroom, not even a bad bathroom, not even a primitive bathroom. You have nothing, zero facilities. Your room is literally just a box with walls and a ceiling and absolutely no accommodation for basic human biological functions. The wealthy Romans naturally have private latrines in their homes, often with running water and everything. Some even have multiple bathrooms because why have one when you can have 3? But you're not wealthy. You're not even middle class. You're living 4 floors up in a wooden tower held together with prayers and questionable carpentry, which means your bathroom is not here. Your bathroom is downstairs, all the way downstairs. 4 flights of those terrifying narrow stairs that we discussed earlier, the ones without handrails and with uneven steps and lighting that ranges from poor to non-existent depending on the time of day. And it's early morning now, which means it's that weird in-between time where it's not quite dark but not quite light either. That lovely pre-dawn gloom where you can sort of see shapes but not details. which is exactly the kind of lighting you want when navigating steep wooden stairs that are potentially rotted in places and definitely slippery from decades of use and questionable maintenance. But you don't have a choice. Well, you do have a choice technically. Some people keep chamber pots in their rooms for nighttime emergencies. It's a practical solution if you can afford a chamber pot and don't mind living in a small room that also serves as your toilet. The smell situation, which is already not great, becomes significantly worse when you're essentially living in a bathroom, and then you have the delightful task of carrying your chamber pot down 4 flights of stairs to empty it somewhere, trying not to spill, trying not to trip, trying not to think too hard about what you're doing. Other people, the ones who lack either chamber pots or shame, simply stick their rear ends out the window and let gravity handle the rest. This is why Roman law specifically prohibits throwing waste from upper windows, which tells you everything you need to know about how common this practice was. Laws exist because people are doing the thing the law says not to do. The Romans had to literally legislate against aerial waste disposal because it was such a widespread problem. Walking down a Roman street requires constant vigilance, not just watching where you step, but also watching what might be falling from above. It's like a video game where the obstacles come from multiple directions and some of them are extremely unpleasant. But let's say you have some dignity left, some small shred of civilized behaviour that you're clinging to despite everything. You decide to make the trek down to the communal facilities. You pull on your tunic, which probably smells interesting after yesterday's wear because you don't have a closet full of clean clothes. You have maybe 2 tunics total, and you alternate between them, washing them when you can, which is not as often as you'd like. You step out into the hallway, which is already showing signs of the life. Someone's cooking something that smells vaguely like food. Someone else is coughing, that deep wet cough that suggests they're probably not long for this world but can't afford a doctor, so they're just going to keep coughing until they either get better or don't. You begin your descent, step by careful step down the narrow stairwell. It's dark enough that you're navigating more by feel and memory than by sight. Your hand trails along the wall for balance, touching wood that's been touched by thousands of other hands over the years, accumulating layers of human contact and grime that would make a germaphobe weep. Other people are already up and moving. You press yourself against the wall to let someone pass going up. You probably exchange nods or grunts, the universal language of people who are too tired and miserable for actual conversation. First floor finally. You've made it without falling, which is already a victory. The ground floor of your insula is different from the upper floors. It's made of stone, which makes it sturdier and more desirable and therefore more expensive. The shops are here, the slightly better apartments, the spaces that rich people might actually visit. And somewhere on this level, usually in the back or side of the building, is the communal latrine. You follow your nose, which is an unfortunate but accurate description of how you find these facilities. The smell hits you well before you reach the actual room, which gives you time to mentally prepare for what you're about to experience. And let me tell you, no amount of mental preparation is really sufficient for the Roman public toilet experience. But you try anyway because the alternative is turning around, and that's not really an option at this point. The latrine is a room. Just a room. It's not divided into stalls with individual toilets. There are no partitions. There is no privacy whatsoever. What there is a long stone bench running along the walls of the room, and this bench has holes cut into it at regular intervals. These holes are your toilets. They're cut directly into the stone, just circular openings, and they're placed close enough together that when you sit down, you're going to be shoulder to shoulder with whoever else is using the facilities at the same time. And there are other people here. Of course there are. This is the morning rush hour for bathroom needs. Every resident of your insula who has to work, who has somewhere to be, who has any reason to be awake at this hour, they're all dealing with the same biological imperatives. So the latrine is occupied. Multiple holes, multiple people, all doing their business in full view of each other and anyone who walks in. Let's pause for a moment to consider what a monumental psychological shift this represents from modern bathroom expectations. Today, we have an entire cultural infrastructure built around bathroom privacy. We have locks on doors, we have stalls with walls that go nearly to the floor and ceiling. We have little signs that say occupied and social norms about not making eye contact in bathrooms, and an entire unspoken etiquette system designed to preserve the illusion of privacy even in public restrooms. We treat bathroom activities as something private, something you do alone, something you don't talk about or acknowledge. The Romans have none of this. Zero. The concept of bathroom privacy has not been invented yet. Using the toilet is a communal activity, like eating in a cafeteria or sitting in a waiting room. It's just something people do together, no big deal, perfectly normal, nothing to be embarrassed about. Which is a nice philosophy in theory, but absolutely brutal to adapt to if you're coming from a culture where bathroom privacy is considered a basic human right. You stand there for a moment surveying the scene, trying to find an open spot, trying not to stare at the people who are already seated and going about their business with the casual attitude of people who have done this 1,000 times and stopped caring about the indignity of it somewhere around time number 3. There's an old man at one end, looking half asleep, probably been sitting there for 20 minutes. There's a younger guy who looks as uncomfortable as you feel, probably new to city life. There's a middle-aged woman who's having a full conversation with her neighbour about something, probably groceries or rent or the weather, just chatting away as if this is a perfectly normal social setting. You spot an opening, a vacant hole between 2 occupied ones, because of course you can't get an end spot with at least one side free. That would be too much to ask for. You walk over, trying to maintain some dignity, trying to act like this is fine, this is normal. You do this every day, which you do, but that doesn't make it less weird. You position yourself over the hole and sit down on the cold stone, which is always a shock no matter how many times you experience it. Stone doesn't retain heat. Every time you sit down, it's like sitting on a block of ice, which really adds to the overall ambience of the experience. The person on your right is a complete stranger. The person on your left is also a complete stranger. You're sitting close enough that your shoulders are almost touching. This is less personal space than you'd have on a crowded subway, except on a subway everyone is fully clothed and not engaged in extremely private biological functions. You stare straight ahead at the opposite wall, trying to achieve some kind of mental privacy, since physical privacy is off the table, trying to go to your happy place, except you don't really have a happy place, because your life is generally miserable, so you just try to think about nothing. Below you, beneath the stone bench with its line of holes, is the sewer channel. You can hear it flowing. You can smell it. It's just there, open, running water filled with waste from everyone who's used these facilities before you and everyone currently using them. The Romans are actually quite proud of their sewage system. The Cloaca Maxima, the Great Sewer, is one of the engineering marvels of Rome. It channels waste out of the city and into the Tiber River, which is great for Rome but less great for anyone living downstream, not that anyone asks them. The sewer water flows continuously, which is good because you don't want standing water in a toilet situation, but it also means there's constant noise. Rushing water, echoing in the enclosed space, mixing with the other sounds that you can't really avoid hearing when you're in a room with multiple people all dealing with the same biological processes. It's not loud enough to drown out everything, unfortunately. You can still hear every grunt, every sigh, every sound that you really wish you couldn't hear, but you can because there's no white noise machine, no privacy walls, no acoustic dampening of any kind. Some of the public latrines are fancier than others. Some have decorative frescoes on the walls, marble finishes, even heated floors in wealthy neighbourhoods. Those are not the latrines you have access to. Your communal facility is functional at best. Stone bench, holes, sewer, that's it. No decoration, no amenities, no attempt to make this experience anything other than what it is, which is a room where poor people defecate together because individual bathrooms are a luxury good. Now comes the part that really tests your commitment to civilization. You've done your business. You need to clean yourself. The Romans, bless their hearts, have solved this problem in the most Roman way possible. Efficient, practical, and absolutely horrifying by modern standards. What they've come up with is called a tussorium, which is a fancy Latin name for a sponge attached to a stick. The sponge on a stick sits in a communal bucket of water mixed with salt or vinegar. One sponge, one stick, one bucket, multiple users. You can see where this is going, and you're not going to like it. This isn't like toilet paper where each person gets their own fresh piece. This is a shared cleaning implement that everyone uses and then returns to the bucket for the next person. It's the bathroom equivalent of a public drinking fountain, except infinitely worse because of what it's being used for. You reach for the tussorium, trying not to think about who used it before you. The guy to your left? The woman to your right? That person over there who looks like they might have some kind of digestive situation? All of them? Probably all of them. The sponge is damp from the bucket, which does not make this better. You do what you need to do as quickly as possible, trying to minimize contact, trying not to think about the bacterial ecosystem you're currently interacting with, and then you plunge the stick back into the bucket. There. Done. You're cleanish. Clean by Roman standards anyway, which is a very different metric than modern cleanliness standards. Some historians have debated whether the Tussorium was actually used for personal cleaning or if it was for cleaning the toilet bench itself. And honestly, the answer is probably both, which doesn't make anything better and might actually make it worse. Imagine using the same sponge that someone just used to wipe down the toilet seat. Not great. But this is your reality now. This is peak Roman sanitation technology, and you get to participate in it every single day. The water in that bucket is supposed to have salt or vinegar in it for cleaning purposes. Salt is a mild antiseptic. Vinegar has some cleaning properties, so theoretically this provides some level of sanitation. Theoretically. In practice, you're still sharing a cleaning sponge with dozens of other people, passing around bacteria and parasites and whatever else in a beautiful cycle of communal disease transmission. The Romans are very proud of their public health infrastructure, but there are some gaps in their understanding of germ theory. Significant gaps, like all of germ theory-sized gaps. Now you need to wash your hands because even Romans understand that you should probably clean your hands after using the toilet, even if their understanding of why is a bit fuzzy. There's a communal basin near the exit of the latrine. It's filled with water, not fresh water, not clean water, just water that's been sitting there, probably since yesterday, being used by everyone who's come through these facilities. The water has a slightly murky quality, a thin film on top, and definitely some particles floating in it that you choose not to examine too closely. There's no soap. Soap exists, technically. The Romans know about soap. They've encountered it through trade with various northern European groups who use it for washing hair and textiles. But soap isn't a standard hygiene product in Rome. It's not sitting by every wash basin waiting for you. The wealthy might have fancy imported soaps or oils for bathing, but you have access to communal water that may or may not be cleaner than your hands already are. You dip your hands in anyway, because what else are you going to do? You splash some of the questionable water around, trying to convince yourself this is helping, and then you dry your hands on your tunic because there are no towels. The whole experience, from entering the latrine to leaving it, takes maybe 10 minutes. 10 minutes of zero privacy, maximum awkwardness, and questionable hygiene practices. And you get to do this every single day. Multiple times a day if your digestion is having issues, which it frequently is because your diet is terrible, and food safety is a concept that won't be invented for centuries. This is your bathroom routine. This is normal. This is just how life works in ancient Rome. As you leave the latrine and head back toward the stairs, you can't help but think about what you've just experienced. The complete lack of privacy, the shared cleaning implements, the communal water that's probably more dangerous than helpful. And the thing is, Romans don't think this is weird. This is just public health infrastructure working as designed. They have bathhouses where hundreds of people bathe in the same water. They have public fountains where everyone fills their water jugs from the same spout. They have communal everything because privacy is a luxury, and luxuries are for wealthy people, not for you. The Romans would actually be confused by modern bathroom privacy norms. Why do you need a door? Why do you need a stall? Everyone poops. It's a natural bodily function. What's the big deal? And from their perspective, they have a point. We've collectively decided as a modern society that bathroom activities are private, but that's a cultural construct, not a universal truth. The Romans constructed their culture differently, which is their prerogative, but it doesn't make the experience any less jarring when you're coming from a background of bathroom privacy. Some of the public latrines are actually social hubs, believe it or not. People catch up on gossip, make business deals, discuss politics. There's even graffiti on the walls, Romans carving their thoughts and jokes and insults into the stone for posterity. Future archaeologists will find these and be delighted by the insight into daily Roman life. Present you as just trying to get through this without dying of embarrassment or disease, preferably both. The communal nature of Roman toilets actually serves a social function beyond just waste disposal. In a society where most people are crammed into tiny living spaces with zero privacy, the public facilities become one of the few places where people can gather and interact outside of work or the streets. It's forced socialization in the most literal sense. You can't avoid talking to people when you're sitting elbow to elbow with them during an intimate biological moment. It breaks down barriers, though not necessarily in a good way. More in a, we've all seen each other at our most vulnerable, so we might as well chat about the weather kind of way. There's a whole social etiquette around latrine use that you're expected to learn. Don't stare at people. Do make small talk if someone initiates it. Don't comment on sounds or smells. Do wait your turn patiently. Don't take too long if there's a line. Do clean up after yourself, relatively speaking. It's a complex set of unwritten rules governing behaviour in a situation that really shouldn't require this much social navigation. But here we are. Romans have figured out how to make even the most private bodily functions into a social event requiring proper manners. Some of the wealthier public latrines have attendants who maintain the facilities, which mainly means they periodically refresh the water in the tesorium bucket and the hand-washing basin, sweep the floor, and make sure nobody's vandalising the place too badly. These attendants are usually slaves, because of course they are, assigned to literally the worst job imaginable. Your life might be bad, but at least you're not the person whose job is maintaining a public toilet in ancient Rome. There's always someone worse off, which is either comforting or depressing depending on your mood. The sewer system beneath the latrine is actually impressive from an engineering standpoint. The Romans have figured out how to channel wastewater through underground passages, how to maintain flow to prevent blockages, how to vent the system to prevent gas buildup. It's sophisticated civil engineering for the ancient world. The fact that they've built a working sewage system is genuinely remarkable. The fact that they then built communal toilets with zero privacy on top of it is a choice. But it's their choice, and you're living with the consequences. Sometimes things go wrong with the sewer system. Blockages happen, backups occur, rain can cause flooding. When the system fails, which it does periodically, the results are catastrophic. Sewage backs up through the toilet holes. The latrine becomes unusable and unspeakably foul, even by its normal standards. People resort to chamber pots or window dumping, which compounds the problem because now waste is going everywhere except where it's supposed to go. The city has crews that are supposed to handle this, but they're overworked and underpaid and not particularly motivated to rush to your insula to fix the plumbing. So you wait, and hope, and hold it as long as possible. There are also concerns about sewer gases, though the Romans don't fully understand the dangers. Methane and hydrogen sulfide can build up in enclosed spaces connected to sewers. People sitting for extended periods in poorly ventilated latrines are breathing in these gases. Some Romans complain of headaches, dizziness, nausea after spending time in certain facilities. They attribute it to bad air or evil spirits or divine displeasure. They're not wrong about the bad air part, just wrong about what's causing it and how to fix it. Opening a window would help, if there was a window, which there usually isn't. Rats are frequent visitors to the latrines because obviously they are. Where there's sewage and food waste and moisture, there are rats. They come up through the sewer channels, bold as you please, scurrying along the edges of the latrine while you're trying to do your business. Most people are so accustomed to rats that they barely react anymore. Oh look, another rat. Sure, why not? Add it to the list of indignities. The rats are probably cleaner than the shared sponge anyway, which is a disturbing thought but possibly accurate. Diseases spread through these facilities at an impressive rate. Intestinal parasites, bacterial infections, dysentery, all the various stomach ailments that come from inadequate sanitation and shared cleaning implements. The Romans have high rates of these diseases, but they don't make the connection between the communal toilet situation and the health problems. They think disease is caused by bad air or imbalanced humours or angry gods. The idea that maybe sharing a poop sponge is causing health issues doesn't occur to them. Germ theory is still many centuries away. Until then, everyone just gets sick regularly and accepts it as normal. The wealthy Romans, the ones with private latrines in their homes, don't have to deal with most of this. They're not sharing sponges. They're not sitting shoulder to shoulder with strangers. They're not using water that half the building has already used. They have slaves who handle the waste removal, who maintain their facilities, who ensure everything is cleanish. Once again, the Roman experience varies dramatically depending on your social class. The Rome of the rich is completely different from the Rome of the poor, and nowhere is that more apparent than in bathroom facilities. Children learn to use these communal latrines from a young age because there's no alternative. Parents bring their small children along, teach them how to position themselves over the holes, teach them to use the tesorium, teach them that this is normal and fine and nothing to be ashamed of, and the children adapt because children are resilient and they don't know any different. They grow up thinking communal toilets are just how bathrooms work. It's only people coming from cultures with different norms who find this shocking, and you are definitely finding this shocking, even if you're trying to adapt. The smell in the latrine never really goes away. It's layered into the stone, absorbed by the walls, hanging in the air like a physical presence. You get somewhat used to it over time, in the same way you get used to any constant unpleasant stimulus. Your nose stops registering it as intensely. But it's always there, always noticeable, always reminding you exactly what kind of room you're in. Some people bring herbs or flowers to hold under their noses, which helps marginally. Most people just breathe through their mouths and try not to think about it. The morning rush hour at the latrine is the worst time to go. Everyone who works is trying to use the facilities before heading out for the day. Lines form. People wait impatiently. Tempers run short because nobody's at their best before dawn, when they're desperate for a toilet and there's a queue. Arguments break out over who was there first, who's taking too long, who cut in line. It's not exactly the peaceful morning routine you might hope for. It's more like battle royale with a biological clock ticking down. Some people try to avoid the morning rush by going earlier or later, but that has its own problems. Go too early and you're navigating the stairs in complete darkness. Go too late and you're late for work, which can mean lost wages or angry employers. The communal latrine schedule becomes a major factor in planning your day. You have to budget time for the trek downstairs, the wait, the actual toilet time, the return trip. It's inefficient and time-consuming, and just one more way that poverty makes everything harder. The physical positioning on the toilet bench requires some adjustment if you're not used to it. The holes are sized for average adult humans, which means they work fine for most people, but can be uncomfortable for the very large or the very small. The stone is hard and cold and not ergonomically designed. Your feet dangle if you're short. Your knees ache if you're tall. There's no comfortable way to sit there, which is probably good because it discourages loitering, but it also means the whole experience is physically uncomfortable on top of being psychologically uncomfortable. Women have additional challenges in these facilities. Roman women's clothing is more complex than men's tunics. Long dresses that have to be carefully arranged, multiple layers in cold weather. All of this has to be managed while maintaining some modicum of modesty in a room with no privacy and no good place to set down fabric. It's a logistical puzzle that gets solved through practice but never becomes easy or dignified. And of course, women also have menstruation to deal with, which in a culture without modern hygiene products means cloth rags that have to be washed and reused, adding another layer of complexity to the whole situation. Elderly people and those with mobility issues have the worst time. If you can't navigate the stairs easily, if you can't lower yourself onto the stone bench and rise again without help, if you have bladder control issues or digestive problems, these facilities are a nightmare. There's no accommodation for disabilities, no accessibility features, no special assistance. You either manage or you don't, and if you don't, your options are limited and uniformly unpleasant. After you finish and wash your hands in the questionable communal water, you head back up the stairs to your room. 4 flights again, this time going up, which is harder than coming down. Your legs burn by the time you reach your floor. You're out of breath, and you've only been awake for maybe 30 minutes. You've gotten up, navigated dangerous stairs in poor light, used a horrifying communal toilet with zero privacy, shared a cleaning sponge with strangers, washed your hands in water that's probably dirtier than your hands were, and climbed back up to your room. And your actual day hasn't even started yet. This is just the morning routine. This is the baseline of existence in ancient Rome. The psychological impact of having no privacy for even the most private bodily functions is hard to quantify. There's a certain degradation involved in never having a moment alone, never having control over when and where you deal with basic biological needs. It chips away at your sense of dignity. But Romans don't think in these terms. They don't have a concept of privacy rights or personal dignity in the modern sense. You exist in community. You function in public. Your body and its needs are not private matters. They're just facts of existence that happen to be shared with others. Some philosophers and doctors in Rome do write about health and digestion and bathroom habits, but they're writing for wealthy audiences. Their advice about diet and exercise and proper elimination routines assumes you have control over these factors. They assume you can eat what's best for your digestion. They assume you can take your time in the bathroom. They assume you have private facilities. None of this applies to you. You eat what you can afford. You use the bathroom when you can get access. You have no privacy and no control. Their medical advice might as well be from another planet. The economic impact of the communal toilet system is interesting. On one hand, it's efficient. One set of facilities serves an entire building. The infrastructure costs are spread across many users. Nobody has to install and maintain individual bathrooms. From a pure cost-benefit analysis, it makes sense. On the other hand, the health costs are enormous. The disease transmission, the time wasted waiting and walking, the psychological toll. These costs are just externalized onto the users rather than the landlords. Classic Roman capitalism. privatizing the profits and socializing the problems. There are alternatives to the communal latrine, but they're not great. Some people rent rooms in buildings that have slightly better toilet situations, closer facilities, better maintained, but these cost more and you can barely afford where you are now. Some people work in places that have employee facilities, which might be marginally better than the public ones, but that just means you're holding it until you get to work, which brings its own discomfort. There's no good option. There's just varying degrees of bad options. Religious practices around cleanliness are somewhat relevant but not particularly helpful. Various Roman gods are associated with health and cleanliness. There are rituals for purification, but these are spiritual concerns, not practical hygiene advice. You can pray to the right gods all you want, but it's not going to make the shared sponge any more sanitary. Religion provides meaning and comfort, but it doesn't solve the basic problem of how to safely use the bathroom in ancient Rome. As you finally make it back to your room after the morning toilet ordeal, you have a moment to reflect on what just happened. You've been awake less than an hour and you've already been through a physically and psychologically draining experience that you'll have to repeat later today. Maybe multiple times, every single day for as long as you live in this city. This is your normal. This is what passes for civilized urban living in the Roman Empire. The greatest civilization of the ancient world, where taking a morning bathroom break requires navigating death-trap stairs, surrendering all privacy, and sharing cleaning implements with dozens of strangers. And the thing is, if you tried to explain to a Roman that in the future people will have private bathrooms in their homes with doors that lock and personal toilet paper and running water for washing hands, they'd think you were describing some kind of impossible luxury. Only emperors could afford such extravagance, surely. The idea that regular working people might someday have private, clean, sanitary bathrooms would seem like fantasy. But here you are, time-travelled from that future, knowing exactly what you're missing, knowing how much better it could be, and having to use a shared sponge on a stick because this is ancient Rome, and this is how things work here. You sit back down on your straw mattress, already tired, already dreading the next time nature calls, and you've still got to face breakfast, work, and all the other horrors that the day has in store for you. But at least the bathroom situation is handled for now. You've got a few hours before you have to think about it again, unless your stomach disagrees with something you ate yesterday, in which case you'll be making that stair trek multiple times before lunch. Such is life in the Eternal City. Glory to Rome and all that. Now, if only they'd invent privacy stalls and toilet paper, but that's only about 2,000 years away, so don't hold your breath. Or actually do hold your breath, especially in the latrine. Trust me on that one. You're back in your room now, having survived the morning toilet experience, and your stomach is making it very clear that it has opinions about the current situation. Loud opinions, urgent opinions, the kind of opinions that echo slightly in your small room and would probably be embarrassing if you had the luxury of caring about things like dignity anymore. You're hungry, which isn't unusual because you're basically always some degree of hungry, but morning hunger hits different. Your body has been running on empty since yesterday evening's disappointing meal, and it's demanding fuel for the day ahead. So let's talk about breakfast. Or rather, let's talk about what passes for breakfast when you're living in poverty in ancient Rome, because calling it breakfast implies a level of quality and satisfaction that simply doesn't exist in your current reality. Back in your previous modern life, breakfast was maybe cereal and milk, or eggs and toast, or a bagel with cream cheese, or oatmeal with fruit, or any number of options that were both nutritious and relatively pleasant to eat. You might have had orange juice or coffee or tea. You might have had yogurt or a smoothie. The point is, you had choices, and those choices were designed to be enjoyable, while also providing the energy and nutrients you needed to start your day. Here in Rome, you don't have choices. You have whatever you can afford, which isn't much, and what you can afford isn't designed for enjoyment. It's designed to keep you alive and functional for another day of labour. That's it. Food as pure utility, with no consideration given to taste or variety or nutritional balance. The Romans have plenty of culinary sophistication, don't get me wrong. Wealthy Romans have elaborate multi-course meals with exotic ingredients from across the empire. They have garum, that fermented fish sauce that's wildly popular among those who can afford it. They have imported spices and fresh seafood and roasted meats and honeyed desserts. Their dinner parties are legendary, hours-long affairs with entertainment and conversation, and enough food to feed a small army. You have none of that. You have bread, stale bread. That's your breakfast, that's your options. There's no menu, there's no variety. There's bread or there's nothing, and nothing isn't really an option because you need calories to work and you need work to earn money and you need money to buy more bread. It's a cycle that would be depressing if you had the energy for depression, but mostly you just accept it as the reality of your existence. The bread itself is a challenge, not fresh-baked, warm, fluffy bread with a crispy crust like you might be imagining. This is bread that was baked yesterday at best, possibly the day before, maybe even longer ago depending on how your finances are looking and how much you could afford to buy at once. Bread was cheaper in bulk, relatively speaking, so if you had a few coins you'd buy more bread that would last several days. Unfortunately, preservation technology in ancient Rome consists of keep it dry and hope for the best, which means by the time you get to the end of your bread supply, you're dealing with something that has the texture and approximate density of a brick. This isn't an exaggeration. Roman bread, especially the cheap kind that you can afford, gets hard. Really hard. The kind of hard where if you dropped it on someone's foot it would be classified as assault with a weapon. The kind of hard where you could probably use it for construction materials if you got creative. The kind of hard where biting directly into it isn't even an option, unless you want to risk breaking a tooth, and dental care in ancient Rome is another nightmare we'll get to eventually, but trust me, you want to keep all your teeth for as long as possible. The bread you have access to is made from coarse grain, probably wheat if you're lucky, but possibly mixed with cheaper grains like barley or even beans ground into flour. The wealthy get fine white bread made from refined wheat flour, soft and delicious. You get the Roman equivalent of whole grain, except without any of the modern health consciousness that makes whole grain appealing. This is whole grain because refining flour is expensive and time-consuming, not because anyone thinks it's better for you. It's dense and heavy and fills your stomach, which is the point, but it's not winning any awards for taste or texture, so you're sitting there in your room, holding what amounts to a bread-shaped rock, and you need to figure out how to consume this because your stomach is not accepting too hard to eat as a valid excuse. The solution, which every poor Roman knows, is to soften it somehow. You need liquid. Unfortunately, your liquid options are limited. Water would work, technically, but fresh water is something you have to go fetch from the public fountain, and you haven't done that yet this morning. You could make the trip, fill your jug, come back and use water to soften your bread. That's an option. But there's an easier option, one that's already available in your room. Wine. Romans drink wine with everything, at every meal, at all times of day. This isn't fine wine, obviously. This isn't the good stuff that wealthy Romans serve at their dinner parties, aged in amphorae and discussed with sophisticated vocabulary. This is cheap wine, the absolute bottom shelf, the kind that probably started out as decent wine but then got cut with so much water that it's barely wine anymore. It's called posca, and it's basically vinegary wine mixed with water, sometimes with herbs thrown in to mask the taste, which should tell you everything you need to know about the taste. The Romans, bless them, realized early on that water could be dangerous. They didn't understand germ theory, but they understood empirically that drinking water sometimes made people sick. Wine, being alcoholic, is somewhat safer, because the alcohol kills some bacteria, so the solution was to drink wine instead of water, or to mix wine with water, creating a beverage that was marginally safer than straight water, and also got you very slightly drunk all day long, which probably helped with the general misery of existence. Your wine is stored in a clay jug that's seen better days. The clay is porous enough that some of the wine evaporates over time, concentrating what's left into something even more sour and sharp. You pour some into a cup, or more accurately a bowl, because specialized drinking vessels are not something you own. The wine is reddish-brown and cloudy. It smells like vinegar with hints of old grape and disappointment. You've gotten used to the taste over time, in the same way you get used to any constant unpleasant stimulus, but used to it doesn't mean you enjoy it. You break off a chunk of your stone bread, which requires some effort. You can't just tear it gently like fresh bread. You have to find a weak point, apply force, maybe use your knee as leverage. Eventually a piece breaks free with a sound like cracking wood. You drop this chunk into your cup of watered-down wine and wait for physics and chemistry to do their work. The bread slowly absorbs the liquid, softening from the outside in, gradually transforming from inedible rock to merely unpleasant mush. This takes time. You can't rush it. If you try to eat the bread too soon, the outside is soggy but the inside is still hard, creating a textural nightmare that's somehow worse than just hard bread or just soggy bread alone. So you wait, sitting in your dim room, watching your breakfast absorb wine water, listening to the sounds of your building waking up around you. Someone's arguing already. Someone else is coughing, that same wet cough from earlier. A baby is crying. Another day in paradise. While you wait, let's talk about what you're not having for breakfast, because the absence of things is just as notable as their presence. You're not having coffee. Coffee won't make it to Europe for another 1,000+ years. The Romans have no equivalent. They don't have tea either. The concept of a hot caffeinated beverage to help you wake up and face the day doesn't exist. You're going to start your workday running on stale bread and sour wine and nothing else. No stimulants, no energy boost, just carbohydrates and a bit of alcohol. Good luck with that. You're not having eggs. Eggs exist, obviously. Chickens are a thing. But eggs cost money, and you don't have money to spend on luxury items like eggs. Eggs are for people with more resources than you. The wealthy have eggs. The middle class might have eggs occasionally. You have bread, and you should be grateful you have that. The same goes for bacon or any kind of meat. Meat is expensive. Meat is for special occasions or for people significantly wealthier than you. The Roman diet for the poor is overwhelmingly plant-based, not for health reasons or ethical concerns, but because plants are cheaper than animals. You're not having fresh fruit. Fruit is seasonal, and even when it's in season, fresh fruit costs more than stale bread. If it's summer, and someone's selling figs or grapes at a price you can almost afford, maybe you could get some, but that's an if built on multiple other ifs. Right now, in this moment, you have bread and wine water. Period. You're not having vegetables either, unless you count whatever might have been mixed into the bread flour, which probably doesn't count. Fresh vegetables are for people with resources to buy them, or gardens to grow them, neither of which applies to you. You're not having olive oil, probably. Olive oil is common in Roman cooking, and if you were doing better financially you might have a small amount to dip your bread in, which would at least make the bread taste like something other than grain and regret. But olive oil costs money, and you're operating on a budget that makes poverty line seem aspirational. So it's bread and wine water, the breakfast of people who are one bad week away from starvation. You're not having cheese. Cheese exists. The Romans make and eat cheese. But again, it costs more than bread, and every coin you spend on making your meal more pleasant is a coin you can't spend on rent or fuel, or the million other expenses that keep adding up. Your budget is already stretched thinner than the walls of your building, and those walls are practically transparent. There's no room for luxuries like cheese or olive oil or anything that might make your meal more enjoyable. You're not having honey, which the Romans use as a sweetener since sugar won't be widely available in Europe for centuries. Honey is lovely. It's also expensive. The wealthy use it liberally in their cooking. You use it never, because never is what you can afford. The concept of a sweet breakfast, of starting your day with something pleasant tasting, is so foreign to your current existence that it's not even something you think about anymore. By now your bread has softened enough to eat. You fish out the soggy chunk with your fingers, because utensils beyond a basic spoon are not something you possess, and you eat your breakfast. The texture is mushy and uneven, parts of it still maintaining some structural integrity, while other parts have dissolved into paste. The taste is dominated by the sour wine, with undertones of grain and a vague staleness that no amount of soaking can fully eliminate. It's not good, but it's food, and food is what you need, so you eat it mechanically, chewing and swallowing without really tasting, just getting calories into your body so you can function. Your stomach receives this offering without enthusiasm. The bread sits heavy, a dense lump of carbohydrates that will digest slowly over the next several hours. The wine water provides some liquid, but it's acidic enough that it doesn't feel particularly hydrating. You feel marginally less hungry than you did before, which is about the best you can hope for. You don't feel satisfied. You don't feel energized. You feel like you've consumed the minimum necessary fuel to operate, which is exactly what you've done. The whole breakfast experience, from breaking off bread to finishing your wine-soaked mush, takes maybe 10 minutes. There's no lingering over coffee and news. There's no leisurely morning meal with family conversation. You eat quickly because you need to get moving, you need to get to work, you need to earn enough money to buy more bread so you can have this same experience again tomorrow. It's efficient and joyless, food as pure function, with no consideration given to pleasure or social bonding, or any of the other things that meals can be when you have resources. Let's talk about the nutritional reality of what you just consumed, because from a modern dietary perspective, this breakfast is concerning. It's almost entirely carbohydrates with very little protein, fat, vitamins, or minerals. The bread provides calories and some fiber from the coarse grain, but that's about it. The wine water provides some liquid and a tiny amount of alcohol, but nutritionally it's basically empty. You're not getting vitamin C, which means scurvy is a real concern if you go too long without access to fresh food. You're not getting calcium for your bones. You're not getting iron for your blood. You're not getting any of the micronutrients that modern nutritionists would tell you are essential for health. The result of this diet, maintained over time, is predictable. Romans of your social class tend to be shorter than they could be because of childhood malnutrition. They have dental problems because of nutrient deficiencies and lack of dental care. They have weakened immune systems because their bodies aren't getting what they need to fight off disease. They die younger than wealthy Romans, not just because of dangerous living conditions and lack of medical care, but because their nutrition is inadequate from day one. But you can't think about long-term health consequences when you're worried about short-term survival. You can't eat a balanced diet when your budget allows for bread and basically nothing else. You can't take supplements or drink protein shakes or eat superfoods, because none of those things exist, and even if they did, you couldn't afford them. You eat what you can afford, which is bread, and you hope you live long enough for it to matter. The psychological impact of eating the same limited food every single day is its own kind of slow torture. Humans are wired to enjoy variety. We get pleasure from different tastes and textures. We bond over shared meals. We celebrate with special foods. Food is culture and comfort and joy, or it can be when you have enough of it and enough variety. When food becomes just fuel, when every meal is the same bland survival ration, something gets lost. You stop looking forward to meals. You stop thinking of eating as anything other than a necessary biological process like breathing or sleeping. It's one more thing that poverty takes from you, the ability to find pleasure in something as basic as eating. The Romans do have a culture around food, but it's a culture of the wealthy. They have elaborate recipes preserved in cookbooks, discussions of proper hosting, sophisticated palates that can distinguish between different regions' wines or oils. Cooking is an art form, when you're rich enough to have ingredients to work with and slaves to do the actual work. But this food culture doesn't extend to people like you. You exist outside of it, eating your bread and wine water, while the wealthy discuss the finer points of garum preparation. Some Romans would argue that simple food is virtuous, that the old Roman values included eating plain meals and avoiding luxury. There's a whole philosophical tradition of celebrating austerity and simple living, and that's a lovely philosophy when you're choosing simplicity as a moral statement while having access to luxury if you wanted it. It's different when you're living in enforced simplicity because you have no other options. There's no virtue in poverty when it's not a choice. You're not building character by eating stale bread, you're just being poor. The amount of bread you're eating is calibrated to your budget, not your hunger. Ideally you'd eat more, but more costs more, and you don't have more. So you eat enough to take the edge off the hunger, enough to give you energy to work, but not enough to feel full or satisfied. You're operating in a constant state of mild hunger, which is exhausting and distracting and makes everything harder, but it's normal. Everyone in your building is doing the same thing. Everyone you know is hungry more often than not. It's just how life works when you're poor. The timing of meals in Rome is different from what you might be used to. Romans typically have a light breakfast like the one you're choking down now. Then there might be a small lunch around midday, probably more bread, maybe with some olives or vegetables if you're lucky and it's the right season. The main meal is dinner in the evening after work, and even that is not particularly elaborate when you're poor. It's more of the same, basically. Bread. Maybe some porridge made from grain, occasionally some vegetables or legumes, very rarely some meat or fish, probably salted or preserved rather than fresh because preservation is cheaper than fresh. This means you're going to be running on this bread and wine water breakfast for the next several hours while you work. Whatever physical labour you're doing, and it's probably physical labour because desk jobs haven't been invented yet, you're doing it on minimal fuel, your energy will flag, your concentration will suffer. Your body will be screaming for more food, better food, any food. But you won't have access to food until lunch at earliest, and lunch won't be significantly better than breakfast. This is how your body is expected to function every single day. No wonder the life expectancy is so low. Let's talk about food safety, or rather the complete lack thereof. Your bread might have mould on it. You can't see it in the dim light of your room, and honestly, even if you could see it, what are you going to do? Throw away food? When you're this poor, you can't afford to be picky. You scrape off the obvious mould if there is any, and eat the rest. You might get sick, you might not. It's a gamble you take because not eating is worse than possibly eating something slightly contaminated. The grain that your bread is made from might have been stored poorly, might have gotten damp, might have been infested with insects or rodents. The flour might be cut with sawdust or chalk or other adulterants because unscrupulous bakers want to stretch their ingredients and increase their profit. There's no food safety inspection. There's no FDA. There's no regulations ensuring that what you're eating is safe or even mostly food. You buy from whoever is selling, and you hope for the best, and if you get sick, you deal with it because you don't have any other options. The wine water you're drinking is probably safer than straight water, but that's a low bar. It's still been stored in a porous clay jug in your room, which is not climate controlled and definitely not sterile. Stuff grows in wine, especially cheap wine that's more water than alcohol. You might be drinking a bacterial ecosystem along with your breakfast, adding probiotics to your diet decades before anyone knows that's a thing that might be beneficial, except these aren't the friendly probiotics you'd get from yogurt. These are whatever random bacteria are happy to live in sour wine. The cup you're drinking from hasn't been properly washed, because proper washing requires clean water and soap, neither of which you have ready access to. You rinse it out with whatever water is available, which is often the same water you're using for drinking and cooking, creating a nice closed loop of potential contamination. Everything is slightly dirty all the time. You get used to it because you don't have a choice, but getting used to something doesn't make it hygienic. Food poisoning is common enough that Romans have herbal remedies for stomach problems, which tells you everything you need to know about how often people are getting sick from what they eat. Diarrhea is practically a constant companion for many people. Stomach cramps are routine. You learn to function while mildly ill because being completely healthy is rare enough that you can't wait for perfect health to get on with your life. You work through the discomfort because not working means not earning means not eating, which would make the problem worse. The calories you're getting from this breakfast are probably around 300 to 400, maybe a bit more if you ate a larger piece of bread. That's not nothing, but it's also not enough to fuel a day of manual labour. Modern nutritionists would tell you that an active adult needs 2,000 calories or more per day. You're probably getting 1,200 to 1,500 on a good day, 1,800 if you're really lucky and have a bit of extra money. You're running a chronic caloric deficit, and your body's paying the price. The lack of protein in your diet means your muscles don't recover well from work. Every day of physical labour breaks down muscle tissue that needs protein to repair, but you're not getting enough protein, so you're gradually breaking down your own body to fuel your existence. The lack of fat means you have no energy reserves. If you miss a meal, if you can't work for a day, if anything disrupts your already precarious food access, you're immediately in danger. There's no buffer, no savings, either financial or biological. The lack of vitamins and minerals means your immune system is compromised. You get sick more easily and recover more slowly. Infections that a well-nourished person might fight off can become serious. Minor illnesses can become life-threatening. Your body is constantly trying to function on inadequate resources, making do, prioritizing immediate survival over long-term health. It's like trying to run a car on cheap fuel and no maintenance. It works until it doesn't, and when it stops working, you don't have the resources to fix it. Some mornings you don't even have bread. Your money ran out before you could buy more. The baker won't extend credit to someone as poor as you, so you drink wine water and tell yourself it has calories technically, and you try to ignore the hollow feeling in your stomach while you go about your day. Those are the really bad days, the ones where you're working on nothing but willpower and desperation. You can't do that too many days in a row before your body starts shutting down, but occasional fasting, voluntary or otherwise, is just part of the experience of being poor in Rome. The rich Romans, meanwhile, are eating imported delicacies. Fresh oysters brought in on ice from the coast, exotic birds prepared with elaborate sauces, honeyed desserts, multiple courses, more food in a single meal than you eat in a week. They're worried about overeating, about maintaining their figures, about whether the fish is fresh enough. You're worried about whether you'll be able to afford bread tomorrow. Same city, completely different realities. You finish your breakfast, such as it was, and you're left with a wine-soaked cup and a slightly less urgent hunger. You're not satisfied. You're not full. You've just achieved the bare minimum of food intake to make the hunger bearable enough that you can function. Your mouth tastes like sour wine and stale bread, which is not a great combination, but it's what you've got. You don't have mouthwash or toothpaste or even a toothbrush. Dental hygiene consists of maybe chewing on a stick to clean your teeth if you're particularly diligent, but mostly it consists of hoping your teeth don't rot too fast. You pour yourself a bit more of the wine water to drink because you need some liquid to carry you through the morning. It doesn't refresh you. It doesn't quench your thirst in any meaningful way. It just provides minimal hydration while tasting like vinegar and regret. You drink it anyway because what else are you going to do? You're going to be working for hours before you have another chance at liquid. The whole breakfast experience has taken maybe 15 minutes, possibly less. You've consumed your stale bread soaked in bad wine. You've gotten barely enough calories to function. You've added a bit of liquid to your dehydrated body. And now you need to get moving because the sun is up and the workday is starting. And if you're late, you might lose your position to one of the hundreds of other desperate poor people who would be happy to take your job. You look at the remaining bread, calculating how many more meals you can get out of it before you need to buy more, running the math on your meager finances. If you're careful, if you eat small portions, if you don't get hungrier than usual, if nothing unexpected happens, you might make it to the end of the week. That's a lot of ifs. But planning ahead is a luxury, just like everything else, so you focus on today. You have bread today. You've eaten today. That's as much as you can ask for. You stand up, brush the breadcrumbs off your tunic and prepare to face the rest of your day. Your stomach is no longer actively screaming, which is progress. You're not happy or energized or ready to take on the world, but you're functional, which is all that matters. The breakfast of poor Romans, stale bread, sour wine, and the determination to survive another day in an empire that doesn't particularly care whether you do or not. At least it's filling, sort of. At least it's food, technically. At least you're not completely starving yet. These are the victories you celebrate when you're living at the bottom of Roman society. Small wins, low bars, the gradual erosion of your expectations until you're grateful for things that shouldn't qualify as adequate. Welcome to mealtime in ancient Rome, where the wealthy feast and the poor survive on whatever carbohydrates they can afford. Now, if you'll excuse me, you have a long day of back-breaking labour ahead of you, fueled by nothing but bread and wine water, and the fragile hope that tomorrow might not be quite as bad as today. Spoiler alert, it will be exactly as bad as today, possibly worse, but at least you won't be hungry for a few hours. That's something. That's all you've got, really. So you take your small victories where you can find them, and you get on with the business of surviving in the Eternal City. You've survived breakfast, which is setting the bar pretty low, but that's where the bar is now, and it's time to head out to work. The sun isn't even fully up yet. There's just that grey pre-dawn light that makes everything look slightly unreal, like you're moving through a world that hasn't quite decided to exist yet. But you need to be at your workplace early because being late means losing money, and losing money means not eating, and not eating means dying, so the stakes are pretty high for punctuality. Let's say, for the sake of this particular nightmare, that you're a craftsman. Maybe you work with leather, making sandals and belts and bags for people who can afford such luxuries. Or maybe you work with metal, hammering out tools and fixtures. Or maybe you're in textiles, weaving or dyeing fabric. The specific craft doesn't matter that much because the working conditions are uniformly terrible across the board. What matters is that you have a skill. You work for someone who owns a workshop, and you're about to spend the next 12 to 14 hours doing repetitive physical labour in conditions that would violate every workplace safety regulation that will be invented over the next 2,000 years. Your workshop is located on the ground floor of a building not unlike the one you live in, except this one is commercial rather than residential, which doesn't make it better, just different. You arrive to find the shutters already open, the workshop exposed to the street because Roman shops don't have the glass windows and doors you might be used to. The whole front of the building is just open to the elements and the public. This is great for attracting customers who can see your wares and watch you work, but less great for climate control, security, or any sense of privacy. The workshop owner is already there, naturally. He doesn't trust his workers enough to leave them unsupervised, and he's not wrong to be suspicious because theft is common when people are desperate and poorly paid. He gives you a nod or a grunt of acknowledgement, which is about as warm as workplace greetings get when you're at the bottom of the economic ladder. There might be other workers arriving around the same time as you, fellow craftsmen who are equally trapped in this cycle of labour and poverty. You exchange looks that convey the universal message of, "Here we go again," without needing words. The workshop itself is cramped and poorly ventilated. If you're working with leather, the smell of tanning chemicals fills the air, harsh and acidic, burning your nose and throat. If you're working with metal, there's a forge that needs to be hot enough to work the metal, which means the whole space becomes an oven, especially in summer. If you're dyeing textiles, you're dealing with vats of dye that are probably toxic and definitely smelly, staining your hands and clothes permanent colours that mark you as a dye worker, even when you're not at work. The tools you're using are basic and often in poor condition. That knife for cutting leather is dull because sharpening takes time and the owner doesn't want to pay for time that's not productive. The hammer you're using has a handle that's slightly cracked and will eventually break, probably while you're mid-swing, possibly causing injury. The loom, if you're weaving, is old and temperamental, requiring constant adjustment. Everything is worn from years of use by multiple workers, and nothing is maintained beyond the bare minimum necessary to keep production going. There's no ergonomic consideration in how your workspace is set up. You're not sitting in an adjustable chair with lumbar support. You're standing, or sitting on a basic stool, or crouching, whatever position the work requires, and you're holding that position for hours. Your back will hurt, your knees will ache, your hands will cramp, your feet will swell. These aren't possibilities, they're certainties. This is just what happens when you do physical labour all day without proper support or breaks. The lighting is terrible. You're relying on natural light from the open shop front, which means early morning and late evening are dim and difficult. If you're working on detailed tasks, you're squinting and straining your eyes, which gives you headaches and probably damages your vision over time. In winter, when the days are short, you might be working in near darkness for parts of your shift. Oil lamps exist, but oil costs money, so the workshop owner uses them sparingly, if at all. Your eyesight is not his concern. Let's talk about the work itself. It's repetitive. Brutally, mind-numbingly repetitive. If you're making sandals, you're cutting leather the same way hundreds of times, punching holes in the same pattern, stitching the same seams, over and over and over, day after day, week after week, year after year. There's no variety, no creativity, no intellectual stimulation. You're a human machine performing the same motions until they're burned into your muscle memory, and you could probably do this job in your sleep, which is convenient because you're so exhausted that you're barely conscious anyway. The pace is relentless. The workshop owner wants maximum productivity. Every moment you're not actively making something is a moment he's paying you for nothing, in his view. So there's constant pressure to work faster, make more, waste less material. Don't make mistakes because mistakes cost money and that money will come out of your wages. You're being pushed to your physical limits every single day, not because anyone cares about your capabilities, but because someone is trying to extract maximum value from your labour. There are no breaks built into the day, no morning coffee break, no afternoon tea time, no scheduled rest periods. You work continuously from when you arrive until the day ends, with maybe a brief pause to eat something if you brought food with you, which you probably didn't because you don't have food to bring. You might steal a moment here and there to rest when the owner isn't watching, but those moments are stolen and risky. If he catches you not working, you'll hear about it, possibly in the form of lost wages or threats of replacement. Speaking of replacement, let's address the complete lack of job security. You have no contract, no employee rights, no legal protections. You work for whatever wages the owner wants to pay, and you accept those wages because the alternative is not working at all. If he decides to pay you less tomorrow, that's his decision. If he decides to fire you, he can do that instantly. No notice, no severance, just get out, you're done. And there are dozens of other desperate people who would take your spot immediately, probably for even less money. The wage you're earning is calculated to keep you alive and working, nothing more. The workshop owner has done the math. He knows exactly how little he can pay and still have workers show up. He's paying you barely enough to cover your rent and food, with almost nothing left over. You're not saving money. You're not building wealth. You're surviving day to day, perpetually one crisis away from complete destitution. This is by design. Workers with no savings have no leverage to demand better conditions or wages. You're trapped by your poverty. Let's say you're earning around 4 or 5 sestertii per day, which is low but not unusual for unskilled or semi-skilled labour. Your rent is probably eating 2 or 3 sestertii per day, calculated monthly. Your food costs another 1 to 2 sestertii per day, and that's for the terrible diet we discussed at breakfast. That leaves you with maybe 1 sestertius per day, if you're lucky and nothing goes wrong. That's your buffer. That's your entire financial cushion. 1 unexpected expense, 1 sick day, 1 slow week, and you're in debt. The physical toll of the work is cumulative. Today you might be okay, a bit sore, a bit tired, but functional. But every day adds up. The repetitive motions cause overuse injuries. Your joints wear down. Your muscles develop chronic pain. Your hands might develop arthritis from the constant strain. Your back becomes permanently damaged from poor posture during work. By the time you're 40, if you make it that long, you'll be physically broken in ways that would require surgery and physical therapy in the modern world, neither of which exists now. Injuries happen regularly. You're working with sharp tools, hot materials, heavy objects, no safety equipment, and constant pressure to work fast. Someone cuts themselves badly at least once a month. Someone burns themselves on the forge regularly. Someone drops something on their foot or strains their back lifting. These aren't freak accidents. They're predictable outcomes of unsafe working conditions. And when someone gets injured, there's no workers' compensation, no medical leave, no accommodation for recovery. If you get hurt badly enough that you can't work, you're just done. The workshop owner isn't paying you to sit at home healing. He's replacing you with someone else, someone who isn't injured, someone who can work today. Your injury is your problem. You deal with it on your own time and your own money, neither of which you have. So people work through injuries that should sideline them. They wrap up cuts and keep going. They work on sprained ankles and pulled muscles. They push through pain because stopping means not earning means not eating. The same logic applies to illness. You feel sick? Too bad. Unless you're actively dying, you're expected to show up and work. There are no sick days, no health insurance, no understanding employer who tells you to go home and rest. You work sick, or you don't get paid, and probably you get replaced. So people come to work with fevers, with infections, with contagious diseases that they spread to every other worker in the cramped workshop. The workshop becomes a petri dish of illness, everyone making everyone else sick in a continuous cycle. Let's talk about the heat. It's summer in Rome, which means it's brutally hot. The Mediterranean sun is beating down on the city, turning every surface into a heat source. Your workshop, with its open front and lack of ventilation, is like an oven. If you're working near a forge or any heat source, it's like an oven inside a larger oven. The temperature is easily over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, probably higher near the work area. You're sweating constantly, losing fluids that you can't easily replace because water breaks aren't a thing, and you don't have unlimited access to water anyway. Heat exhaustion is a real danger. People faint from the heat regularly. They get dizzy, nauseous, confused. Some people die from heat stroke, just collapse and don't get up. But work continues because productivity doesn't stop for something as trivial as people dying from the heat. Bodies are removed, new workers are brought in, the operation continues. This isn't callousness exactly, though it is that. It's more that in a society where human life is cheap and labour is abundant, individual workers are expendable. The work matters. The worker doesn't. Not really. In winter, the opposite problem occurs. The open shop front means you're exposed to the cold. There's no heating except whatever heat the forge produces, if you're lucky enough to work near one. You're wearing every piece of clothing you own, which isn't much, and you're still cold. Your fingers get stiff and numb, making fine work difficult. Frostbite can be an issue in particularly cold winters. People get sick from the cold and damp, developing respiratory infections that can turn deadly in a population that's already malnourished and exhausted. The noise level in many workshops is damaging. If you're a metal worker, the constant hammering is deafening, hour after hour of metal striking metal, creating a din that reverberates in the enclosed space. Your hearing is being permanently damaged slowly every single day. By the time you're middle-aged, you'll be partially deaf. This is just an accepted consequence of the work. Ear protection hasn't been invented. The concept of occupational health and safety doesn't exist. You lose your hearing gradually and nobody thinks this is preventable or problematic. The materials you're working with are often hazardous. Tanning leather involves chemicals that are toxic and carcinogenic. Lead is used in various crafts and manufacturing processes, slowly poisoning everyone who works with it. Dyes can be toxic. Dust from grinding and cutting can damage your lungs. You're being exposed to industrial hazards without any protective equipment, without any understanding of the long-term health effects, without any choice in the matter because you need to eat and this is the job you have. Social dynamics in the workshop are complicated by the power imbalance. The owner has absolute authority. He can do basically whatever he wants. He can yell at you, humiliate you, dock your pay arbitrarily, make unreasonable demands. You have no recourse. There's no HR department to report to, no labour board to file complaints with, no union to advocate for you. Unions won't exist for centuries. You're completely at his mercy, and mercy is not a quality most Roman business owners are known for. The relationship with the owner is purely transactional. He doesn't care about you as a person. He doesn't know your family or your struggles or your dreams, and he wouldn't care if he did. You're a tool that produces goods. When you're useful, you're employed. When you stop being useful, you're discarded. There's no loyalty either direction. You'd leave for better pay instantly if you could find it. He'd fire you instantly if he could find cheaper labour. It's a relationship based entirely on mutual exploitation, with the power weighted heavily in his favour. Your fellow workers are potential allies but also competition. You might form friendships based on shared misery. You probably help each other when possible, covering for someone who needs a moment or sharing food if someone forgot theirs. But you're also competing for the owner's favour, for the limited wages he's willing to pay for continued employment. If the owner needs to cut staff, it's not going to be you if you can help it, which means someone else. This creates tension and prevents real solidarity. The work is monotonous enough that your mind wanders, which is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that you can mentally escape the physical reality of what you're doing. The curse is that your mind goes to dark places when you're this tired and hungry and miserable. You think about how you got here. You think about how you're trapped. You think about the unfairness of a system where some people are born into wealth and leisure while others are born into this. You think about how many more years you can sustain this before your body gives out. None of these thoughts improve your mood. There's no advancement opportunity. You're not learning skills that will lead to promotion. You're not being mentored for management. The workshop owner's son will inherit the business, not you. You'll do this same job at this same level for as long as you're physically capable, and then you'll be too broken to work and you'll have no retirement savings, and you'll probably die in poverty. This is the trajectory, clear and unchangeable. Your future is determined by your birth and your lack of resources, and no amount of hard work will change that fundamental reality. The monotony is broken only by the occasional customer interaction, which is not necessarily a good thing. Customers treat you like you're part of the furniture. They might not even acknowledge you directly, speaking to the owner instead, even if you're the one doing the work. If they do speak to you, it's usually to complain about price or quality or speed. You're not respected. You're not valued as a craftsman even though you're literally crafting things. You're just the poor person who makes stuff for people with money. Some customers are outright abusive. They're rude. They're dismissive. They insult your work or your appearance or just you generally. You have to take it with a smile because the customer is always right when the customer has money and you don't. The owner will side with the customer over you every time because the customer might come back and spend more money while you're replaceable. So you nod and smile and absorb the verbal abuse and go back to work, adding psychological damage to the physical damage you're already accumulating. The lunch situation is grim. You don't get a lunch break officially, but at some point in the middle of the day when things slow down momentarily, you might eat something if you have anything to eat. Maybe you brought another chunk of that stale bread. Maybe you have some olives or a bit of cheese if you're having an unusually good week financially. You eat quickly, probably standing up, probably while still sort of working, or at least looking like you're available to work if needed. This is not a relaxing meal. This is fuel intake, quick and joyless. If you didn't bring food, you might be able to buy something from a street vendor. Rome has plenty of street food, various stalls and carts selling prepared foods. But this costs money that you don't really have to spare. The food is probably not great quality, potentially unsafe, but it's available and quick. You might get some porridge or a bit of fried fish or some vegetables, whatever's cheap. You eat it fast and get back to work, trying not to think about how much of your daily wages you just spent on one mediocre meal. The afternoon stretches on endlessly. The sun moves across the sky, marking the passage of time in the only way available since you don't own a clock and couldn't afford one if they existed in a portable format. You work through the heat and fatigue and hunger. Your hands move automatically through the familiar motions. Your mind is barely engaged. You're operating on autopilot, conserving mental energy because you need all your resources just to keep your body functional. Other workers are in the same state. Everyone is tired. Everyone is hungry. Everyone is uncomfortable. The workshop is filled with the sounds of labour and occasional muttered conversations. Nobody has the energy for real socialising. You're all just trying to survive until the day ends, get your wages, go home, eat something, sleep and do it all again tomorrow. This is life. This is all there is. The eternal grind, day after day, with no relief and no hope for improvement. Accidents become more likely as the day progresses and everyone gets more tired. Attention lapses. Coordination fails. Someone cuts themselves because they're too exhausted to maintain focus. Someone drops something because their grip strength is shot. Someone makes a mistake in their work because their brain isn't processing correctly anymore. These mistakes cost time and materials and result in lost wages and angry owners, and the whole situation spirals further downward. Let's say you're a construction worker instead of a craftsman, because we should cover that particular hell. Construction in ancient Rome is a massive industry. The city is constantly building, expanding, renovating. Aqueducts and roads and temples and public buildings and private homes for the wealthy. All of this requires massive amounts of labour, and that labour is you. You're hauling stones that weigh more than you do. You're mixing mortar by hand. You're climbing scaffolding that's barely stable. You're working at heights with no safety equipment, no harnesses, no hard hats, just you and gravity, and the hope that today isn't the day you fall. Construction is brutal even by Roman standards for labour. It's outside, which means you're exposed to all weather conditions with no protection. Summer sun beating down while you lift heavy objects all day, risking heat stroke with every hour. Winter cold freezing your hands while you're trying to grip tools and materials, rain making everything slippery and dangerous. No work means no pay, so you work through conditions that should shut down the site, and people get hurt and people die, and new workers replace them immediately. The stones you're moving are huge. The Romans built to last, which is admirable in terms of creating enduring monuments, but terrible for the workers who have to actually move these massive blocks. There are some mechanical aids, pulleys and cranes and such, but they're primitive, and someone still has to do the manual labour. You're using your body as a machine, lifting and carrying and pulling, destroying your muscles and skeleton in the process. Hernias are common. Back injuries are universal. By 30, you'll be physically much older than your chronological age. Falls from scaffolding are a leading cause of death among construction workers. The scaffolding is wooden and temporary and not engineered to modern standards, which is to say it's held together with rope and hope. It sways in the wind. It can collapse if too many workers are on one section. There are no railings. If you're working at height and you slip, you're falling, and a fall from even 2 stories is often fatal. Surviving the fall means broken bones and injuries that you can't afford to treat, leaving you crippled and unable to work. Crushed limbs are another occupational hazard. Ropes break, stones slip, cranes malfunction. Something heavy falls on someone's arm or leg or chest, and that person is done. Medieval and ancient construction sites are basically ongoing disasters that occasionally produce buildings. The human cost is enormous, but nobody's counting because the workers don't matter. The building matters. The monument to whoever is paying for it matters. The actual people doing the work are disposable. Or maybe you're a street vendor shouting your wares in the market from dawn until dusk. This seems like it might be easier than physical labour, but it has its own challenges. You're on your feet all day, which is its own form of exhausting. Your voice gives out from the constant shouting required to attract attention in the chaotic noise of the market. You're dealing with the public constantly, which means verbal abuse, haggling, theft, and general unpleasantness from people who view you as lower class and treat you accordingly. You're selling whatever goods you have access to. Maybe you're selling vegetables if it's harvest season. Maybe you're selling prepared food, stuff you or your family made in your non-existent free time. Maybe you're selling trinkets or tools or fabrics, goods you bought from a supplier on credit that you need to sell at a markup to make any profit. The margins are razor thin, competition is fierce. If you don't sell enough today, you can't buy inventory for tomorrow, and the whole system collapses. Street vendors face constant harassment from various authorities. There are rules about where you can set up, though they're enforced arbitrarily. Officials can demand bribes to let you stay in a good location. Other vendors might try to intimidate you out of a profitable spot. Thieves target street vendors because you're handling money all day and you're vulnerable. You're trying to make a living while basically everyone who has more power than you, which is everyone, is trying to extract something from you. The weather affects your business directly. Rain drives away customers. Extreme heat keeps people indoors during the worst hours. You lose money on days when conditions are bad, but your expenses continue regardless. The goods you're selling might spoil if they're perishable, and you take the loss. There's no insurance, no protection, no safety net. Every day is a gamble, and the odds are not in your favour. Let's talk about the complete absence of labour rights, because this is worth emphasising. There are no regulations governing working hours, safety conditions, child labour, fair wages, or anything else. The concept of workers having rights is alien to Roman society. Workers are essentially disposable resources. The wealthy Romans who write the laws don't think of workers as people who deserve protection. They think of workers as necessary components of the economic system, no more worthy of legal consideration than the mules pulling carts. There's no minimum wage. Employers pay whatever they want, and market forces keep wages low, because there's always someone more desperate who'll work for less. There's no maximum working hours. You work until the job is done or the day ends, whichever comes later. There's no requirement for safe conditions. If the workplace is dangerous, that's just how it is. Workers who don't like it can leave, except they can't because they need to eat. Child labour is completely normal. Children start working as young as they're physically capable, which might be age 6 or 7. They do lighter tasks at first, but they're still working, still being exploited, still missing out on education or childhood, or anything resembling a normal development process. Nobody thinks this is wrong. Children of poor families are expected to contribute economically. The idea that childhood should be protected is a modern invention. Women in the workforce face additional exploitation. They're paid less than men for the same work. They're vulnerable to sexual harassment and assault with no legal recourse. They're expected to somehow balance working all day with maintaining a household and raising children, as if there are extra hours in the day that only women can access. The gender discrimination is so normalized that nobody even questions it. This is just how the world works, in their view. Slavery complicates the labor situation further. Slaves do a huge amount of work in Rome, competing with free workers for jobs and driving down wages. Why would an employer pay a free worker when they can use a slave who they've already bought and who has no choice in the matter? This creates downward pressure on wages for everyone. Free workers are constantly competing with slave labor, trying to prove they're worth the small wages they're asking for, trapped in a system that values them somewhere between slaves and livestock. The day finally ends when the light fails and work becomes impossible. You've been going for 12, 14, maybe 16 hours depending on the season and the demands of the work. You're exhausted beyond any tiredness you've ever experienced in your modern life. Every part of your body hurts. You're covered in sweat and dust and whatever materials you've been working with. You're dehydrated and hungry and barely functional, and tomorrow you get to do it all again. You collect your wages, assuming you get paid daily rather than weekly. The coins that the owner counts out into your hand represent hours of your life, your physical degradation, your stolen time and health. They're not enough. They're never enough, but they're what you have, so you take them and you head home through streets that are transitioning from day to evening, entering the most dangerous time to be outside, but you don't have a choice because you need to get back to your room. One bad week is all it takes to destroy you financially. If you get sick and miss work, that's lost wages you can't make up. If the workshop closes for any reason, holiday or repair or the owner's whim, you're not getting paid for that time. If you make a mistake and the owner docks your pay as punishment, you're suddenly short on rent money. If anything unexpected happens, any expense you didn't plan for, any disruption to the precarious balance of your finances, you're in trouble immediately. Debt is a trap that's easy to fall into and nearly impossible to escape. If you can't pay rent, the landlord might offer to let you borrow against future wages, at interest. If you need money for food or medicine or anything else, there are moneylenders who'll give you loans at absolutely predatory interest rates. Once you're in debt, the interest compounds faster than you can pay it off on your tiny wages. You're working to pay debt, falling further behind, sinking into a hole that only gets deeper. Debt slavery is a real possibility. If you can't pay your debts, Roman law allows creditors to take you as a slave until the debt is worked off. This is supposed to be temporary, but in practice it can become permanent because you're working off the debt, while also being charged for your food and housing as a slave, so the debt never actually decreases. You can go from free worker to slave just by having a few bad weeks. The line between freedom and slavery is much thinner than you'd think, especially when you're already at the bottom economically. The psychological weight of this existence is crushing. You wake up every day knowing that your entire life will be spent working like this. There's no retirement plan, no pension, no savings that will eventually let you rest. You work until you physically can't anymore, and then you become one of the beggars in the streets, hoping for charity that rarely comes. This is your future, clear and certain and inescapable. Every day you're one step closer to being too broken to work, and then what? Nobody has an answer. Nobody cares enough to ask the question. The wealthy Romans sometimes write about the dignity of hard work and honest labour, usually while being carried around in litters by slaves and never doing any actual work themselves. They philosophize about virtue and character building. They celebrate the mythical Roman values of the simple farmer working his land. But when they write this stuff, they're not thinking about you. You're not the idealized Roman worker of philosophical texts. You're the actual Roman worker, and your life bears no resemblance to their pretty theories about labour and virtue. You finally make it back to your insula after dark. You've survived another day. You have a few coins that will go toward rent and food. You're too tired to eat almost, but you force something down because you need to maintain your strength for tomorrow. You collapse onto your straw mattress, every muscle screaming, and you try to sleep despite the noise and discomfort, and the knowledge that you have to wake up in a few hours and do this entire thing again. This is work in ancient Rome when you're poor. No rights, no protection, no hope for advancement, just endless labour for bare subsistence wages, one injury away from disaster, one bad week away from debt slavery, trapped in a system that grinds up workers and discards them without a second thought. The empire runs on this labour. The monuments and aqueducts and roads that we admire today were built with this human suffering. Every stone in every Roman building represents someone's broken body and stolen life. But history doesn't remember the workers. History remembers the emperors and the buildings. The workers are invisible then and now. Welcome to the labour force of the Eternal City, where your eternal contribution is to work until you break. So you've survived your endless workday, collected your pathetic wages, and now you need to navigate your way home through the streets of Rome. This should be straightforward, right? Just walk from point A to point B like you would in any modern city. Except Roman streets are less transportation infrastructure and more open-air obstacle course designed by someone who hates pedestrians. Walking through Rome is genuinely dangerous in ways that would make modern urban planners weep into their traffic studies. Let's start with the most basic problem, the streets themselves. When you picture ancient Roman roads, you're probably thinking of those famous engineered highways that connected the empire, the ones with proper paving stones fitted so precisely you couldn't slide a knife blade between them. Those exist, sure, and they're genuinely impressive feats of engineering, but those are the major roads, the arterial routes that matter to the military and commerce. The streets in the parts of Rome where you live and work are not those streets, not even close. Your streets are narrow, like two people can barely pass each other narrow. The city of Rome grew organically over centuries, buildings constructed wherever there was space, streets forming in the gaps between structures rather than being planned out with any logic. The result is a maze of alleyways and passages that twist and turn without rhyme or reason. There's no grid system, no logical layout, just organic chaos that makes navigation a challenge even for locals and completely bewildering for anyone new to the area. The street surface, and I'm using the term surface generously here, is unpaved in most poor neighbourhoods. It's dirt, or mud when it rains, or dust when it's dry, or some combination of all three depending on recent weather and how many people and animals have trampled through recently. The wealthier parts of Rome have paved streets with raised sidewalks and stepping stones for crossing, which is lovely for them, but you don't live or work in wealthy parts of Rome. You live where the infrastructure budget ran out somewhere around the Bronze Age. This dirt mud dust surface has a depression running down the middle, which functions as the drainage system, and by drainage system, I mean open sewer. All the wastewater from the buildings, all the rain runoff, all the various liquids that need to go somewhere, they flow down the middle of the street in an open channel. This includes sewage, because while Rome has that famous sewer system we mentioned earlier, not every building is connected to it. Many buildings just direct their waste into the street drainage, and it all flows downhill until it reaches some larger collection point, hopefully. So as you're walking, you're constantly aware of this flowing channel of questionable liquid running down the centre of the street. You're trying to stay on the edges, where the ground is slightly higher and hopefully drier. But the streets are narrow, and there are other people also trying to avoid the central sewer channel, which means everyone is crowded on the edges, jostling for the least disgusting walking space. It's like a very unsanitary game of the floor is lava, except the lava is sewage, and the stakes are your sandals and possibly your dignity. The smell is spectacular, not in a good way. In a, this is what happens when a city of 1 million people has inadequate sanitation way. The open sewage in the streets, the animal waste from the countless donkeys and horses and oxen, the rotting garbage that people just throw into the streets because garbage collection is not a service that exists, the various industrial smells from workshops and tanneries and dye works, all of it combines into an aromatic experience that would make a modern sewage treatment plant smell like a flower garden by comparison. You get used to it, sort of. Your nose adapts to constant bad smells the same way it adapts to any constant stimulus, by eventually just not registering it as intensely. But getting used to it doesn't mean it's not affecting you. The air quality in Rome is terrible. You're breathing in aerosolized fecal matter, industrial pollutants, smoke from countless fires, and various other particles that are definitely not good for your lungs. Respiratory diseases are common. Coughing is universal. Everyone sounds like they're 3 days away from pneumonia, and some of them are. Now let's talk about the aerial hazards, because the ground-level problems are only part of the challenge. Roman apartment buildings, as we've discussed, are tall and cramped and lacking in basic amenities like indoor plumbing. This creates a problem when nature calls in the middle of the night. Many residents, unwilling or unable to navigate 4 flights of dark stairs to the communal toilet, employ the window disposal method. They fill their chamber pot or bowl, or whatever vessel they have, and then they simply dump it out the window. This practice is common enough that there are laws against it. The Romans tried to legislate against throwing waste from upper windows because it was creating obvious problems for pedestrians below. The laws threaten fines and punishment for anyone caught doing it. These laws are almost completely unelevated because enforcing them would require catching someone in the act, proving they did it, and getting them to pay a fine when they're too poor to pay rent. So the laws exist mostly as a suggestion that people try not to do this, and the suggestion is widely ignored. The practical result is that walking down a Roman street requires constant upward vigilance. You can't just watch where you're stepping, avoiding the sewage channel and the animal droppings and the random obstacles. You also have to periodically look up at the buildings you're passing, checking for open windows above you, listening for any sounds that might indicate someone is about to dispose of something. It's like walking through a minefield where the mines are above you instead of below you, and they're filled with human waste. If you're lucky, people yell a warning before dumping. There's a traditional shout, basically heads up in Latin, that you're supposed to give before throwing anything out a window. Some people do this, many don't, either because they don't care or because they don't want to draw attention to their illegal waste disposal. So you might get a warning, or you might just suddenly find yourself drenched in something unspeakable. The element of surprise adds to the general atmosphere of stress and misery that characterizes walking through Rome. Getting hit with waste from a window is a real and constant danger. It happens to people regularly. Everyone knows someone who's been hit, or they've been hit themselves. If it happens to you, there's not much recourse. You can try to figure out which window it came from, march up to that apartment, and demand compensation, but good luck with that. The person who did it will deny it. Even if you're certain which apartment it was, proving it is another matter. And even if you could prove it, what are they going to pay you with? They're as poor as you are. So if you get hit, you basically just have to go home, clean yourself off as best you can with the limited water access you have, and accept that this is one of the many indignities of urban life in ancient Rome. Your tunic is now stained and smells worse than it did before, which is saying something. You can't afford a new one. You can't afford professional cleaning services. You just have to live with it. One more layer of misery added to the pile. The traffic situation adds another dimension of chaos. During the day, the streets of Rome are packed with people. Merchants carrying goods, slaves running errands, workers heading to and from jobs, beggars asking for charity, street performers trying to earn coins, prostitutes soliciting clients, pickpockets looking for marks. Everyone is trying to get somewhere or do something, and everyone is crammed into streets that are too narrow for the volume of human traffic. There's no concept of traffic flow or right of way. People don't walk in orderly lines or follow any system. It's pure chaos. Everyone pushing and shoving and trying to get through. You're constantly bumping into people, being bumped into, dodging around slower walkers, being shoved aside by people in a hurry. Personal space is not a thing. You're in constant physical contact with strangers, which in a population with poor hygiene and high disease rates is not ideal but unavoidable. Pickpockets are a constant threat. Crowds are their natural habitat, and Roman streets provide ideal working conditions. They brush past you, and suddenly your coin purse is gone. Or they work in teams, one person bumping into you from one side while their partner lifts your money from the other side. Or they create a distraction, maybe a fake argument or fight, and rob people while they're watching the show. You have to be vigilant constantly, protecting your meager possessions, trusting no one. Even if you catch a pickpocket, there's not much you can do. You can't call the police because there isn't really a police force in the modern sense. The urban cohorts exist for major disturbances, but they're not investigating petty theft. You could try to chase the thief, but they know these streets better than you do, and they're probably faster. You could try to get the crowd to help you, but everyone else is dealing with their own problems and doesn't want to get involved. So you lose your money, and that's that. The few coins you earn today are gone, stolen, and you're even more broke than you were. During the day, wheeled traffic is officially banned in most of Rome. This is one of the few traffic regulations that actually exists and is somewhat enforced. Carts and wagons are too disruptive to pedestrian flow in the narrow streets, so they're generally not allowed during daylight hours. The exception is vehicles involved in major construction or public works, which get special permission. This daytime ban is supposed to make the streets safer for pedestrians, and in theory it does, but it creates its own problems. The wheeled traffic ban doesn't apply to the wealthy being carried in litters. Litters are basically chairs or beds carried by multiple slaves, a human-powered transportation system for people too important to walk. These things take up a lot of space in the narrow streets. The slaves carrying them expect pedestrians to get out of the way, and they'll push through the crowd without much concern for anyone they bump or knock over. If you don't move fast enough, you get hit by a litter or trampled by the slaves carrying it. Adding insult to injury, you're being run over by someone so wealthy they have multiple people whose sole job is carrying them around. At night, everything changes and gets worse. After sunset, the wheeled traffic ban is lifted. All those carts and wagons that couldn't operate during the day now flood into the streets to make deliveries, transport goods, and do all the business that was prohibited during daylight. The streets become filled with heavy vehicles pulled by oxen or horses, careening through the darkness because street lighting is not a thing that exists. These vehicles have no headlights, no brake lights, no effective braking systems at all really. They're just heavy masses of wood and metal rolling through the dark. Drivers of these vehicles are in a hurry because they have limited nighttime hours to do their work. They're not being careful. They're not slowing down for pedestrians. They expect you to get out of their way, and if you don't, you're getting run over. People die regularly from being hit by carts at night. It's common enough that it's not even really news. Oh, another person got crushed by a wagon last night. Just another Tuesday in Rome. The drivers rarely face consequences because proving who was driving a particular wagon at a particular time in the dark is nearly impossible, and besides, the life of a poor person isn't worth much in legal terms. The lack of street lighting means nighttime navigation is extremely dangerous even without the wheeled traffic. There are no street lamps, no public lighting, nothing. The moon and stars provide some light if the sky's clear and they're in the right phase. Otherwise you're moving through nearly complete darkness. People who can afford it carry oil lamps or torches, which helps them see where they're going but also marks them as wealthy enough to have light sources, making them targets for robbery. You probably don't have a lamp or torch because oil and torches cost money. So you're navigating by feel and memory, trying to remember the layout of streets you can't see, hoping you don't trip over something or walk into something or fall into the sewer channel running down the middle. Every step is uncertain. Every shadow could be a person or an object or nothing. It's terrifying, honestly. But you have to do it because you need to get home, and home is through these dark streets. The nighttime streets belong to criminals in ways they don't during the day. Muggers work in the dark, hiding in alcoves and alleys, waiting for isolated pedestrians. They jump out, demand your money, and most people hand it over because fighting back in the dark against unknown attackers is a bad gamble. If you resist, they might beat you or stab you, and your body will be found in the morning and nobody will investigate because street crime is so common that authorities don't have the resources or inclination to pursue every case. Gang violence is another nighttime concern. Various groups control different areas of Rome, and sometimes they fight over territory. If you happen to be walking through their battlefield, that's your problem. Innocent bystanders get caught up in violence regularly. You might turn a corner and walk right into a gang fight, weapons drawn, people yelling and fighting. Your best option is to run the other way, assuming you can tell which way is safe, which you can't because it's dark and chaotic and you don't know the territory. Drunk people are everywhere at night. Romans drink a lot, and people who've been drinking all evening at various establishments eventually stumble home through the streets. They're loud, aggressive, unpredictable. They might want to fight for no reason. They might try to rob you. They might just vomit near you, which is unpleasant but probably the best case scenario. You try to avoid drunk people when possible, but in narrow, dark streets with limited visibility, you might not see them until you're right on top of them. Fire is a constant nighttime threat. Buildings catch fire regularly, and fires spread quickly in a city of wooden structures built close together. If there's a fire near your route home, you need to detour around it, assuming you can tell where it is in the dark. The vigils, Rome's firefighter force, respond to fires, but they're often too late to save buildings. They focus on preventing spread rather than saving the burning structure. If a fire starts in your neighborhood, your main concern is evacuating before you're trapped, not calling for help that might not arrive in time. The noise at night is different from daytime, but equally relentless. The rumble and creak of wagon wheels on stone or dirt, the shouts of drivers trying to navigate through the dark, the sounds of people fighting or arguing or just being loud, dogs barking, cats fighting, rats scurrying through garbage, people yelling from windows, either fighting with family or yelling warnings about waste disposal, music from taverns where people are still drinking. The city never really sleeps. It just shifts into a different kind of chaos after dark. Let's talk about the animals, because Rome's streets are full of them. Donkeys and mules used for transportation and hauling goods, horses pulling carts and carrying wealthy riders, dogs, both pets and strays, running around, cats everywhere because Romans love cats and also need them for rodent control, chickens and other fowl being transported to market or kept by people in their apartments, pigs rooting through garbage. All of these animals are producing waste constantly, adding to the general filth of the street surface. Animal droppings are everywhere. Horses produce a lot of manure, and they're dropping it wherever they happen to be when nature calls. Nobody's cleaning this up, it just sits in the street being stepped on, being mixed into the mud, becoming part of the general surface material. In dry weather it dries and turns to dust, becoming airborne, which means you're breathing it. In wet weather it becomes a slippery hazard, making the already treacherous walking surface even more dangerous. Stray dogs can be dangerous, especially in packs. They're hungry, and sometimes aggressive. They might view you as a threat or a potential source of food. Getting bitten by a dog in ancient Rome is serious because rabies exists, and wound infection is almost guaranteed, and medical treatment is terrible. You try to avoid dogs when possible, give them space, don't make sudden movements. Most of the time they leave you alone, but sometimes they don't, and then you're dealing with an angry dog in a narrow street with nowhere to run. The rats are their own nightmare. Roman rats are huge and bold and everywhere. They feast on the garbage in the streets, the grain stores, the food in markets, everything. They're not afraid of people. They'll walk right past you, sometimes over your feet if you're standing still. At night, when the streets are quieter, they come out in force. You can hear them moving through the dark, scurrying and squeaking. Sometimes you feel them brush against your legs as they pass. It's disgusting and unsettling, and there's nothing you can do about it, because the rats are winning the war for control of Rome's streets. The market streets are their own special chaos. During the day, markets are crowded with vendors setting up stalls, shouting their wares, haggling with customers. The noise is incredible. Everyone is trying to be heard over everyone else, creating a wall of sound that makes conversation difficult and thought nearly impossible. Merchants are aggressive in trying to attract customers, grabbing at people passing by, calling out deals, sometimes literally pulling people toward their stalls. The smell in market areas is intensely complex. Fresh fish going bad in the sun, rotting vegetables, spilled wine, animal carcasses being butchered, flowers and herbs from vendors selling plants. The cumulative effect is overwhelming, a smell you can almost see, thick and cloying. Your nose doesn't know whether to be attracted to the food smells or repulsed by the rot smells, so it settles on confused disgust. The ground in markets is slippery with various liquids and organic matter. Fish guts and scales, spoiled produce, spilled oils, blood from butchers, all of it mixed into a paste that coats the street surface. Walking through a market requires careful foot placement to avoid slipping and falling into the muck. Your sandals get completely disgusting, covered in market waste that you'll be tracking around for the rest of the day. Street vendors without permanent stalls add to the chaos. They carry their goods on their backs or in baskets, moving through the crowd, selling whatever they have. Some of them are legitimate merchants with actual goods. Others are running scams, selling fake or stolen merchandise. You have to be constantly alert to avoid getting ripped off or robbed under the guise of a transaction. Beggars are everywhere, especially near markets and wealthy areas where people with money congregate. Some are disabled veterans, former soldiers who were broken by military service and now survive on charity. Some are elderly people with no family support and no ability to work. Some are children, orphaned or abandoned. They ask everyone who passes for coins or food. Most people ignore them because giving to one beggar attracts others, and you can't help everyone. The moral weight of walking past suffering people every day is something you try not to think about too much. Street performers entertain crowds in hopes of earning tips. Musicians playing various instruments, actors performing short scenes, acrobats and jugglers showing off skills, storytellers recounting popular tales or news from around the empire. Some of these performers are genuinely talented, Others are desperate people doing whatever they can to earn coins. You might stop to watch if you have a moment and feel generous, but usually you're too tired and broke and hurried to spare attention for entertainment. Prostitutes solicit clients on many street corners, especially near taverns and in poorer neighbourhoods. Sex work is legal in Rome and relatively common. These women, and they're almost always women, are usually poor and doing this work because other options are limited or non-existent. They call out to passing men, offer prices, negotiate services. It's transactional and sad, another symptom of a society where poverty forces people into desperate choices. You walk past without making eye contact, one more human tragedy you can't afford to engage with. The hierarchy of street usage is brutally obvious. Wealthy Romans expect everyone to move out of their way. Litters get right of way. Important-looking people in togas get deference. Poor people like you are expected to move aside, press yourself against the wall, make room for your betters. If you don't move fast enough, you might get shoved or hit. The streets, like everything else in Rome, reflect the social hierarchy. Your place is at the bottom, and the streets remind you of that constantly. Religious processions add periodic chaos to the regular chaos. When there's a festival or holiday, which is frequently because Romans have a lot of gods and a lot of festivals, religious processions move through the streets. Priests and priestesses, musicians and dancers, animals being led to sacrifice, crowds of worshippers. These processions take priority over everything. All other street activity stops while they pass. You wait, pressed against a wall or in a doorway, until the procession goes by. This can take a while, and if you're trying to get somewhere too bad, you're waiting. Public punishments sometimes occur in the streets. Criminals being marched to execution or to the arena. Slaves being punished publicly as a warning to others. These spectacles draw crowds of onlookers, blocking the street, creating another obstacle to navigate around. The Romans believe in public punishment as deterrence, which means you regularly witness violence and suffering as part of your daily commute. It's normalizing brutality, making violence a background feature of urban life. Construction projects close or narrow streets unpredictably. Rome is constantly building and rebuilding. A street that was clear yesterday might have scaffolding across it today. You have to find alternate routes, which means navigating through unfamiliar areas, which increases your chances of getting lost or robbed, or walking into a dangerous neighbourhood. There's no warning system, no signs announcing upcoming construction. You just arrive and find your usual route blocked and have to improvise. The street surface is full of hazards beyond the obvious ones we've discussed. Broken pottery shards that can cut through your sandals, loose stones that turn your ankle, holes and ruts that trip you, metal scraps from various workshops, broken glass if you're near wealthy areas that actually have glass. Every step is potentially dangerous. You develop a walking style that's part careful placement and part constant awareness, your eyes always scanning the ground ahead while also watching for aerial hazards and other pedestrians. Corner areas where streets intersect are particularly chaotic because traffic from multiple directions converges with no system for managing flow. People just push through, trying to get wherever they're going, creating knots of humanity that take time to untangle. If you're in a hurry, these intersections are frustrating. If you're not in a hurry, they're still frustrating because you can't just stand there. You're being pushed and shoved by the crowd. The wealthier neighbourhoods have better street conditions, obviously. Paved streets, proper drainage, less garbage, less chaos. But you don't walk through wealthy neighbourhoods much because you have no business there, and you might be questioned by authorities about what you're doing in an area where you clearly don't belong. Class segregation is enforced partly through architecture and infrastructure. The good streets are for good people, and you're not good people by Roman standards. Bridges over the Tiber are choke points where traffic concentrates. Rome has several bridges connecting different parts of the city, and everyone needs to use them. The bridges become packed with people and vehicles, creating massive slowdowns. You might wait a long time just to get across the river. The bridges are also popular spots for pickpockets and scammers who take advantage of the crowded conditions and the fact that people can't easily move away. The Tiber itself is visible from the bridges and from streets near the river, and it's disgusting. The river serves as Rome's ultimate drainage solution. Everything flows into it eventually. Sewage from the Cloaca Maxima, industrial waste, garbage, dead animals, sometimes dead people. The river is brown and thick and smells terrible. In summer, when the water level drops, the exposed riverbanks reveal accumulated filth that makes the normal smell even worse. This is Rome's river, the waterway that helps define the city, and it's basically an open sewer. Public fountains are critical infrastructure because they're where most people get their drinking water. The fountains are fed by the aqueducts, that justifiably famous Roman engineering achievement. But the fountains themselves are chaotic social spaces. There are always crowds of people filling jugs and containers. There's jostling for position. There are arguments about cutting in line. The water is flowing continuously, which is good for hygiene relatively speaking, but the basin where it collects gets dirty from people's containers and hands. Still, this is your water source, so you fill your jug when you can and hope for the best. The water from the fountains is probably the safest water available to you, but safest is relative. It's been flowing through lead pipes, which is slowly poisoning everyone. It's been sitting in holding tanks where stuff grows. It's been in basins that are only cleaned occasionally. You boil it when possible, or mix it with wine to make it safer, but you can't always do that. Sometimes you just drink it straight and hope you don't get sick. Waterborne diseases are common. Everyone has digestive issues regularly. It's just part of life. Street corners sometimes have small shrines to various gods, little spots where people leave offerings or say quick prayers. These shrines are important to people, providing a sense of connection to the divine in the chaos of urban life. You might stop at one if you're feeling particularly desperate or grateful, leave a small offering if you have anything to give, say a prayer for protection, or health, or just survival. Religion provides some comfort in a world that's generally uncomfortable, even if it doesn't actually solve any of your practical problems. Graffiti covers walls throughout Rome. Political slogans, insults, declarations of love, crude jokes, advertisements. The Romans are enthusiastic graffiti artists, carving or painting their thoughts on any available surface. It's a form of communication and self-expression in a society where most people can't read or write well. Walking through the streets means reading a running commentary on Roman life, assuming you're literate enough to read the graffiti, which you might not be because education is expensive. The sheer density of humanity in Rome's streets is overwhelming by modern standards. Rome at its peak has over 1 million residents crammed into a relatively small area. The streets are almost always crowded. Even early in the morning or late at night there are people around. You're never really alone. The constant press of humanity is exhausting, psychologically draining, making you long for space and quiet that don't exist in this city. By the time you make it home after walking through all of this, you're dirty, tired, possibly injured from various street hazards, and definitely traumatized by the experience. Your tunic is filthy, your sandals are disgusting, you smell like the streets, which is not a compliment, and you get to do this again tomorrow, navigating the same dangerous, chaotic, filthy streets, because you have to work and work is not located conveniently in your building. The streets of Rome are a perfect metaphor for the city itself, impressive from a distance, in terms of size and scope and ambition, impressive in certain specific ways, like the engineering of the aqueducts and sewers, but up close, on the ground level, actually experiencing them day to day, they're dangerous and chaotic and filthy and exhausting. They're hostile to human well-being in ways that are systematic and inescapable, and they're your reality every single day, just one more layer of difficulty in a life that's already impossibly hard. Welcome to urban planning, Roman style, where the infrastructure serves the empire but not necessarily the people living in it. Now, if you'll excuse me, you need to check yourself for injuries and clean off the street filth before collapsing for a few hours of troubled sleep before doing this all over again tomorrow. Just another day in paradise, where paradise is loud, smells terrible, and might kill you during your commute. Let's talk about water, because the Romans are genuinely proud of their water system, and they have every right to be, from a certain perspective. The aqueducts are marvels of engineering, massive stone structures carrying water from distant sources into the city, using nothing but gravity and precise mathematical calculations to maintain flow over distances of dozens of miles. They're impressive. They're beautiful even. They're one of Rome's greatest achievements, visible proof of Roman engineering superiority, and they're slowly killing everyone who drinks from them. The problem isn't the aqueducts themselves, which are made of stone and concrete and work exactly as designed. The problem is what happens after the water arrives in Rome. The problem is the pipes, because once water enters the city's distribution system, it flows through pipes made of lead. Miles and miles of lead pipes, carrying water to public fountains and wealthy homes, lead dissolving into the water every moment of every day, turning Rome's water supply into a slow-acting poison delivery system. Now, To be fair to the Romans, they don't know this is a problem. Germ theory won't be discovered for another 18 centuries. The concept that invisible particles in water can cause disease is not something anyone has figured out yet. Lead poisoning is even less understood. The Romans know that lead workers sometimes get sick. They've noticed that people who work with lead full-time develop strange symptoms, but they haven't made the connection between lead in the water supply and the general population's health problems. Why would they? The water looks clean. It tastes fine, mostly. It's coming from pure springs in the hills. How could it be dangerous? Lead is chosen for plumbing specifically because it's an excellent material for the purpose. It's soft enough to shape easily but strong enough to last. It doesn't rust like iron. It can be moulded and soldered to create watertight seals. From a purely engineering standpoint, lead is perfect for pipes. The name plumbing literally comes from the Latin word for lead, plumbum, because the Romans used so much of it. They're plumbing pioneers, which would be great if they'd chosen literally any other material. The wealthy homes have lead pipes bringing water directly into their houses, which seems like a luxury, and it is, in the sense that you don't have to walk to a public fountain. But it also means the wealthy are getting the most concentrated dose of lead because the water sits in their home pipes, giving the lead more time to leach into it. The poor, like you, have to get water from public fountains, which also use lead pipes, but at least the water is flowing continuously, so maybe slightly less lead concentration. This is one of the few cases where being poor might actually be marginally healthier, though marginally healthier is doing a lot of work in that sentence. Every time you drink water in Rome, you're consuming lead. Every time you cook with water, lead. Every time you wash your hands or face, lead exposure through your skin, though less than drinking. The lead accumulates in your body over time. It stores in your bones and your organs. It crosses the blood-brain barrier and damages your nervous system. It causes cognitive impairment, behavioral changes, reduced intelligence, memory problems. It affects fertility, causing miscarriages and stillbirths. It causes abdominal pain, headaches, fatigue, irritability. It's slowly degrading every system in your body, and you have no idea it's happening because the water seems fine. The symptoms of chronic lead poisoning are vague enough that they're easily attributed to other causes. You feel tired all the time? Well, you're working 14 hours a day and barely eating. Of course you're tired. You have frequent headaches. That's probably from the stress and the terrible air quality and the constant noise. You're having trouble concentrating. You're exhausted and malnourished and living in constant stress. Your stomach hurts a lot. Your diet is terrible and food safety is non-existent. Every symptom of lead poisoning has other plausible explanations in the context of your life, so nobody connects the dots. The cognitive effects of lead poisoning are particularly insidious. Lead affects brain development in children and brain function in adults. It reduces IQ, impairs learning and memory, causes behavioral problems. Some historians have theorized that lead poisoning contributed to the fall of the Roman Empire by degrading the cognitive abilities of the ruling class, who had the most exposure to lead from their home plumbing and their lead-glazed pottery and their lead-sweetened wine. Whether or not that's true, it's definitely making your life harder by making you slightly stupider and more forgetful and less able to think clearly, on top of all your other problems. The fertility effects are devastating. Lead causes miscarriages, stillbirths, and infant mortality at rates that would be shocking if anyone understood what was causing them. Roman infant mortality is extremely high for many reasons, but lead poisoning is definitely contributing. Women who do successfully carry pregnancies to term often give birth to children who are already damaged by lead exposure in the womb, leading to developmental problems and learning disabilities. The next generation is being poisoned before they are even born, creating a cycle of health problems that compounds over time. The Romans do notice that some water sources seem to cause more health problems than others. There are complaints in historical records about water from certain aqueducts making people sick or tasting strange. But they attribute this to the source of the water, maybe something about the springs themselves, not to the delivery system. They sometimes prefer older wooden or ceramic pipes when available, but lead is more durable and easier to work with, so it dominates the system. They're slowly replacing safer materials with more dangerous ones, thinking they're upgrading. Some wealthy Romans drink exclusively wine instead of water, which they consider more civilized anyway. Wine is safer than water in some ways because the alcohol kills some bacteria. But the wealthy also often drink wine that's been sweetened with something called sapa or defrutum, which is grape juice that's been boiled down in lead vessels. The lead leaches into the syrup, creating an incredibly concentrated lead poison that's then added to wine to make it sweeter. So the wealthy are avoiding the lead in water only to consume even more lead in their fancy sweetened wine. You can't afford fancy wine, so you're stuck with water and cheap sour wine, which is actually the healthier choice even though it tastes worse. The lead exposure isn't limited to water. Lead is used in cosmetics, particularly face powder and eye makeup. Lead is used in cooking vessels and serving dishes. Lead is used in weights and seals and various tools. The Romans are surrounded by lead, using it constantly, breathing lead dust, touching lead objects, consuming lead in various forms. The water is just the most consistent and widespread source of exposure, ensuring that everyone, regardless of class or occupation, is being poisoned continuously. Children are especially vulnerable to lead poisoning. Their developing brains and bodies absorb lead more readily and suffer more severe effects. Roman children are being exposed to lead from the moment they're born, drinking it in their mother's milk, which contains lead from the mother's exposure, then drinking it in water, then playing with lead toys, then eventually joining the adult world where lead exposure continues. They never have a chance to develop normally. Their potential is being stolen by a metal in the water system. The long-term population effects of widespread lead poisoning are hard to quantify, but probably significant. Reduced intelligence across the population, increased rates of mental illness, higher aggression and behavioral problems, reduced fertility leading to population decline. All of these are happening in Rome, and while there are many causes, lead is definitely contributing. The empire is literally poisoning itself with its own infrastructure, and it has no idea. Now let's talk about the public baths, because if you thought the water situation couldn't get worse, you were adorably optimistic. The Romans love their baths. Public bathing is a huge part of Roman culture. The thermae, these massive public bath complexes, are social centres where people gather to bathe, exercise, socialise, conduct business, just hang out. They're genuinely impressive facilities with hot rooms and cold rooms and warm rooms and swimming pools and exercise areas. The architecture is beautiful, the engineering that heats the water, and the rooms is sophisticated, and the hygiene situation is absolutely horrifying. The public baths are cheap enough that even poor people like you can afford to go occasionally. The entrance fee is minimal because the empire subsidises the baths as a public service. This is great for social equality and public health in theory. Everyone deserves access to bathing facilities. In practice, it means the baths are crowded with hundreds or thousands of people, all using the same water, creating perfect conditions for disease transmission. The water in the bath pools is not changed daily. It's expensive and time-consuming to drain and refill these massive pools. In smaller neighbourhood baths, the water might be changed once a week if you're lucky. In larger public baths, the water might circulate slowly with some fresh water added, but the same base water might sit for days or even weeks. There's no chlorination, no filtration, no disinfection of any kind. The water is just sitting there, being used by hundreds of people, accumulating everything those people bring into it. Think about what goes into that bath water. Sweat from everyone who enters, dirt and dust from their bodies and hair, skin cells, millions of them, sloughing off into the water, oils from skin and hair. Whatever diseases people are carrying, because sick people don't stop going to the baths, they don't have a concept of quarantine or staying home when ill. Bodily fluids of various kinds, because not everyone gets out of the pool to use the latrine, and even those who do aren't exactly clean when they come back. Bacteria, viruses, parasites, fungi, all of it mixing together in warm water that's basically a perfect incubator for pathogens. The temperature of the bath water makes everything worse. The hot rooms are genuinely hot, hot enough that the warm water becomes a breeding ground for thermophilic bacteria that thrive in warm environments. The cool pools are cool enough to be refreshing but still warm enough for microbial growth. There's no temperature that's actually safe. Hot enough to kill bacteria would be too hot for humans to tolerate. Cool enough to slow bacterial growth would be too cold for comfortable bathing. The Romans have picked temperatures that are perfect for human comfort and perfect for pathogen proliferation. You enter the baths through a changing room where you remove your clothes and leave them in a cubby, or with an attendant if you can afford the tip. Theft is common because of course it is. Your clothes might be gone when you come back or rifled through, or you might find someone wearing them. You try to bring as little as possible and keep an eye on your belongings, but there's no good solution. The attendants are underpaid and not particularly motivated to prevent theft. The bathing process typically involves moving through different temperature rooms. You might start in the warm room to adjust to the heat, then into the hot room where you sweat out impurities, or that's the theory anyway, then into the hot bath to soak, maybe a cold plunge afterward to close your pores, then back to the warm room to gradually cool down. At each stage you're sharing water or air with dozens or hundreds of other people, all at varying levels of cleanliness, all contributing their personal ecosystem of microorganisms to the communal environment. The Romans do have some concept of hygiene. They scrape their skin with curved metal tools called strigils, removing dirt and dead skin and oil. This would be more effective if the strigils were cleaned between uses, but they're often just rinsed in the bathwater, spreading whatever was on the previous person's skin to yours. Some people bring their own strigils, which is smarter but doesn't completely solve the problem, since you're still bathing in the communal water. Oil is used for cleansing since soap isn't common. You rub oil on your skin, let it sit and absorb dirt, then scrape it off with the strigil. The scraped off oil and dirt goes into the bath water, or onto the floor, or just wherever, adding to the general filth. Some bath complexes have drains that are supposed to carry away wastewater, but the drains are often clogged or insufficient, so water pools on the floor, mixing with dropped oil and dirt and whatever else, creating a slippery, hazardous surface. The pools themselves are decorated beautifully in wealthy baths. Marble, mosaics, statues. It's aesthetically impressive. But beauty doesn't make water clean. The stunning architecture is housing a biological disaster. You're soaking in water that's been used by hundreds of people, water that hasn't been changed in days, water that contains everything those people brought with them, including diseases you definitely don't want to catch. Skin infections are incredibly common among bathgoers. Fungal infections thrive in the warm, moist environment. Bacterial infections spread through the water and through contact with contaminated surfaces. Parasites can be transmitted through the water, including some truly unpleasant intestinal parasites that will make your already difficult digestive situation much worse. Eye infections spread rapidly in bath environments. Ear infections from getting the contaminated water in your ears. Respiratory infections from breathing the warm, humid air that's full of aerosolized bacteria. The pools are divided by gender typically, men and women bathing at different times or in different sections. This is for modesty rather than hygiene. It does nothing to improve the sanitation situation. Women face additional hygiene challenges related to menstruation, which they manage with cloth rags that can't be completely cleaned and which might be washed in the bathwater, further contaminating it. Nobody thinks this is a problem because nobody understands disease transmission. Some baths have swimming pools, large areas where people can actually swim rather than just soak. These are popular and also incredibly unsanitary. All the problems of the soaking pools except multiplied because more water means more room for contamination, and the water circulates as people swim, mixing everything together. Kids urinate in the pools because they're kids and they don't want to get out. Adults probably do too when they think nobody's watching. The swimming pools are basically giant toilets with extra steps, but they're fun so people keep using them. The hot rooms, the caldarium, are heated by Hippocurse systems where hot air from furnaces circulates under the floor and through the walls. This is genuinely impressive technology. It's also hot enough to make you dizzy and faint if you stay too long. People pass out regularly. The heat combined with the humidity and the crowding and the poor air quality creates an environment where heat exhaustion is common. There are attendants to help revive people who faint, which tells you this is a regular occurrence. But people keep using the hot rooms because that's what you do at the baths. The cold plunge pools, the frigidarium, are supposed to be refreshing after the heat. They're cold enough to be shocking, which is invigorating in theory. They're also still communal water that hasn't been changed recently and that everyone is sharing. The cold temperature slows bacterial growth somewhat but doesn't prevent it. You're still bathing in other people's filth, it's just cold filth instead of warm filth. The shock of cold water after extreme heat is also hard on your cardiovascular system, causing problems for people with heart conditions. Not that anyone understands heart conditions well enough to avoid this. The exercise areas, the palestra, are part of many bath complexes. People work out, wrestle, play various ball games, all while sweaty and mostly naked. The exercise equipment is shared, the floor is shared, everyone's sweat is mixing together. After exercising, people go into the baths bringing all their workout sweat and dirt into the water. This is considered normal and healthy. The connection between exercise and cleanliness, yes, but also between exercise and introducing more contamination into the baths, not so much. Massage is available at many baths, provided by professional masseurs or by slaves. This can feel good, but it's also another transmission vector for skin conditions and infections. The massage oils are reused. The tables are used by multiple people without cleaning between clients. The masseur's hands touch dozens of people per day, spreading whatever anyone has to everyone else. If you have the money for a massage, it might feel nice, but you're also taking a gamble with your health. The social aspect of bathing is important to Romans. This is where people meet friends, conduct business, gossip, make connections. The baths are social equalizers to some extent, where different classes mix and mingle. Everyone is naked or nearly naked, which theoretically makes everyone equal. In practice, wealthy people still act superior and have better access to amenities and private rooms, but there's more mixing than in most other parts of Roman life. This social function is valuable, but it comes at the cost of disease transmission, as people from different neighborhoods and backgrounds share water and air and space. Some baths have libraries or lecture halls attached. You can listen to a philosopher or poet while you're bathing, which is culturally sophisticated. You're absorbing intellectual enlightenment and also bacteria, a balanced education. The Romans pride themselves on combining physical and mental health, the healthy body and healthy mind ideal. If only they could add healthy water to that equation, they'd really be onto something. Food and drink are available at many bath complexes. Vendors sell snacks and wine. People eat while bathing or between bath sessions. Crumbs and spills end up in the water or on the floors. Drunk people in the baths are common, which increases the likelihood of accidents and inappropriate behaviour, and also vomiting, which sometimes happens in the pools because drunk people don't always make it out in time. The combination of food, alcohol and communal bathing creates a party atmosphere that's fun but hygienically questionable. The bath complexes are crowded at popular times, usually late afternoon and evening after people finish work. The pools are packed with bodies, the rooms are full of people, you're in constant physical contact with strangers, which in a population with poor hygiene and high disease rates is concerning. Personal space doesn't exist. You're pressed up against people you don't know, sharing water and air and probably diseases. It's intimate in ways that would make modern germaphobes have panic attacks. Slave attendants do various jobs at the baths. They maintain the fires for the heating system. They provide towels and strigils. They clean, theoretically, though the standards for clean are pretty low. They guard the changing rooms, again theoretically. These slaves are overworked and underpaid, which is to say they're slaves so they're not paid at all, and they're not particularly invested in doing a thorough job. The maintenance is minimal, the cleaning is cursory, the baths run on minimal upkeep and maximum use. Some bath complexes are fancier than others. The imperial baths are massive and beautifully decorated. Neighbourhood baths are smaller and more basic, but all of them share the same fundamental hygiene problems. Communal water that isn't changed often enough, no disinfection, no understanding of disease transmission, crowding. The fancy baths might have nicer mosaics, but they don't have cleaner water. Women's bathing times or spaces are often more crowded than men's because women have fewer hours available or less space allotted. This means women are bathing in even more contaminated conditions, more people per volume of water, more body contact, more disease exposure. Women also use the baths for hair removal, using various methods including sharp blades and caustic chemicals, sometimes causing cuts or burns, which then get exposed to the contaminated bathwater. Infection is common. Children come to the baths with their parents. They play in the water, they splash, they're kids. They also have less developed immune systems and are more vulnerable to the diseases circulating in the bath environment. Child mortality is already high in Rome for many reasons, and bathing in disease-infested water definitely doesn't help. But bathing is considered healthy, so parents bring their children, unknowingly exposing them to serious health risks. The Romans believe bathing is good for health, and in some ways it is. Regular bathing removes dirt and sweat. The social interaction is good for mental health. The heat can soothe sore muscles. But the benefits are largely negated by the disease transmission happening in the unsanitary conditions. You might enter the baths dirty and leave cleanish, but you're also probably leaving with some new microorganisms that weren't part of your personal ecosystem before. Some people bathe daily because they can afford it and they believe it's healthy. These are the people most exposed to the diseases in the bathwater. Other people bathe less frequently, maybe once a week or even less, because they can't afford the time or the small entrance fee. These people are exposed less but are also less clean generally. There's no winning strategy here. Bathe often and get exposed to diseases regularly. Bathe rarely and live in your own accumulated filth. Both options are bad. The water supply for the baths comes from the same aqueduct system as drinking water, which means it's also been flowing through lead pipes, so you're bathing in lead-contaminated water. Lead can be absorbed through skin, especially warm wet skin in a hot bath. You're getting lead exposure from drinking water and from bathing, doubling down on the poisoning. The Romans think they're being clean and healthy. They're actually being slowly poisoned in multiple ways simultaneously. Some bath complexes recycle water from the baths to flush the public toilets, which is resource efficient but also means toilet wastewater might flow back into the system somehow, through leaks or design flaws. The Romans are good engineers, but plumbing is complex and mistakes happen. Cross-contamination between bath water and sewage is possible, and probably occurs more often than anyone realizes. Not that anyone would notice, since the bath water is already contaminated with everything else. Attendants scrape the oils and dirt from the floors and walls of the baths periodically. This sludge is sometimes collected and sold as a product. People buy it for various purposes, including medicine, because the Romans believed sweat and oil from athletes has healing properties. So not only are you bathing in other people's filth, some of that filth is being packaged and sold as a health product. The logic is fascinating in a horrifying sort of way. Rich people sometimes have private baths in their homes, which is the only genuinely hygienic bathing option in Rome. They can control who uses the water, how often it's changed, and maintain it to their standards. But even wealthy home baths still use lead pipes and aren't perfectly sanitary. And most people can't afford private baths, so public baths are the only option. The choice is between the dangerous public baths or basically not bathing, and not bathing comes with its own health problems, so people choose the baths and take their chances. The medical community, such as it is, recommends bathing for various health conditions. Different water temperatures are thought to treat different ailments. Doctors prescribe bath regimens for their patients. The medical advice is well-intentioned but based on completely wrong theories about health and disease. Following your doctor's advice about bathing might actually make you sicker by exposing you to more pathogens, but you don't know that, and your doctor doesn't know that, so everyone is trying their best with completely inadequate information. The psychological experience of the baths is interesting, because it's one of the few places where you can relax, relatively speaking. After a brutal day of work, sinking into warm water feels good. Your muscles unclench, you float. The heat is soothing. For a little while, you're not thinking about your problems, you're just existing in the moment, enjoying the physical sensation of warmth and buoyancy. This mental health benefit is real and valuable, even if the physical health risks are significant. The baths are also one of the few places where poor people can experience a bit of luxury. The buildings are beautiful, the facilities are sophisticated, you're in a space that's ornate and well-maintained, using advanced technology, feeling like you're part of civilization at its finest. For the few hours you're there, you're not just a poor worker grinding through existence, you're a Roman citizen enjoying one of Rome's great public amenities. The psychological boost is real, even if the long-term health consequences are also real. Some people spend hours at the baths, basically living there when they're not working. It's warm in winter, it's a social space, there's food and drink available. It beats sitting in your dark, cold, cramped room. The baths become a refuge, a place to escape the misery of daily life. The fact that you're slowly poisoning yourself with lead water and exposing yourself to diseases doesn't diminish the immediate comfort and social benefits. Humans are good at ignoring long-term consequences in favor of short-term relief. The infrastructure required to run the baths is impressive. The aqueducts bringing in water, the furnaces heating the water and rooms, the complex system of pipes and chambers and vents, the architectural design that makes it all work. The Romans have created something genuinely sophisticated. They've just done it without understanding disease, without knowing about lead poisoning, without effective methods of water treatment. It's like building a nuclear reactor before discovering radiation. The engineering is impressive, but the application has serious unintended consequences. After your bath, you emerge cleaner than when you entered, theoretically. In practice, you've exchanged your own dirt for a sample of everyone else's microbiome. You've been exposed to lead, bacteria, viruses, fungi, parasites, and whatever else was in that water. You've spent money you couldn't really afford on an experience that felt good, but might make you sick. You dry off with a towel that's been used by multiple people, or with your own tunic if you couldn't afford a towel. You get dressed, assuming your clothes are still there, and head back out into the streets. The walk home after the baths is strange because you feel clean, which is novel and pleasant, but you're walking through the same filthy streets we discussed earlier. Your clean skin is immediately exposed to dirty air. Your damp hair collects dust. By the time you get home, you're already accumulating new layers of grime. The cleanliness from the bath is temporary, lasting maybe a few hours before the city's filth reclaims you. But those few hours of feeling clean are valuable in a life where clean is rare. You might feel sick in the day or days after visiting the baths, maybe a stomach bug, maybe a skin rash, maybe a respiratory infection. You attribute it to bad luck or divine displeasure or the air quality or your terrible diet. It doesn't occur to you that the baths made you sick because the baths are supposed to make you healthy. The cultural belief that bathing is good for you is so strong that contradictory evidence is explained away. This is why bad practices can persist for centuries. Everyone believes the thing is good, so when bad outcomes occur, they're attributed to something else. The Roman water system, both for drinking and bathing, is a perfect example of how a society can be advanced in some ways while completely missing critical knowledge in others. The engineering is sophisticated, the infrastructure is impressive, the social organization required to build and maintain these systems is complex. But without understanding chemistry and biology and disease transmission, all of this sophistication is built on a foundation of ignorance that undermines its benefits. The aqueducts deliver poison, the baths spread disease. Progress in one area doesn't guarantee wisdom in others. Welcome to Roman public health, where impressive infrastructure meets complete ignorance of actual health science, where the cure is often worse than the disease, and where trying to stay clean might actually make you sick. The water that sustains the empire is slowly killing its people, one lead molecule at a time, one bath session at a time, and nobody knows, and nobody will know for 2,000 years. Sleep tight with that thought. Let's talk about what happens when you get sick or injured in ancient Rome, because eventually you will. Everyone does. Between the terrible working conditions, the contaminated water, the unsanitary living spaces, the disease-spreading public baths, the dangerous streets, and the general hazards of existing in a city that's actively trying to kill you, illness and injury are not questions of if but when, and when that moment comes, when you need medical attention, you're going to discover that Roman medicine is less healing art, and more, things we try and hope something works eventually. The Romans do have doctors. Medicine is a recognized profession. There are people who dedicate their lives to studying the human body and treating ailments. Some of them are genuinely skilled and knowledgeable within the limitations of their era. The problem is that those limitations are enormous. Roman medical knowledge is based on theories that are fundamentally wrong about how the body works, combined with practical experience that's useful but incomplete, all wrapped up in a complete absence of the tools and knowledge that make modern medicine effective. The foundational theory of Roman medicine comes from Greek physicians, particularly the humoral theory. This theory states that the body contains 4 humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and that health requires these humours to be in balance. When you're sick, it's because your humours are imbalanced, and the treatment is to restore balance, usually by removing whatever humour is in excess. This theory is wrong, completely wrong. But it's the best explanation anyone has come up with for how the body works, so it's what doctors use to guide their treatments. The humoral theory leads to some interesting treatment approaches. Fever? You have too much heat, so you need cooling treatments. Pale and weak? You're lacking blood, so you need warming foods and maybe some iron. Congested? Too much phlegm, better purge that out. The logic is internally consistent if you accept the premise. The problem is the premise is based on no actual understanding of disease, infection, cellular biology, or basically anything that actually matters for health. Let's start with something relatively common. A toothache. Your tooth hurts. In the modern world, this means a trip to the dentist, maybe a filling or a root canal, some local anaesthetic so you don't feel anything, antibiotics if there's an infection, pain medication to manage discomfort. You're uncomfortable for a few days and then you're fine. In ancient Rome, a toothache is a journey into suffering that makes you question whether the pain is worse than the cure. Roman dentistry is primitive at best and absent at worst. There are no drills, no fillings, no way to actually treat a cavity or infected tooth. The options are basically live with the pain until it goes away or gets worse, or have the tooth extracted. That's it. Those are your choices. And extraction isn't like modern extraction where you get numbed up and the dentist carefully removes the tooth with proper tools. Roman tooth extraction is, let's grab this tooth with pliers and pull until it comes out, hopefully without breaking. There's no anesthesia. None. The concept of making someone unconscious or numb for a medical procedure doesn't exist in any reliable form. Some physicians might give you wine to drink, which helps a little with pain, and a lot with not caring about pain, but you're still conscious and feeling everything. Some might use opium if it's available, which was used medicinally and does help with pain, but it's expensive and not reliably accessible to poor people. Most likely you're getting your tooth pulled while fully aware of every sensation. The extraction process is brutal. You sit or lie down. Someone holds your head still because you're going to be moving involuntarily when the pain hits. The physician or barber surgeon, because dentistry isn't a separate profession, and sometimes the person who cuts hair also pulls teeth, grabs the offending tooth with metal forceps. These forceps are not precision instruments. They're basically pliers. The physician wiggles and pulls, trying to get the tooth to come loose from your jaw. You're screaming. Everyone around you is used to screaming patients, so they barely notice. The tooth might come out cleanly, or it might break, leaving roots behind that will cause more problems later. If the tooth breaks during extraction, which happens often because teeth are harder to remove than people expect, you now have tooth fragments embedded in your jaw. The physician might try to dig them out with various sharp implements, which is excruciating, or they might decide it's not worth the effort and just leave the fragments, which will definitely get infected and cause more pain later. Either way, you're having a bad time. The wound in your mouth is now open and bleeding, and will definitely get infected because nothing is sterile and your mouth is full of bacteria. After extraction, your aftercare consists of good luck. There's no prescription for antibiotics, no follow-up appointment, no pain medication beyond more wine. You're told to rinse your mouth with salt water or maybe some herbal concoction, which might help a little with the infection, or might do nothing. The socket where your tooth was will take weeks to heal, during which time eating is agonizing and infection is likely. Some people die from tooth infections that spread to their jaw and bloodstream. A toothache can literally kill you. If you choose to live with the toothache instead of extraction, you're choosing ongoing pain that might last months. The tooth will probably abscess, creating a pocket of infection that swells and hurts even worse. It might drain on its own, providing temporary relief before filling with infection again. It might eventually kill the nerve, at which point the pain stops, but the dead tooth is now a permanent source of infection in your mouth. You might lose the tooth eventually anyway when the infection destroys enough bone that it falls out. There's no good option. It's extraction now with guaranteed pain, or ongoing pain with possible death later. Dental hygiene practices don't really exist beyond maybe chewing on a stick to clean your teeth. Toothbrushes haven't been invented. Toothpaste doesn't exist. Some wealthy people use various powders to clean their teeth, sometimes containing abrasive materials that damage enamel. Most people just don't do much dental care, which is why dental problems are so common. The Roman diet, heavy on bread, and often sweetened with honey for those who can afford it, is hard on teeth. Sugar feeds the bacteria that cause cavities. The combination of poor dental hygiene and a cavity-promoting diet means almost everyone has dental problems. Moving on to broken bones, which are also common given the dangerous working conditions in streets. You fall off scaffolding, or get hit by a cart, or slip on the street, and you break your arm. In the modern world, you go to the emergency room, get an X-ray to see the exact nature of the break, get the bone set properly, get a cast, probably some pain medication, and heal up over several weeks with proper support. In Rome, you get none of that. There are no X-rays, so the physician can't see what's happening inside your arm. They have to diagnose by feeling the injury, which hurts tremendously when the area is already painful and swollen. They're trying to determine by touch whether the bone is broken, how bad the break is, whether it's a clean break or a complicated fracture. Their diagnosis is based on experience and guesswork. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. Either way, they're proceeding with imperfect information. Setting the bone involves pulling and manipulating your broken arm to get the bones back into alignment. This is done without anesthesia. You're fully conscious, feeling the broken edges of your bones grinding against each other as someone pulls on your arm. Multiple people might be involved, some holding you down because you're trying to move away from the pain, others doing the actual manipulation. It's torture. It feels like torture. The fact that it's medical treatment doesn't make it hurt less. Once the bone is set, assuming it's been set correctly, which is not guaranteed, they splint it. The splint is made from wooden boards or stiff materials wrapped around your arm to hold the bone in place while it heals. The wrapping is cloth, often not particularly clean, because sterile bandages haven't been invented. The splint is functional, but uncomfortable, and often too tight or too loose. You can't adjust it yourself. You're stuck with however they wrapped it. The healing process takes weeks or months during which you can't use that arm. In a society where you need to work to eat, this is catastrophic. If you're right-handed and you broke your right arm, you can't do your job. If your job requires physical labour, which it probably does, you're out of work until the arm heals. No workers' compensation, no disability benefits, just lost income and mounting expenses. Many people try to work anyway, using their injured arm before it's healed, which can cause the bone to heal incorrectly, leaving them with permanent disability. Infection is a constant risk with any injury. The bandages get dirty. The wound site, if the bone broke through the skin, is exposed to all the bacteria in the environment. There's no concept of keeping wounds sterile, no antibiotics to fight infection. If your broken arm gets infected, the infection can spread, gangrene can set in, amputation might become necessary, which is a whole other nightmare we'll get to. Many people die from infections following broken bones, a death that would be easily prevented with modern antibiotics. The bone might not heal correctly even if everything goes well. The physician's best guess at setting the bone might not have been accurate. The bone might shift while healing if the splint isn't adequate. You might end up with a bone that healed at a wrong angle, leaving you with a crooked arm or limited range of motion. Or the bone might not heal at all, remaining permanently broken, leaving you with a useless arm. Medieval and ancient populations have high rates of healed fractures that set incorrectly, visible in skeletal remains, testament to how often this happened. Now let's talk about infection and disease, because these are the biggest killers in Rome, and medicine has almost no effective tools to combat them. You get a cut at work, maybe from a tool or from falling on something sharp. It's not a big cut, just a few inches long, seems minor. In the modern world, you wash it out, maybe put on some antibiotic ointment and a bandage, and it heals up fine in a week. In Rome, this minor cut can kill you. The wound gets dirty immediately because everything in your environment is dirty. The air is full of particles. The water you use to wash it is contaminated. The cloth you wrap it with isn't sterile. Bacteria enter the wound and start multiplying. Your immune system fights back, causing inflammation and pus formation. The area becomes red and swollen and painful. This is normal wound healing, but it's also the sign that infection is setting in. Roman physicians see the pus and inflammation and think this is good, actually. They believe that pus formation is the body purging bad humours. They call it laudable pus and consider it a positive sign of healing. They're wrong. The pus is a sign of bacterial infection. But without microscopes and without understanding of bacteria, they interpret the body's distress signals as progress. Their treatments are based on this misunderstanding. The physician might recommend poultices made from various herbs and substances. Some of these have mild antiseptic properties by accident. Honey, for instance, is sometimes used, and it does have some antibacterial effects. But most poultices are just plant matter mixed with various liquids, applied to the wound, probably doing nothing helpful, and possibly making things worse by introducing more bacteria. The poultice is left on for days, getting progressively more disgusting as it absorbs wound drainage. If the infection gets worse, the physician might resort to bloodletting. This is a common treatment for many conditions based on the humoral theory. The idea is that you have too much blood, or the blood is corrupted, so removing some will restore balance. The physician makes a cut in your arm and lets blood drain into a bowl, or they might use leeches, which attach and suck blood until they're full. This doesn't help with infection. It actually makes things worse by weakening your body's ability to fight the infection. But it's standard medical practice, so you get bled while your wound gets more infected. Cauterization is another treatment option. If the wound is particularly bad, the physician might decide it needs to be burned. They heat a metal instrument in a fire until it's glowing hot, then apply it directly to the wound. The theory is that heat purifies and stops bleeding and prevents bad humours from accumulating. The reality is that you're being burned, it's incredibly painful, and it's not actually helping with the infection. But it's dramatic and seems like it should work, so physicians do it. The burn damage on top of the infection damage means your wound is now much worse. Some infections spread beyond the original wound site. The bacteria enter your bloodstream causing sepsis. You develop a fever. You feel weak and confused. Your heart races. You might have chills or sweating or both. This is your body's inflammatory response to systemic infection, and it's killing you. Without antibiotics, There's nothing medicine can do. The physician might give you various herbal remedies. They might do more bloodletting. They might pray. None of it works. You either recover on your own if your immune system wins the fight, or you die. Gangrene is the nightmare scenario. If blood flow to a body part is cut off, or if infection becomes severe enough, the tissue dies. It turns black or green. It smells like death because it is death. Your living tissue becoming necrotic while still attached to you. Gangrene is a death sentence if it's not stopped. The only treatment is amputation, removing the dead tissue before the infection spreads further. This brings us to Roman surgery, which is not for the faint of heart or the squeamish. Roman surgical techniques are actually somewhat advanced for their time. Military surgeons have a lot of practice from treating battlefield injuries. They've developed various specialized instruments. They understand some basic anatomical structures from dissecting bodies, but they don't have anesthesia, antiseptics, or antibiotics, which means even the best surgery is traumatic and risky. Amputation is done with the patient fully conscious. They might be given a lot of wine or opium if available, but you're still aware of what's happening. Multiple strong men hold you down because you're going to be thrashing when the pain hits. The surgeon uses a knife to cut through the skin and muscle. They use a bone saw to cut through the bone. You're feeling all of this. The pain is indescribable. People often pass out from shock, which is probably a mercy. The whole procedure takes a while because cutting through a limb is hard work even with sharp tools. The blood loss during amputation is massive. The surgeon ties off major blood vessels with silk thread or uses cauterization to seal the wounds. The hot iron pressed to freshly cut tissue causes a different kind of pain on top of the sawing pain. Many people die from blood loss during or shortly after amputation. Many more die from infection afterward because the stump wound is huge and impossible to keep clean. Successful amputation, where the patient survives and the wound heals, is less common than death. But amputation is still done because the alternative is certain death from spreading gangrene. Childbirth deserves its own discussion because it's incredibly dangerous in the ancient world. Women die in childbirth regularly. Babies die even more often. Modern maternal and infant mortality rates are low thanks to modern medicine. Ancient rates are horrifying. If you're a woman in Rome, pregnancy is a significant mortality risk every single time. There are no prenatal vitamins, no ultrasounds, no way to detect complications before they become emergencies. Labour and delivery happen at home, attended by midwives who are experienced but working with limited knowledge and no medical equipment. If everything goes smoothly, the midwife coaches the mother through labour and catches the baby and everyone survives. But many things can go wrong. The baby can be positioned incorrectly, causing obstructed labour. The mother can hemorrhage. The placenta can detach too early. Infections can develop. The umbilical cord can wrap around the baby's neck. When complications occur, the options are limited. The midwife might try to manually reposition the baby, reaching in to turn them, which is agonizing for the mother and doesn't always work. They might use various herbs to speed labour or stop bleeding, with mixed effectiveness. They might pray because divine intervention is often the best hope available. If the baby is stuck and can't be delivered, both baby and mother might die. Sometimes the midwife makes the call to save the mother by performing embryotomy, cutting up the baby to remove it in pieces, which is exactly as horrible as it sounds. Caesarean sections exist but are usually only done when the mother is already dead or dying. The surgery is intended to save the baby, not the mother. Cutting through the abdominal wall and uterus while the woman is alive and conscious would be unbearably painful and almost certainly fatal from blood loss and infection. There are very few historical accounts of women surviving caesarean section in the ancient world. The name comes from the Lex Caesarea, a Roman law requiring the procedure be performed on dying mothers to save the child, not from Julius Caesar's birth as popular myth claims. Childhood diseases kill vast numbers of children. Measles, mumps, rubella, whooping cough, diphtheria, scarlet fever, all the diseases we vaccinate against in the modern world. Roman children have no protection. These diseases sweep through the population regularly, killing the very young and the weak. Parents expect to lose some of their children. Infant mortality is so high that some families don't fully name children until they survive their first year. The grief is real, but the practical acceptance of child death as normal is a reflection of how common it is. Malaria is endemic in parts of Italy. The disease causes recurring fevers, chills, and weakness. It's called malaria, bad air, because Romans think it's caused by breathing the air from swamps. They're not entirely wrong that swamps are involved, but the mechanism is mosquitoes, not air. There's no treatment. People suffer through recurring bouts of malaria, getting weaker with each episode. Some people die, others survive but remain chronically ill. The disease affects cognitive function and work capacity, making life even harder for those who survive. Tuberculosis, called consumption because it seems to consume the body from within, is a death sentence. The disease causes coughing, weight loss, night sweats, and eventually death. It's contagious, spreading through the air when infected people cough. In crowded Roman housing, TB spreads easily. There's no treatment. People waste away slowly over months or years. The patient and family know what's coming. They just have to watch it happen, unable to do anything to stop the progression. Pneumonia kills quickly, especially in winter. The combination of cold housing, poor nutrition, and lack of effective treatment means a chest cold can turn into pneumonia and death within days. The patient develops a fever, difficulty breathing, chest pain. They might cough up blood. The physician might try various treatments, none of which work against bacterial pneumonia. The patient either recovers on their own or dies, usually within a week. It's quick compared to TB but no less fatal. Parasitic infections are universal. Intestinal worms from contaminated food and water. Tapeworms from undercooked meat. These parasites cause malnutrition, anemia, digestive problems. Roman physicians know about some parasites because they're visible in stool or vomit. Treatments involve various herbs meant to purge the worms, which sometimes works and sometimes just makes you violently ill. The parasites often come back because the source of infection hasn't been addressed. Skin conditions and rashes are common. Fungal infections from the baths. Bacterial infections from cuts and scrapes. Scabies from mites. Lice everywhere. These conditions are uncomfortable and sometimes disfiguring, but usually not fatal. Treatments involve various ointments and salves, some of which might help a little, but without understanding the cause, the treatments are hit or miss. People learn to live with chronic skin problems because making them go away permanently isn't possible. Mental illness is not well understood. The Romans recognized that some people behave strangely or can't function normally, but their explanations involve imbalanced humors, or divine punishment or demonic possession. Treatments range from herbs to bloodletting, to prayer, to physical restraint. There's no therapy, no medication, no compassionate treatment for what we'd now recognize as conditions like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or severe depression. People with mental illness are often marginalized, sometimes abandoned by family, sometimes exploited or abused. Pain management is primitive. Opium exists and works, but it's expensive and not always available. Willow bark contains salicylic acid, the precursor to aspirin, and does help with pain and fever, but the dose is unpredictable and the effect is mild. Wine helps by getting you drunk enough to not care as much about pain. Beyond these, there's nothing. Most pain is just endured. Chronic pain from injuries or arthritis or dental problems is something people live with constantly because there's no alternative. The wealthy have better access to physicians and can afford better treatments, relatively speaking. They can summon doctors to their homes. They can pay for expensive medicines and procedures. But even wealthy Romans die from infections and diseases because money can't buy antibiotics that don't exist. The wealthy might die more comfortably, with better pain management and nicer surroundings, but they're still dying from things that would be trivial to treat in the modern world. Physicians themselves vary widely in skill and knowledge. Some are well-trained, having studied with other physicians or read medical texts from Greek masters like Hippocrates and Galen. Others are basically frauds, claiming medical knowledge but mainly taking money for useless treatments. There's no licensing system, no medical board, no standardized training. Anyone can claim to be a physician. Choosing a doctor is a gamble. You're hoping you find someone who actually knows what they're doing, but there's no way to verify their credentials or effectiveness. Medical texts exist written by Greek and Roman physicians containing a mix of accurate observation and completely wrong theory. These texts are copied and studied, becoming the foundation of medical education. But the information is limited by the available technology and understanding of the time. Physicians are learning from books that teach incorrect anatomy, wrong disease theories, and ineffective treatments. Even the best educated doctors are working from flawed information. Anatomical knowledge is limited because dissection of human bodies is restricted. Animal dissection provides some information, but animals aren't humans. Some knowledge comes from battlefield surgery, where physicians can see inside the human body through wounds. But systematic understanding of anatomy, physiology, and disease processes is centuries away. Physicians are making educated guesses based on incomplete data. Surgical instruments are sophisticated for their time. Various scalpels, probes, forceps, scissors, specialized tools for specific procedures. Roman surgical kits are found in archaeological digs and they're impressive. But tools are only as good as the knowledge guiding their use. Having sharp scalpels doesn't help if you don't understand anatomy. Having specialized forceps doesn't matter if you can't prevent infection. The psychological trauma of Roman medical treatment is significant. Every medical procedure is painful. Every visit to a physician might involve painful examination, painful treatment, and no guarantee of improvement. People avoid seeking medical help until conditions are desperate because the treatment is almost as bad as the disease. This delay often makes conditions worse, creating a cycle where by the time someone sees a physician, their condition is so advanced that treatment is less likely to work. Superstition and religion are deeply intertwined with medicine. Physicians might recommend sacrifices to healing gods. Temples to Asclepius, the god of medicine, serve as healing centers where people go to pray and receive divine dreams that supposedly contain healing instructions. Magical amulets and charms are worn to prevent disease. Incantations are recited alongside physical treatments. This blend of practical medicine and spiritual practice reflects the era's understanding of health and disease as influenced by both physical and divine forces. Some folk remedies are passed down through families and communities. Some of these remedies work, usually because they accidentally contain active ingredients that have real effects. Others are pure superstition that do nothing but provide psychological comfort. There's no systematic way to determine which is which. Effective remedies and useless superstitions are mixed together, all given equal weight because there's no scientific method to separate effective treatments from placebo. The fear of injury and illness hangs over daily life constantly. You know that a simple accident could lead to infection and death. You know that getting sick could mean suffering without effective treatment. You know that there's no safety net, no guarantee that you'll recover. This constant awareness of vulnerability affects how you move through the world, making you cautious but not cautious enough because life in Rome requires taking risks just to survive. When you do get sick or injured, and you will, you face a choice between suffering through it alone or seeking help from medical professionals who might make things worse. If you're poor, you probably can't afford a physician anyway, so you suffer at home, hoping your body heals itself, knowing that many people don't heal and you might be one of them. If you can somehow scrape together money for a physician, you're paying for treatments that are as likely to harm as help, based on theories that are fundamentally wrong, using techniques that would be considered torture in the modern world. This is healthcare in ancient Rome. This is what going to the doctor means. This is the best available medical care in one of the most advanced civilizations of the ancient world, and it's barely better than nothing. Sometimes it's worse than nothing. The dedication of Roman physicians is real. Their desire to heal is genuine, but they're working with wrong theories. No effective drugs, no anesthesia, no antibiotics, no modern diagnostic tools, no understanding of how disease actually works. They're trying their best in a system that's fundamentally inadequate for the task of healing. Welcome to Roman medicine, where the cure is often worse than the disease, where surgery is conscious torture, where infections mean death, and where your best hope for survival is having a strong constitution and good luck. Next time you take an aspirin for a headache or get a cavity filled with local anesthetic, take a moment to appreciate that you're not having your tooth yanked out with pliers while fully conscious. Modern medicine is far from perfect, but compared to ancient medicine, it's basically magic. Sweet dreams, and try not to think too hard about what medical treatment would mean if you were actually living through this nightmare. You've survived another brutal workday, navigated the dangerous streets one more time, and made it back to your tiny room as the sun sets over Rome. Your body is exhausted, your muscles ache, your hands are cramped from whatever repetitive labor you've been doing for the past 14 hours. Your stomach has been complaining for most of the day because that breakfast of stale bread wore off somewhere around mid-morning, and you've been running on empty since. Now it's time for dinner, the main meal of the day, the food that's supposed to sustain you through the night and into tomorrow. This should be the highlight of your evening, a reward for surviving another day. Instead, it's just another exercise in making do with inadequate resources. Let's start with what you're not having for dinner, because the absence of things is almost as important as their presence. You're not having a nice grilled steak, you're not having roasted chicken, you're not having fresh fish unless you live right by the coast and got lucky at the market. You're not having pasta, which won't become common in Italy for another 1,000 years. You're not having tomatoes, potatoes, corn, peppers, or any of the New World foods that will eventually define Italian cuisine because those won't arrive in Europe for over a millennium. You're not having chocolate for dessert because cacao is growing in Central America, completely unknown to Europeans. What you are having is pulse. Pulse is Roman porridge, basically grain boiled in water, or sometimes milk if you're doing well, cooked until it forms a thick mush. The grain is usually barley or sometimes wheat, whatever was cheapest when you bought it. The quality is not great. This is coarse grain that wasn't good enough for bread, which is saying something given how bad your bread is. The grain might have been stored badly, might be a bit mouldy, might have some bug parts mixed in because perfect grain separation is not something Roman mills prioritize when processing cheap grain for poor people. Cooking the pulse requires water, which you carried from the public fountain in a jug that probably wasn't very clean. The water has been sitting in your room all day, acquiring the ambient temperature and possibly some additional microorganisms. You're using the same lead-contaminated water we discussed earlier, adding another dose of slow poison to your evening meal. The cooking vessel is a clay pot that you've been using for months, washed occasionally in that same water, accumulating layers of residue that you can't quite get off. You don't have a stove or oven in your room. Cooking inside the wooden building is generally prohibited because of fire risk, though the rule is often ignored out of necessity. If you're following the rules, you're using a small portable brazier, essentially a metal container where you burn charcoal or wood to create heat. This is not an efficient cooking system. It produces a lot of smoke that has nowhere to go except up and out through the cracks in your walls and roof, assuming it goes anywhere at all. Your room fills with smoke, your eyes water, you're coughing as you stir your pulse. This is fine, apparently. This is just how cooking works when you're poor. The charcoal or wood for the brazier costs money. Everything costs money. You're trying to use as little fuel as possible because every bit of charcoal is eating into your tiny budget. This means your fire is small and your cooking time is extended. The pulse takes forever to cook properly. You're sitting in your dark, smoky room, stirring porridge, waiting for the grain to soften enough to be edible. This is your evening entertainment. This is what passes for domestic life. The smell of cooking pulse is not appetizing. It's grain and water, maybe some salt if you have salt, creating an aroma that's best described as aggressively neutral. It doesn't smell bad exactly. It just doesn't smell like food you'd want to eat. It smells like sustenance. It smells like the meal of people who don't have better options. The smell mixes with the smoke from your brazier and the general smell of your room, which as we've established is not great, creating an olfactory experience that would make a food critic weep. While the pulse cooks, you might prepare other components of your meal if you have them. Maybe you have some vegetables. Not fresh vegetables, probably. Fresh produce is expensive and spoils quickly. You have vegetables that are wilted, maybe a bit brown around the edges, past their prime but still technically edible. Maybe some onions or leeks or cabbage, vegetables that are hardy and cheap. You chop them with a knife that's seen better days, adding them to the pot of pulse to give it some variety. If you're having an unusually good week financially, you might have a small amount of meat. Not a steak. Not a nice cut of anything. We're talking about the scraps that richer people don't want. Organ meats maybe. A bit of salt pork that's more salt than pork. Some sausage made from parts of the animal that you probably don't want to think about too closely. The meat has been preserved through salting or smoking because refrigeration doesn't exist, and fresh meat spoils within hours in Roman heat. The preservation process makes the meat incredibly salty and changes the texture into something chewy and slightly suspect. This meat, if you have it, needs to be soaked in water to remove some of the excess salt before cooking. Then you cut it into small pieces and add it to your pulse. The amount of meat is measured in terms that would make modern nutritionists laugh. A few bites spread across the whole pot of porridge. Just enough to add some protein and convince yourself you're eating a complete meal. The meat contributes a strong flavour to the pulse, which is actually welcome because the pulse itself tastes like hot grain water and could use all the help it can get. Now we need to talk about garum, because no discussion of Roman cuisine would be complete without addressing this fermented fish sauce that the Romans are absolutely obsessed with. Garum is made by taking fish, usually small fish like anchovies, mixing them with salt and leaving them to ferment in the sun for weeks or months. The fish basically rot in a controlled way, their proteins breaking down, creating a liquid that's strained off and sold as sauce. This sauce is used by Romans on everything. Wealthy Romans have fancy garum made from specific fish and aged in particular ways. Poor Romans have cheap garum that smells like death and tastes like the sea threw up. The wealthy might be able to appreciate garum's complex umami flavors, the way it adds depth to dishes, the fermented funkiness that can enhance food when used carefully. You don't have that luxury. Your garum is the cheapest available, made from the worst fish, fermented in questionable conditions, probably with some quality control issues. It smells like a fishing dock at low tide after a heat wave. It smells like something that should be disposed of, not eaten. But it's the only flavouring you can afford, the only thing that adds any taste to your otherwise bland pulse, so you use it liberally. You pour garum over your pulse. The sauce is dark and thick and pungent. The smell intensifies immediately, filling your small room with an aroma that's aggressively fishy and fermented. This is what dinner smells like. This is normal. You're so used to the smell that you barely notice it anymore, though a time traveller from the modern world would probably gag. The garum adds saltiness and umami, and that distinct fermented funk that characterises so much Roman food. It turns your bland grain porridge into something that has flavour, even if that flavour is aggressively marine. Your wine for dinner is the same watered-down Posca you had at breakfast. The wine has been sitting in your clay jug all day, getting warmer in the summer heat or staying cold in winter chill, accumulating more interesting flavours as it interacts with the porous clay and whatever microorganisms are living in your jug. You pour yourself a cup and take a drink. It's sour and vinegary and thin. It doesn't taste good. It doesn't need to taste good. It just needs to provide liquid and a tiny amount of alcohol and make the contaminated water slightly safer to drink. Mission accomplished, barely. The bread you have for dinner is the same bread from breakfast, which was already old. Now it's even older. It's achieved a level of hardness that's impressive from an engineering standpoint. You could probably use this bread as a building material. You definitely can't bite into it directly. So you do what you did at breakfast. Break off a chunk, soak it in your wine water, wait for it to soften. The bread absorbs the liquid, becoming soggy and wine-flavoured. It's not delicious, but it's edible and it provides carbohydrates, and that's what matters. You're eating in the dark or near dark because lamp oil is expensive. If you have any light at all, it's from your cooking fire, which is dying down as you finish preparing your meal. The flickering light casts strange shadows around your small room, making the already depressing space feel even more closed in and gloomy. You can barely see your food, which might actually be a blessing because your meal is not visually appealing. The pulse is grey-brown mush. The vegetables are limp and dull-coloured. The meat, if present, is unidentifiable chunks. The garum has darkened everything it touched. This is not Instagram-worthy cuisine. Eating without adequate light is challenging. You're navigating by feel and memory. You know where your bowl is. You know where your cup is. You're bringing food to your mouth in the dim light, hoping you don't miss and drop it. Spills are common. Your tunic gets food stains that you can't really wash out because laundry is another whole challenge we haven't even addressed. You eat slowly, partly because you can't see well, and partly because this might be your last food until tomorrow, and you want to make it last. The temperature of your food depends entirely on how long it's been since you finished cooking. Pulse cools quickly. If you eat it right away, it's hot enough to burn your mouth. If you wait, it becomes lukewarm, then cool, then room temperature, which in your unheated room might be pretty cold. Cold pulse is even less appetizing than hot pulse. It congeals into a solid mass that's harder to eat. But you eat it anyway because wasting food is not an option when food is scarce. The texture of pulse is best described as challenging. It's thick and gluey, coating your mouth, sticking to your teeth. The grain hasn't fully broken down despite the cooking, so there are still hard bits mixed in with the soft parts. You chew and chew, your jaw working to break down the tough grain. The vegetables add some variety and texture, but they're usually overcooked and mushy. The meat, if present, is tough and chewy, requiring significant effort to break down. Your meal is a workout for your jaw muscles, which after a long day of work could really use a rest. The taste is dominated by the garum and salt, assuming you have salt. Everything else is fairly bland. The grain has a slightly nutty flavour if you're being generous, or a taste of nothing if you're being honest. The vegetables taste like vegetable, no specific notes, just generic vegetable essence. The meat tastes like salt with hints of whatever animal it came from. The garum tastes like fermented fish because that's what it is. Your palate, after a lifetime of eating food like this, has adjusted. These flavours are normal to you. But they're not pleasurable. There's no joy in eating this meal. It's just refueling. You're eating alone in most cases, unless you have family or roommates sharing your small space. If you're alone, Dinner is a solitary activity conducted in silence and darkness. There's no dinner conversation, no sharing of your day's experiences, just you and your bowl of pulse and the sounds of the building around you, your neighbours eating their own dinners, someone arguing, someone coughing, a baby crying, the ambient noise of poverty and overcrowding that never stops. If you do have family, dinner is still not a social event in the way modern families might think of dinner time. You're all too tired to talk much. You're all eating the same depressing food. The space is too small for comfortable gathering. Everyone eats quickly, efficiently, trying to get enough calories to make it through another day. There might be brief conversations about practical matters, who's working where tomorrow, whether there's enough money for bread this week, that sort of thing. But there's no leisure to dinner. It's a necessary task, completed as quickly as possible. The Romans do have elaborate dining culture, but it's for the wealthy. Rich Romans recline on couches while slaves bring course after course of elaborate dishes. They have entertainment during meals, musicians and performers. They use dining as social bonding, inviting friends and business associates for hours-long feasts. This dining culture is celebrated in literature and art. It's part of how we think of Roman civilization. But it has nothing to do with your dining experience. Your dinner is not a feast. It's not a social event. It's not leisure. It's just eating to survive. The portion size of your dinner is calculated to keep you alive, not to make you full. You're consuming enough calories to maintain basic body function and do physical labor tomorrow, but not much more. You finish your bowl of pulse and you're still hungry. There's no seconds. There's no dessert. This is the food you have. When it's gone, you're done eating until tomorrow. Your stomach rumbles in protest, but there's nothing to be done about it. Hunger is your constant companion. You're never truly full. You're just varying degrees of hungry. After eating, cleanup is minimal. You rinse your bowl and cup in a small amount of water if you have water to spare, which you probably don't. Or you wipe them out with a cloth and call it clean. Sterilization is not a concept. Thorough washing requires water and effort, both of which are limited resources. Your eating utensils, which might be just your hands and a spoon, get similarly minimal cleaning. The clay pot you cooked in will be reused tomorrow without much cleaning beyond removing the obvious food residue. The leftovers, if any exist, are stored for tomorrow. You might save some pulse for breakfast, though cold leftover pulse is even less appetizing than fresh pulse. You might save some bread, though it's just getting harder and more inedible with time. Food storage in your room consists of keeping things in covered containers and hoping rats don't get to them overnight. Spoilage is common. You might wake up to find your leftovers are mouldy or have been contaminated by vermin. This is just another risk in the constant gamble of survival. Let's talk about what the wealthy are eating while you're choking down garum-soaked pulse. Rich Romans are having multi-course banquets. They're eating dormice stuffed with pork and pine nuts. They're having flamingo tongues, because apparently flamingo tongues are a delicacy. They're eating oysters brought in fresh from the coast, packed in ice that's been transported from the mountains. They're having fresh fruits and imported wines and elaborate pastries made with honey. They're using exotic spices from the far reaches of the empire. Their meals are art forms designed to impress and delight. The same empire, the same city, two completely different food cultures existing simultaneously. The wealthy are exploring the heights of culinary sophistication while you're eating grain mush flavoured with fermented fish paste. The inequality is literally on the table, visible in every meal. The wealthy are overeating to the point of needing to vomit to make room for more courses, the famous vomitorium myth that's not actually true, but reflects the excess of Roman elite dining. Meanwhile, you're undereating, going to bed hungry every night, slowly deteriorating from malnutrition. The nutritional content of your dinner is problematic from a modern perspective. It's heavy on carbohydrates from the grain. That's good for energy, but not much else. The protein content is low unless you have meat, and when you have meat it's a small amount. The vegetables provide some vitamins and minerals, but they're overcooked and wilted, reducing their nutritional value. The garum provides some protein and salt, and that's about it. The wine provides empty calories and lead poisoning. Overall, you're getting enough calories to function, but not enough nutrients for optimal health. Over time, this dietary deficiency shows in your body. Your teeth are loose from lack of vitamin C, scurvy being a constant threat for people who rarely eat fresh produce. Your bones are weak from insufficient calcium and vitamin D, rickets being common among poor children. Your immune system is compromised from general malnutrition, making you more susceptible to every disease circulating through Rome. Your growth was probably stunted if you grew up on this diet. Roman poor being noticeably shorter than the wealthy who have access to better food. Seasonal variation affects your diet significantly. In summer and early fall, fresh vegetables are more available and cheaper. You might get some actual variety in your pulse, maybe some onions or beans or greens. Late fall and winter, fresh food is scarce and expensive. You're living on stored grain and preserved foods, your diet becoming even more monotonous. Spring is the hungry time, when last year's stored food is running out and this year's crops aren't ready yet. People starve in spring, their winter food supplies exhausted, waiting for the new harvest. Food safety is a constant concern. There's no refrigeration, no understanding of bacteria, no regulations requiring food to be handled safely. The meat you bought might be starting to spoil. The vegetables might be contaminated with soil bacteria. The water you cooked with definitely has some interesting microbial content. Food poisoning is common. Stomach ailments are so frequent that they're just part of life. You spend a lot of time with digestive distress, never quite sure if it's from the food, the water, parasites, or some combination of all three. The garum, despite its horrifying smell and questionable appearance, is actually one of the safer components of your meal. The high salt content and fermentation process kill most harmful bacteria. It's probably the most preserved thing you're eating. This is fortunate because garum is used on everything. The Romans' obsession with this fermented fish sauce means they're accidentally consuming a relatively safe condiment, even if it tastes like the ocean's revenge. Some Romans use other flavourings when they can afford them. Olive oil is common for those with money, adding richness and flavour to dishes. Honey is used as a sweetener by those who can afford it, though it's expensive. Vinegar is cheap and adds acidity. Various herbs like mint, oregano, and fennel are used for flavour, but these are luxury items for you. Your flavour options are garum, salt if you're lucky, and whatever natural flavour the ingredients bring. That's it. Those are your spices. The global spice trade that will drive exploration and colonization in coming centuries hasn't reached ordinary Romans in any meaningful way. The drinking situation at dinner deserves more attention. The wine is always mixed with water, usually at a ratio of 1 part wine to 2 or 3 parts water. Drinking undiluted wine is considered barbaric, something only the uncivilized people on the fringes of the empire do. Mixed wine is civilized. It's also more economical, stretching your limited wine supply. And it's supposedly healthier, the alcohol helping to make the water safer without getting you falling down drunk, though you're still consuming lead with every sip. Some evenings, if work was particularly hard or life is particularly stressful, you might drink more than usual. Getting drunk on cheap wine is one of the few escapes available to you. It temporarily numbs the physical pain and mental anguish of your existence. It helps you sleep despite the uncomfortable bed and constant noise. It's a short-term solution that creates long-term problems, but short-term solutions are sometimes all you have. Romans have high rates of alcoholism, unsurprisingly, given that wine is one of the few affordable pleasures and life is generally miserable for most people. After dinner, you're faced with the long evening ahead. It's dark outside. It's getting dark in your room as your small fire dies out. You can't afford to keep a lamp burning all evening just for light. You could go to the public baths if you have the energy and the small entrance fee, exposing yourself to all the health hazards we discussed earlier. You could go to a tavern and drink more, spending money you don't have. You could just sit in the dark thinking about your life, which is depressing. Most likely you just go to sleep, exhausted from the day, ready to pass out on your uncomfortable straw mattress. The psychological impact of eating the same terrible food every single day is significant. Food is one of the basic pleasures of human existence. When food becomes just fuel, when meals are something to endure rather than enjoy, something is lost. You stop looking forward to eating. You eat mechanically, shoving food into your mouth because your body needs it, not because you want it. The joy of food, the social bonding over shared meals, the pleasure of flavours and textures, all of that is absent from your life. Food is reduced to its most basic function, keeping you alive. There's no variety in your diet from day to day. You're eating essentially the same meal every day for months or years. Pulse. Maybe with slightly different additions depending on what's available and affordable, but fundamentally the same grain porridge with the same fish sauce day after day after day. The monotony is mind-numbing. Your taste buds get bored. Your brain stops registering it as food and starts registering it as obligation. Eating becomes a chore, something you have to do, not something you want to do. Cultural attitudes about food in Rome are interesting. The wealthy see food as art, pleasure, social currency. The poor see food as survival. The gap between these perspectives is enormous. When wealthy Romans write about food, they're describing elaborate banquets and sophisticated flavours. When they reference poor people's food at all, it's usually with disdain. Poles is seen as peasant food, simple and unrefined. The wealthy might romanticize the simple life and simple food in philosophical discussions, but they're not actually eating poles. They're eating dormice while praising the virtue of simple meals. Religious practices around food add another layer to mealtime. Romans make small offerings to household gods before eating, throwing bits of food into the fire or setting aside portions on a shrine. This is supposed to ensure the gods' favour and protection. Whether it works is debatable, but it's a required ritual. You're already giving up part of your insufficient meal to religious obligation. The gods receive offerings of food while you're still hungry. This is the deal. The gods protect you, theoretically, and you feed them, literally. Children growing up on this diet never develop properly. They're undernourished from birth. Their bones don't grow strong. Their brains don't develop optimally. Their immune systems never fully mature. Roman children of the poor are smaller, weaker, and less healthy than children of the wealthy. This inequality starts in the womb and continues throughout childhood, determining life outcomes before kids are old enough to have any choice in the matter. What you eat as a child affects your entire life, and poor Roman children are eating nutritional inadequacy. The evening after eating is quiet time, not because it's peaceful, but because everyone is too exhausted to do much. You might do small tasks, mending clothes or preparing things for tomorrow. You might talk quietly with family if you have family. Mostly you just exist, waiting for it to be late enough to sleep. There's no evening entertainment, no television to watch, no books to read, even if you could read and afford books and had light to read by. No hobbies, because hobbies require money and energy, neither of which you have. Your evening is the space between dinner and sleep, filled with not much of anything. The contrast between your dinner and a wealthy Roman's dinner is stark. While you're eating grain mush in the dark, some senator is reclining on silk couches in a room lit by dozens of oil lamps, eating his fifth course while slaves fan him and musicians play. He's drinking fine wine from specific vineyards, not lead-contaminated water pretending to be wine. He's using silverware, not his hands. His dining room is decorated with art and expensive furnishings. Your dining room is your sleeping room, is your living room, is your dark, cramped cell in a building that might collapse. Same empire, same city, two different universes of experience. Food prices fluctuate based on harvest quality and political stability. A bad harvest means grain prices spike, and suddenly you can afford even less food than normal. Political chaos disrupts trade, making imported foods unavailable or unaffordable. Your food security is dependent on factors completely outside your control. Drought, plague, war, administrative incompetence, all of these can mean you go hungry. The empire's grain supply is generally stable, with Egypt providing massive quantities of wheat. But stability for the empire doesn't always mean stability for individual poor people. The grain dole provides free grain to Roman citizens, which helps many people. But the dole only provides raw grain, not prepared food. You still need to grind it or cook it, which requires fuel and equipment and time, and the dole grain is basic, not particularly good quality. It keeps you from starving, but it doesn't make eating pleasant. The dole is supplementary for those who are working, covering part of their grain needs. For those who can't work, the dole might be their only food source, making their diet even more limited than yours. Street food exists in Rome. Various vendors sell prepared foods, everything from bread to sausages to pastries. This food is convenient, already cooked, ready to eat. It's also more expensive per calorie than cooking your own food from raw ingredients. You can't afford to eat street food regularly, maybe occasionally as a treat or when you're too exhausted to cook. But mostly you cook at home because it's cheaper, even though it means spending your limited free time cooking over a smoky fire in your dark room. Some Romans never cook, eating all their meals at public kitchens or buying street food, because they lack even the basic equipment for cooking. Public kitchens prepare large quantities of food that people can purchase cheap. It's communal dining for those who can't afford private cooking facilities. The food is not great, but it's probably not worse than what you'd cook yourself. These public kitchens are social spaces where poor people congregate, eating together, sharing space and misery. Your digestive system has adapted to this diet over time. Your gut bacteria have specialized to handle the specific foods you eat regularly. You've probably developed some level of tolerance to minor food contamination. Your body has learned to extract maximum nutrition from minimal food. But adaptation doesn't mean optimal health. You're functioning, yes, but at a reduced capacity compared to what you could be with proper nutrition. Your adapted digestive system is making the best of a bad situation. The long-term health effects of this diet are evident in the archaeological record. Skeletal remains of poor Romans show signs of malnutrition, stunted growth, bone diseases related to vitamin deficiencies, dental problems from lack of nutrients and poor oral hygiene. The bones tell a story of lives lived in constant nutritional stress, bodies never getting quite enough of what they needed, people surviving but not thriving. Your dinner of pulse and garum is slowly depleting your body while keeping you just functional enough to work. As you finish your dinner and prepare for sleep, you're left with that familiar, not quite full feeling that's been your companion for as long as you can remember. You're not starving. You're not satisfied. You're somewhere in between, in that constant state of mild hunger that defines existence for most of Rome's population. Tomorrow you'll wake up hungry and eat stale bread. Then you'll work all day getting hungrier. Then you'll come home and eat pulse again. And the day after that will be the same. And the day after that. This is your food life. This is every day. Welcome to dinner in ancient Rome, where the best you can hope for is enough calories to make it to tomorrow, and the worst is fermented fish sauce on everything. Bon appétit, and try not to think too hard about what you're eating or why it tastes like that. The sun has set over Rome, and with it goes any pretense of safety or civility. Daytime Rome is dangerous, chaotic, and unpleasant. Nighttime Rome is all of those things amplified by darkness, and fueled by the worst impulses of a population that includes a significant number of people who view darkness as opportunity. You've finished your depressing dinner. You've done what little you can do in the dark. Now it's time to attempt sleep, that necessary biological function that should restore your body and mind but instead becomes another ordeal to survive. Your sleeping situation is exactly as uncomfortable as everything else in your life. You don't have a bed in the modern sense. You have a sleeping mat. Basically a thin layer of fabric stuffed with straw that's been compressed over months of use into something resembling a very disappointing pancake. This mat sits directly on the wooden floor of your room, providing minimal cushioning between your body and the hard surface. The straw inside has broken down and become lumpy, creating pressure points that dig into your back and hips no matter how you position yourself. You don't have a pillow. Or if you do have a pillow, it's a bag of cloth stuffed with more straw or maybe rags, nothing soft or supportive. Your head sits at an awkward angle that will ensure neck pain tomorrow, adding to all your other pains. You don't have sheets in the modern sense. You have a rough wool blanket that's seen better days, thin from wear, holes in places, scratchy against your skin. In winter, this single blanket is woefully inadequate for the cold. In summer, it's too hot to use, but you need something to cover yourself for modesty and to keep the bugs off, so you suffer under it anyway. The temperature in your room is never comfortable. In winter, it's freezing. Your wooden walls provide minimal insulation. The wind comes through cracks and gaps. There's no heating system. Your body heat and that one thin blanket are your only defense against the cold. You curl up in a ball trying to preserve warmth, but you're still cold, teeth chattering, unable to get truly warm all night. You might wake up with frost on your blanket if it's a particularly cold night, your breath condensing and freezing in the unheated room. In summer, it's the opposite problem. The wooden building absorbs heat all day and radiates it back at night. Your room becomes an oven. There's no air conditioning, no fan, no way to cool down. The air is thick and hot and still. You're sweating as soon as you lie down, the moisture soaking into your sleeping mat, making everything damp and even more uncomfortable. You throw off your blanket, but then the bugs have free access to your skin. It's a choice between overheating or being eaten alive. You choose overheating and hope the bugs don't bite too much. Let's talk about the bugs, because they're your constant nighttime companions. Bedbugs live in the straw of your mat, in the cracks of the wooden floor, in your blanket. They're small, flat insects that hide during the day and come out at night to feed on your blood. You feel them crawling on your skin. You feel the bite, a small, sharp sensation, then the itch that follows. By morning, you'll be covered in red welts. You scratch automatically in your sleep, sometimes breaking the skin, creating wounds that can get infected. There's no effective treatment for bedbugs. You can try various folk remedies, smoke or herbs or prayers, but none of them work. The bedbugs are here to stay. They're part of your sleeping experience. Fleas are equally enthusiastic about feeding on you. They hop from the rats to you, biting anywhere they can reach. Their bites itch intensely. You wake up scratching, unable to stop even though you know scratching makes it worse. The flea bites become infected from dirt under your fingernails and general lack of hygiene. Some fleas carry diseases, including plague, though you don't know that. You just know that flea bites are a constant annoyance, and sometimes you get really sick and sometimes people die, and nobody's quite sure why, but it's probably divine punishment or bad air or imbalanced humours. Lice are in your hair and on your clothes. They're always there. Everyone has lice. It's so common that delousing is a social activity, people picking through each other's hair, crushing lice and their eggs. But you can never get rid of them completely. They reproduce faster than you can remove them. At night they're particularly active, crawling on your scalp, biting, laying eggs. The itching is constant. Your scalp is raw from scratching. You might have infections on your scalp from scratching too hard. This is just normal. This is everyone's experience. Lice are unavoidable in a society without effective pest control or proper hygiene infrastructure. The rats are boldest at night. During the day they're cautious, hiding in walls, coming out only when they think it's safe. At night, when you're lying still and the building is relatively quiet, they come out to explore and forage. You hear them scurrying across the floor. You hear them scratching in the walls. Sometimes you feel one run across your blanket or your feet. These are not small rats. These are huge Roman rats, well fed on the city's abundant garbage, fearless and aggressive. If you move suddenly, they might bite. Rat bites get infected easily and can transmit diseases. You try to stay still, hoping they'll leave you alone, knowing they probably won't. The noise at night is relentless. Your building is full of people, all living in tiny rooms with paper-thin walls. You hear everything. The couple next door is fighting again, their voices rising and falling, the specific words unclear but the anger unmistakable. Someone is crying, maybe a child, maybe an adult overwhelmed by life's misery. Someone is coughing, that deep wet cough that you hear all the time, the sound of lungs struggling with infection or tuberculosis or lead poisoning or all three. Someone is snoring loudly enough that you can hear it through the walls. Someone is having sex not quietly because privacy is impossible and shame is a luxury. The building itself makes noise, wood creaking as the structure settles, wind whistling through gaps, sounds that could be the building shifting normally or could be the building about to collapse. You can't really tell the difference. The constant low-level anxiety about structural failure is part of nighttime life. Your building is poorly constructed from cheap materials. Buildings like this collapse regularly, usually without warning. You might go to sleep and wake up under rubble, or you might not wake up at all. This is a real possibility every single night. Fire is an even more immediate threat. Your building is made of wood and filled with people using open flames for light and heat. Oil lamps tip over. Braziers spill hot coals. Sparks from cooking fires land on dry wood. Fires start easily and spread fast in these tinderbox buildings. You've seen it happen in other insulae. You've watched buildings burn, seen people jump from upper windows to escape the flames, heard the screams of those who didn't make it out. The vigils, Rome's fire brigade, exist, but they're not particularly effective. By the time they arrive, the building is usually fully involved, and their job becomes preventing spread rather than saving the building or the people inside. Every night you calculate the escape routes from your fourth-floor room. There's one stairway, narrow and dark. If fire breaks out below you, that stairway becomes a chimney, filling with smoke and flames. You'd have to go through fire to get out, assuming the stairs are still structurally sound. The window is an option, but it's 4 stories up. Jumping means serious injury or death. Not jumping means burning. These are your options if fire starts in your building at night. You try not to think about it, but the fear is always there, lurking in the back of your mind as you try to sleep. The sounds from outside are equally disturbing. The city at night is different from the city during the day. The legitimate business shuts down. The criminals come out. You hear shouts and screams from the street below. Sometimes it's drunk people being loud and obnoxious. Sometimes it's victims being robbed or assaulted. You can't tell the difference from your window, and honestly it doesn't matter because you're not going out there to help. Going outside at night is inviting trouble. You stay in your room, listening to the violence, glad it's not happening to you, trying not to think about the fact that tomorrow night it might be. Wheeled traffic fills the streets after dark, now that the daytime ban is lifted. You hear the rumble of cartwheels on stone or dirt. You hear the drivers shouting at their animals, urging them on, cursing at anything in their way. You hear crashes when carts collide or hit pedestrians. You hear the sounds of goods being loaded and unloaded, commerce continuing into the night because the daytime hours aren't enough. This traffic is constant, loud, preventing any hope of quiet sleep, even if all the other noise sources somehow stopped. Guards and watchmen patrol the streets, theoretically. The vigils are supposed to keep order as well as fight fires. The urban cohorts are around for major disturbances, but there aren't enough of them to cover the whole city. Most neighborhoods are essentially unpoliced at night. Criminals know this. They operate freely, knowing the chances of running into official authority are low. If you're robbed or assaulted at night, you're on your own. There's no 911 to call, no emergency services, just you and whoever's trying to hurt you, working it out in the dark. The wealthy neighborhoods have private security, guards hired by the residents to patrol and keep watch. These guards are armed and somewhat effective at deterring crime in their area. But your neighborhood has no such protection. Your neighbors are as poor as you are. Nobody can afford private security. You rely on the hope that criminals will target somewhere else tonight, that you're not worth their effort, that they won't bother climbing 4 flights of stairs to rob someone who has nothing worth stealing anyway. The darkness itself is oppressive. Without artificial lighting, night in Rome is truly dark. No streetlights, no ambient light from businesses or homes because oil lamps are expensive and most people don't keep them burning all night. The moon and stars provide some illumination if the sky is clear and they're in the right phase, but clouds block even that. On moonless, cloudy nights, the darkness is complete. You can't see your hand in front of your face. This darkness breeds fear. Anything could be out there. Any sound could be danger approaching. Your imagination fills the darkness with threats, most of which are probably real. Trying to sleep in these conditions is a challenge. You're exhausted from the day's labor. Your body desperately needs rest. But your mind won't shut off. You're listening for threats, analyzing sounds, worrying about fire, collapse, intruders, all the things that could go wrong. The constant low-level stress prevents deep sleep. You drift in and out, never fully resting, always partially alert. This is not restorative sleep. This is survival mode sleep, your body resting minimally while your brain maintains threat awareness. The nightmares are frequent. Your subconscious processes the stress and fear and danger of your waking life, turning it into vivid dreams where buildings collapse on you, where you're trapped in fires, where you're being chased through dark streets. You wake up gasping, heart racing, covered in sweat, confused about whether the danger was real or dreamed. The line between nightmares and reality is thin when your reality is already nightmarish. Sometimes the nightmare is preferable because at least in dreams you might escape. In reality, escape is impossible. Children crying at night is a constant background sound. Babies wake up hungry and parents can't always feed them. Toddlers wake up frightened by the noise and darkness. Older children wake up from nightmares or illness or because they're sleeping on the floor and it's uncomfortable. Parents try to soothe crying children, but sometimes there's nothing they can do. The child is hungry and there's no food, or sick and there's no medicine, or scared and there's no comfort because this is scary, and pretending otherwise won't help. The crying continues, disturbing everyone in the building, creating a symphony of misery that lasts all night. Domestic violence happens behind thin walls. You hear fights escalate from shouting to hitting. You hear furniture breaking. You hear someone pleading, someone crying, someone screaming in pain. There's nothing you can do. Interfering in a domestic situation is dangerous and unlikely to help. The violence is usually between family members, and the victim often doesn't want outside interference despite the abuse. So you lie there listening, feeling helpless, knowing this is happening, and will probably happen again tomorrow night and the night after that. The elderly and sick people in the building have the worst nights. If you're old and your body hurts from a lifetime of hard labor, lying on a thin straw mat on a hard floor is agony. If you're sick with fever or infection or chronic illness, the discomfort is multiplied. These people moan or cry out in pain during the night. Some of them are dying, spending their last days or weeks in this miserable building, in pain, with no palliative care, no comfort measures beyond what their equally poor family members can provide. You listen to them suffering, knowing that someday you might be the one making those sounds, hoping you die before you get too old or sick to work. Drunks stumble home through the building at various points during the night. They sing badly, they crash into walls, they fall downstairs. Sometimes they pass out in the hallway, creating an obstacle that everyone else has to step over in the morning. Sometimes they vomit in common areas. Sometimes they get aggressive, pounding on doors, picking fights, generally making life worse for everyone. You can't complain because the drunk person might be your neighbour or your co-worker, and anyway, there's no authority to complain to. You just tolerate it as another aspect of nighttime life. The lack of proper sanitation creates problems at night. People need to urinate during the night but don't want to navigate 4 flights of dark stairs to the latrine. They use chamber pots, which then sit in the room until morning, contributing to the general smell. Or they use the window disposal method, which as we've discussed is technically illegal but widely practiced. Or they just hold it, which becomes increasingly uncomfortable as the night progresses. There are no good options. Every choice is some combination of uncomfortable, unsanitary, and illegal. For women and girls, nighttime brings additional dangers. Sexual assault is a real threat. In a building full of poor people living in close quarters with no security and no effective law enforcement, women are vulnerable. Locked doors are not standard and wouldn't help much anyway since most locks are basic and doors are flimsy. Women and girls sleep lightly, alert for footsteps or sounds that might indicate danger. This constant vigilance prevents restful sleep and adds another layer of stress to nighttime. The temperature fluctuations during the night can be extreme, especially in transitional seasons. You might go to sleep when it's relatively warm and wake up freezing as the temperature drops. Or you might fall asleep when it's cold and wake up sweating as the sun rises and starts heating the building again. The single blanket you have is inadequate for either extreme and useless for dealing with changes. You wake up repeatedly to adjust, pulling the blanket on or off, never quite comfortable, never achieving the sustained deep sleep your body needs. Dreams, when you manage to have them, are often about food or water or comfort or safety, all the things you lack in waking life. You dream about eating a real meal, something tasty and filling. You dream about sleeping in a comfortable bed in a quiet room. You dream about being warm or cool as needed. You dream about having money, about being safe, about life being different. Then you wake up and remember where you are and what your life actually is, and the disappointment is crushing. Sometimes it's better not to dream at all. The concept of a good night's sleep doesn't really exist in your world. Sleep is not restful or refreshing. It's just the time between working days when you're horizontal instead of vertical, when your consciousness is diminished enough that time passes without your active participation. You don't wake up refreshed. You wake up still tired, with new bug bites, possibly in pain from sleeping on a hard surface in an awkward position, to the same difficult life you went to sleep escaping from. Sleep solves nothing. It just postpones tomorrow until it becomes today. Early morning, before dawn, the building starts to wake up. People begin stirring for work. You hear footsteps as the earliest risers head out. You hear coughing as people clear their lungs of whatever they've been breathing all night. You hear the sounds of morning routines, minimal as they are. You might get another hour of sleep, or you might just lie there waiting for enough light to make getting up worthwhile. The dividing line between night and morning is unclear. It's all just varying shades of difficult. Some nights are worse than others. Nights when it's particularly cold or hot. Nights when someone in the building is seriously ill and making distressing sounds all night. Nights when there's a storm and rain is coming through the gaps in your roof and walls. Nights when you're especially worried about money or health, or the future. Nights when the anxiety about all the things that could go wrong becomes overwhelming and prevents sleep entirely. These worst nights are more common than good nights, which themselves are merely less bad rather than actually good. The wealthy Romans are sleeping in completely different conditions. They have actual beds with mattresses stuffed with wool or feathers. They have pillows. They have multiple blankets. Their homes are built of stone or brick, structurally sound, not likely to collapse or burn. They have guards to protect them from intruders. They have slaves to tend to nighttime needs, bringing water or snacks or stoking fires to maintain comfortable temperatures. Their sleep environment is quiet, dark by choice rather than poverty, comfortable. They wake up rested and refreshed because they actually achieved sleep rather than just enduring the night. The inequality extends even to sleep. The wealthy sleep well while the poor barely sleep at all. The wealthy wake up ready to think and make decisions and manage their affairs. The poor wake up exhausted, operating at diminished capacity all day because they never get adequate rest. This sleep deprivation affects health, cognitive function, emotional regulation, physical coordination. It makes dangerous work more dangerous. It makes you more susceptible to illness and injury. It shortens your lifespan. Sleep inequality is yet another way that poverty kills. Your sleeping position affects your health over time. Lying on a hard surface without proper support causes chronic pain. Your spine develops problems from never being properly aligned during sleep. Your joints ache from pressure points. Your muscles never fully relax because the uncomfortable surface keeps them somewhat tensed. You wake up with pain that affects your ability to work, but you have to work anyway because not working means not eating. The cumulative damage from years of terrible sleep adds up, leaving you physically broken by middle age. The psychological toll of never feeling safe while sleeping is significant. Humans need to feel secure to achieve deep restorative sleep. When you're constantly monitoring for threats even in sleep, your nervous system never fully relaxes. You exist in a state of chronic stress, always somewhat alert, always ready to respond to danger. This wears you down mentally and emotionally. It contributes to anxiety, depression, irritability, all the mental health issues that you have no vocabulary for and no treatment for. The morning light, when it finally comes, is almost a relief even though it means starting another difficult day. At least it's not night anymore. At least you can see. At least the particular terrors of darkness are over until sunset. You pull yourself off your straw mat, stiff and sore and still tired, covered in bug bites, having survived another night. The building didn't collapse. Fire didn't break out. Nobody broke in to rob or assault you. These negative outcomes feel like victories. You survived. That's all you can ask for. You survived to face another day that will exhaust you, and another night that will prevent recovery from that exhaustion. Some people in your building don't wake up. Death during the night is common enough that finding out someone died overnight is not shocking news. Old people whose bodies finally gave out, sick people who succumbed to their illness, babies who stopped breathing for reasons nobody understands. These deaths are discovered in the morning when someone notices the person isn't moving or is cold to the touch. The body's removed, the family mourns if there is family, and life continues because death is so common that extensive grieving is a luxury most can't afford. The fear of not waking up is rational. You could die in your sleep from illness, or from external causes like building collapse or fire. You could be murdered in your sleep by an intruder. You could simply fail to wake up because your exhausted body decided it had enough. Every night when you close your eyes, there's a real possibility you won't open them again. This is not paranoia. This is accurate risk assessment based on the reality of life in ancient Rome. People die in their sleep regularly. You might be next. Probably not tonight, statistically speaking, but maybe. You never know. This uncertainty about survival is exhausting in its own way. The mental energy required to live with constant awareness of mortality, to go to sleep each night not knowing if you'll wake up, to wake up each morning somewhat surprised that you did, it takes a toll that's hard to quantify. You become fatalistic. What's the point of planning or hoping or dreaming when death might come tonight? This fatalism affects how you live during the day, making it harder to find meaning or purpose or joy when the end could come at any moment. The irony is that sleep should be escape. Sleep should be the time when your troubles fade away and your mind and body recover. But in your life, sleep is just another ordeal, another challenge to survive, another source of stress and discomfort. The only escape from the misery of being awake is the misery of trying to sleep, which is less active misery but still misery. There's no real respite, no true rest, just varying states of enduring existence until it ends. Some nights you lie awake thinking about how you ended up here, the choices you made or didn't make, the circumstances beyond your control, the unfairness of a system where some people sleep in comfort while you sleep in fear. These thoughts spiral into dark places. You think about whether life is worth living when this is what life consists of. You think about the future, which looks the same as the present stretching endlessly forward. You think about your parents or your children or yourself, trapped in this same cycle of suffering. These are not pleasant thoughts, but they're hard to avoid when you're lying in the dark with nothing to distract you. The wealthy Romans write poetry about sleep, describing it as the brother of death, as peaceful rest, as sweet escape. They write about comfortable beds and pleasant dreams. They have the luxury of viewing sleep romantically because their sleep is actually restorative. Your sleep is survival. There's nothing romantic or peaceful about it. It's a necessary biological function that you perform under terrible conditions because you have no choice. If you could skip sleep and just keep working, you might, because at least working is something to do. At least during work you're not lying awake listening to rats and thinking about death. The morning sun eventually rises, ending another night in Rome. You've made it through. You're alive. You're exhausted but alive. You pull yourself up from your uncomfortable sleeping mat, your body protesting every movement, and you prepare to do it all over again. Work all day, try to sleep all night, repeat until you die. This is your life cycle. This is every day and every night for as long as you survive in this city that's beautiful from a distance and horrifying up close. Welcome to nighttime in ancient Rome, where sleep is a battlefield, darkness breeds danger, and survival until morning is an achievement worth celebrating, even though morning just brings a new set of challenges. The night is dark and full of terrors, except that's not just a catchy phrase, it's a literal description of your nightly experience. Sweet dreams if you can manage them, which you probably can't, but at least you tried. Tomorrow night you get to do this all over again, assuming you survive today. Sleep tight, watch for bedbugs, listen for fires, and hope the building stays standing until dawn. That's the best anyone can offer for nighttime advice in the Eternal City. We've covered the physical hardships of life in ancient Rome, the terrible housing and food and work and healthcare and all the tangible miseries that make existence difficult. But there's another dimension to your suffering that's equally important and possibly even more demoralizing, the social dimension. The fact that Roman society is structured in a way that explicitly tells you every single day that you don't matter, that your life has less value than other people's lives, that you exist to serve the empire and the wealthy, and beyond that function, nobody cares whether you live or die. Welcome to the Roman social hierarchy, where your position at the bottom is enforced through law, custom, violence, and the complete absence of anything resembling human rights. Let's start with the legal system, because understanding how justice works in Rome is crucial to understanding why you're so vulnerable. The Romans are proud of their legal traditions. They've developed sophisticated legal codes. They have courts and judges and procedures. Roman law will eventually become the foundation for legal systems across Europe and beyond. It's genuinely an achievement, and it's also completely inaccessible to you. The legal system exists for people who matter, which is to say people with money and status and connections. You have none of these things, which means the legal system does not exist for you in any meaningful way. If you're wronged, if someone steals from you or assaults you or defrauds you, your recourse is basically nothing. You could theoretically bring a case to court, but court requires money. You need to pay fees. You need to hire an advocate, essentially a lawyer, to represent you because arguing your own case is not how the system works. You need to take time off work, losing wages, to attend court proceedings that might drag on for weeks or months. You need to hope that the judge, who is wealthy and probably sympathizes more with other wealthy people than with you, will rule in your favor, even though the person who wronged you probably has better legal representation and more credibility. The math here is simple. Pursuing legal action costs more than you can afford and is unlikely to succeed, so you don't pursue it. When someone wrongs you, you swallow it. You accept the loss. You move on. The legal system might as well not exist for all the good it does you. This is well understood by everyone, including the people who might wrong you. They know you can't effectively fight back through legal channels. This knowledge emboldens them. Why not cheat or steal from poor people? What are they going to do about it? Now let's talk about violence. In modern societies, there's generally a principle that everyone has a right to bodily safety, that violence against people is illegal regardless of their social status. This principle is enforced imperfectly, but it exists. In Rome, the situation is different. Violence against you is technically illegal, but the enforcement is so weak, and the penalties so minor, that it's effectively permitted. If someone of higher status hits you in the street, what happens? Probably nothing. You could complain to authorities, but they're unlikely to care. Even if they did care, the penalty for assaulting a poor person is minimal, maybe a small fine easily affordable for someone with resources. This creates an environment where you're vulnerable to casual violence from anyone who outranks you socially, which is most people. A wealthy Roman might hit you for not moving out of his way fast enough. A merchant might beat you for questioning a price or suggesting you were shortchanged. A landlord's enforcer might rough you up as a warning about late rent. Any of these people can hurt you with minimal consequences. Your safety is not protected by law in any practical sense. You're protected only by the hope that people will choose not to hurt you, which is not much protection at all. Sexual violence is even less protected against. If you're a woman or a girl, you're vulnerable to assault from men of higher status with effectively no legal recourse. The Roman legal system cares about sexual violence only in specific contexts, mainly involving women of citizen families where honour and property rights are at stake. If you're poor, if you're working class, if you're a slave or former slave, your body is not legally protected in the same way. Men can assault you with little fear of consequences. This is known. This is the reality. Women develop strategies to protect themselves, staying in groups, avoiding certain areas, being constantly vigilant. But these strategies are only partially effective against a system that fundamentally doesn't value their safety. Property crimes against you are similarly under-prosecuted. If someone steals your possessions, the legal system is not rushing to help you recover them. You have two options: let it go, or handle it yourself through confrontation or violence. Neither option is good. Letting it go means you've lost things you probably couldn't afford to lose. Handling it yourself is dangerous and might escalate into serious violence. But these are your options because the legal system that prosecutes theft against the wealthy is not interested in prosecuting theft against you. The inequality before the law is not subtle. It's explicit and understood by everyone. The wealthy can literally purchase different treatment under the law. They can bribe judges. They can hire the best advocates. They can use their social connections to influence outcomes. They can drag out proceedings until poor opponents run out of money. The system is designed to favour people with resources, and it works exactly as designed. Justice is available for purchase, and you can't afford the asking price. Let's talk about citizenship and status, because your legal rights depend heavily on your social category. If you're a Roman citizen of decent standing, you have some protections and rights. If you're a non-citizen, a foreigner living in Rome, your rights are reduced. If you're a slave, you have essentially no rights. If you're a freed person, a former slave who's been freed, you have some rights, but you're forever marked as someone who was once property. Your category determines what the law protects and what it doesn't. As a poor Roman citizen, you have citizenship in theory, but it doesn't provide much practical benefit. You're not wealthy enough to run for office or participate meaningfully in politics. You can vote in assemblies, but your vote is weighted by wealth, so it counts less than wealthy votes. You can't afford to pursue legal cases. You can't afford the bribes and gifts that oil the wheels of Roman bureaucracy. Your citizenship is a legal status that makes you slightly better off than non-citizens and slaves, but only slightly. It's not transforming your life in any meaningful way. If you're a foreigner, someone who came to Rome from elsewhere in the empire or beyond, your situation is even more precarious. You're under constant suspicion. If anything goes wrong in your neighbourhood, authorities might suspect you first because you're the outsider. You have fewer legal protections than citizens. You can be expelled from the city if authorities decide you're undesirable. You exist on sufferance, always aware that your presence is tolerated rather than welcomed, always one accusation away from serious trouble. Freedmen and freed women, former slaves who have gained their freedom, occupy a strange middle position in Roman society. They're no longer property, which is good, but they're forever marked by their past slavery. Their former owners often retain significant control over them through various legal and social mechanisms. They face discrimination and prejudice. They're viewed as fundamentally inferior to freeborn citizens, regardless of how successful they become. Some freedmen do become wealthy, but even wealthy freedmen are not treated as equals by the freeborn wealthy. The stain of slavery is permanent in Roman eyes. Slavery itself is ubiquitous in Rome. Slaves do everything from manual labour to skilled crafts to household management to teaching. The Romans don't have racial slavery like later American slavery, but they have slavery based on conquest, birth, debt, and other factors. Slaves are property, not people, under Roman law. They can be bought, sold, beaten, raped, killed, all at the owner's discretion. Some slaves are treated relatively well by kind owners. Others endure conditions that make your free poverty look pleasant by comparison. The existence of slavery makes everyone else's position seem better by comparison, which is probably intentional. As bad as your life is, at least you're not a slave, right? That's a low bar, but it's the bar Roman society uses. The threat of slavery hangs over you constantly. If you fall into debt you can't pay, you might be enslaved to work off the debt. If you're convicted of certain crimes, enslavement is a possible punishment. If you're captured by enemies or pirates, you'll be enslaved. The line between free poverty and slavery is thinner than you'd like to think. One series of bad events could push you across that line, and once you're enslaved, coming back to freedom is difficult and uncertain. This threat is used to control poor people, keeping them compliant. Don't complain too much or you might end up with even less. Social mobility in Rome is theoretically possible but practically very limited. The rhetoric says that anyone can rise through hard work and virtue. The reality is that wealth and status are largely hereditary. If you're born poor, you'll almost certainly die poor. If you're born wealthy, you'll almost certainly stay wealthy. There are exceptions, people who rise from nothing to something, but they're rare enough to be remarkable. The system is designed to maintain the existing hierarchy, not to enable movement within it. Your children will likely have the same limited opportunities you had. The cycle perpetuates across generations. Education is one of the main barriers to mobility. Quality education is expensive. The wealthy can afford tutors for their children, teaching them Greek, rhetoric, philosophy, law, all the things needed to succeed in Roman society. Your children, if you have children, are not getting tutored. They're lucky if they learn basic literacy and numeracy. Most likely they start working young, contributing to family income, sacrificing education for immediate survival needs. Without education, they can't enter professions that require it. They're stuck in manual labour just like you. The knowledge gap between classes is enforced through economic inequality. The way wealthy Romans interact with poor Romans is telling. They don't see you as a full person in the way they see other wealthy people. You're more like a fixture, part of the urban landscape, barely distinguished from furniture or animals. They might speak to you when necessary to conduct business, but they're not having conversations with you. They're not interested in your thoughts or opinions. You exist to serve a function, to work or to sell them something, and beyond that function they don't acknowledge your humanity. This dehumanization is casual and constant. Wealthy Romans step over poor people sleeping in the streets without a thought. They push past you in crowds without apology. They speak about you in your presence as if you can't hear or don't matter. They use slurs and insults casually, describing poor people as lazy or stupid or morally deficient, blaming poverty on personal failure rather than systemic inequality. This rhetoric is everywhere, in literature and speeches and casual conversation. You're bombarded constantly with messages that you're inferior, that your poverty is your fault, that you deserve your suffering. The physical markers of class are obvious and enforced. Wealthy Romans wear togas, a specific garment that marks them as citizens of status. You wear a tunic, simpler and cheaper. Wealthy Romans have elaborate hairstyles maintained by skilled slaves. Your hair is whatever you can manage yourself, probably just cut short to be practical. Wealthy Romans have jewellery and accessories. You have nothing decorative because decoration costs money and serves no practical purpose. Looking at someone, you can immediately tell their social class, and everyone treats each other accordingly. The way space is used in Rome reflects the hierarchy. Wealthy areas have wide streets, nice buildings, public monuments. Poor areas have narrow alleys, cramped buildings, no amenities. The wealthy areas are cleaner because resources are devoted to maintaining them. The poor areas are filthy because nobody cares. Even public spaces like the Forum have sections where different classes congregate. You know where you're allowed to be and where you'll be made to feel unwelcome. The city itself enforces social division through its geography. Entertainment and public games are one of the few areas where all classes mix, but even there the hierarchy is visible. The Colosseum and Circus Maximus have seating arranged by class. The best seats near the action are for senators and wealthy people. The middle sections are for equestrians and middle-class citizens. The upper sections, far from the action with terrible views, are for poor people like you. You're all watching the same event but experiencing it differently based on your social position. Even leisure time reinforces your place in the hierarchy. The games themselves are interesting from a social control perspective. The Empire provides free or cheap entertainment to keep the population pacified. Bread and circuses, as the saying goes, giving people food and entertainment so they don't revolt. The games are spectacular and violent. Gladiators fighting to the death, criminals executed in creative ways, wild animals killing each other or people. These displays normalize violence and show what happens to people who transgress against the state. They're entertainment and propaganda simultaneously. You're expected to attend the games and enjoy them. It's your civic duty to participate in these shared cultural experiences. If you don't show enthusiasm for watching people die, you might be viewed suspiciously. Are you not sufficiently Roman? Do you sympathize with the condemned criminals? The games create community through shared bloodlust, uniting all classes in appreciation of spectacular violence. It's disturbing when you think about it too much, so mostly you don't think about it. You just watch and cheer like everyone else. The patronage system is another mechanism of social control. Wealthy Romans have clients, poor people who attach themselves to a rich patron in hopes of protection and occasional benefits. As a client, you visit your patron each morning, paying respects, performing services, supporting them publicly. In return, you might receive small gifts, occasional meals, help with legal issues, letters of recommendation. It's a formalized system of dependence, where poor people trade autonomy for security. You're admitting you can't survive on your own and need a powerful person's protection. Being a client is humiliating. You're acknowledging your inferior position. You're spending time serving someone else's interests instead of working. The benefits you receive are uncertain and at the patron's whim, but not being a client is risky because you lack the protection and connections that patronage provides. So you participate in the system, along with thousands of other poor Romans, all scrambling for attention from the wealthy, all hoping to be the client who receives extra favor. It's degrading, but necessary. The patron-client relationship is not one of equals. The patron has all the power. They can dismiss you as a client any time. They can reduce their gifts or increase their demands. You have no leverage. The relationship is fundamentally exploitative, dressed up in language about duty and loyalty and traditional Roman values. The wealthy extract labor and loyalty from the poor in exchange for minimal support, and everyone pretends this is a noble system, rather than structural exploitation. Let's talk about accusations and denunciations, because your vulnerability to false accusations is significant. Anyone can accuse you of a crime. The accusations don't need to be supported by strong evidence, especially if the accuser is of higher status than you. Once accused, you're in the legal system we already discussed, the one that doesn't work for poor people. You might be held in terrible conditions while awaiting trial. You can't afford good legal representation. The trial might be before a judge who's predisposed to believe someone of higher status over you. Your chances of acquittal are not great even if you're completely innocent. The possibility of false accusation is a tool of social control. Step out of line, make someone angry, and they might accuse you of theft or assault or some other crime. The accusation alone can ruin you even if it never gets to trial. Your reputation is destroyed, your employment might end, your social connections might abandon you, and if it does go to trial and you're convicted based on false testimony, you're facing punishment that might include execution, enslavement, or being sent to fight as a gladiator. All because someone lied about you and the system believed them over you. Political denunciations are particularly dangerous if there's any political instability. During periods when emperors are paranoid about threats, people are encouraged to denounce anyone suspicious. Speaking critically about the government, being associated with the wrong people, having suspicious foreign connections, any of these might lead to denunciation. Poor people are easy targets for denunciation because they have no powerful friends to protect them. An accusation of treason or conspiracy, even if completely fabricated, can result in immediate execution or other dire punishments. The arena is both entertainment and punishment. Criminals condemned to death might be executed publicly in the arena, killed by gladiators or wild animals, turned into entertainment for the masses. This is called damnatio ad bestias, condemnation to the beasts, and it's a spectacular way to die. You're thrown into the arena, unarmed, facing lions or bears or other predators, while thousands watch you be torn apart. This is punishment, but also entertainment. Your death becomes a show, your suffering a source of amusement for people eating snacks and cheering. Crucifixion is another common punishment, particularly for slaves and non-citizens. It's designed to be as painful and humiliating as possible. Death by slow suffocation while nailed to a wooden cross, displayed publicly as a warning to others. Crucifixions happen along major roads outside the city, creating lines of dying people that travelers pass. The message is clear. This is what happens to people who transgress. This could be you if you're not careful. The visibility of punishment is intentional. Fear is a tool of control. The complete lack of workers' rights or protections means your employer can exploit you without limit. We discussed this in the work chapter, but it's worth emphasizing in the context of social cruelty. Your labor has value to your employer, but you as a person do not. If you're injured at work, you're discarded. If you complain about conditions, you're replaced. If you try to organize other workers for better treatment, you're punished. There's no collective bargaining, no labor unions, no government oversight of working conditions. The wealthy can extract maximum value from your labor while providing minimum compensation, and there's nothing you can do about it. Women face additional layers of social cruelty. Roman society is patriarchal, women's legal status dependent on male relatives. A woman's value is primarily as a wife and mother, her worth measured by her ability to produce legitimate heirs. Women have limited property rights. They can't vote or hold office. They're expected to be modest and obedient and domestic. Women who step outside these expectations face social censure and worse. Poor women have it worst, lacking the protection that wealth might provide, vulnerable to exploitation from all directions. Children are not spared from social cruelty either. Poor children work from young ages, their childhood sacrificed to family economic needs. They're vulnerable to all forms of abuse with minimal protection. Unwanted infants might be exposed, left outside to die, a practice that's legal and not uncommon. Children are viewed as property of their fathers, who have nearly absolute power over them, including the right to sell them into slavery or even kill them. Child welfare as a concept doesn't exist. Children survive if adults choose to let them survive, and many children don't make it to adulthood. The elderly poor face a grim situation. If you survive to old age, which is unlikely, you'll find yourself unable to work but still needing to eat and pay rent. There's no social security, no pension system, no elderly care infrastructure. You're dependent on family if you have family, or on charity if you don't. Many elderly people end up begging in the streets, their bodies broken from a lifetime of labour, spending their final years in poverty and suffering. Roman society venerates the elderly in theory, treating them with respect in wealthy families. Poor elderly people get no such respect, just pity at best and contempt at worst. The disabled and chronically ill face similar abandonment. If you can't work, you can't earn, and if you can't earn, you can't survive. There are no disability benefits, no accommodation for different abilities, no accessible infrastructure. If you become disabled through injury or illness, your options are limited to begging, depending on family charity, or dying. Society doesn't invest in keeping disabled people alive because disabled people aren't productive, and productivity is what matters. Mental illness is particularly stigmatized. People with mental health conditions are viewed as cursed by gods, possessed by demons, or morally deficient. They might be locked up by families, left to wander the streets, or exploited by people who see their vulnerability as opportunity. There's no treatment, no medication, no therapeutic support. People with mental illness are at best pitied and at worst actively persecuted. Their conditions seen as shameful or dangerous rather than as health issues requiring care. The complete absence of anything resembling human rights means you have no inherent claim to fair treatment. The modern concept that all humans have certain inalienable rights regardless of status would be incomprehensible to Romans. Rights in Rome are granted by status and can be taken away. You have only the rights that society chooses to give you, and society has chosen to give you very few. Your right to life is contingent on your ability to serve economic functions. Your right to safety is contingent on your ability to defend yourself or find protection. Your right to property is contingent on your ability to protect what's yours. Nothing is guaranteed, nothing is protected. You exist at the mercy of systems and people more powerful than you. The Romans do have concepts of virtues and values, things like gravitas and pietas and virtues, but these apply mainly to the wealthy who have the luxury of living virtuously. When you're struggling to survive, virtue is a luxury you can't afford. If you need to steal food to eat, you steal. If you need to lie to get work, you lie. The wealthy can judge you for these choices from the comfort of their full stomachs and secure homes, but you're not living in a world where virtue is rewarded. You're living in a world where survival requires compromising whatever values you might have. The psychological damage of living in a society that constantly tells you that you don't matter is profound. You internalize the message. You start to believe that maybe you are inferior, maybe you do deserve this treatment, maybe the wealthy are just better than you in some fundamental way. This internalized inferiority is another tool of control. If poor people believe they deserve to be poor, they're less likely to question the system or fight for change. The ideology of the empire is that some people are naturally superior and others are naturally inferior, and if you're poor, you must be inferior. Fighting this belief requires constant mental effort. Some people do resist. There are slave revolts occasionally, like the famous revolt led by Spartacus. There are protests and riots when conditions become unbearable. There are individuals who speak out against injustice, philosophers and writers who critique the system. But these instances of resistance are exceptions, quickly suppressed by overwhelming force. The empire has legions to enforce order, it has laws to punish dissent, it has bread and circuses to pacify the masses. The system is designed to prevent organized resistance, and it's largely successful. Your daily interactions are colored by your social position. When you speak to someone of higher status, you're expected to be deferential and humble. You address them with respect, you accept their decisions, you don't argue or contradict. They can speak to you however they want, rudely or dismissively, because you're not their equal. Every conversation reinforces the hierarchy, reminding you of your place. Over time, this becomes automatic. You don't even think about it anymore. You just instinctively defer to anyone above you, which is almost everyone. The stress of living with this constant social cruelty takes a physical toll. Chronic stress from knowing you're vulnerable and unprotected, from being treated as subhuman, from watching injustice with no recourse, it damages your health. Stress contributes to heart disease, weakens your immune system, causes mental health problems, shortens your lifespan. The social cruelty is literally killing you, slowly, alongside all the physical hardships we've discussed. Your body keeps the score even when your mind tries to ignore it. The wealthy justify the system in various ways. They might claim that the poor are lazy or stupid or morally deficient, that anyone who's poor deserves it due to character flaws. They might argue that social hierarchy is natural, ordained by the gods, necessary for civilization to function. They might point to the few people who rise from poverty as proof that the system is fair and anyone can succeed with effort. All of these justifications ignore the structural barriers that keep poor people poor and wealthy people wealthy. But the justifications serve their purpose, allowing the wealthy to enjoy their privilege without guilt. Some wealthy Romans are genuinely kind to individual poor people, treating their slaves well, being generous to their clients, supporting charitable causes. But individual kindness doesn't change the system. A kind master is still a master. A generous patron is still exploiting the patron-client dynamic. Charity treats symptoms without addressing causes. The structural cruelty continues regardless of whether some individuals within the system behave kindly. Personal morality and systemic justice are different things, and Rome has personal morality in places but lacks systemic justice. The question of whether your life has meaning in this context is difficult. Your existence serves the empire's needs, providing labor that keeps the system running. But beyond that utilitarian function, does your life have inherent value? Do your thoughts and feelings and experiences matter to anyone? The honest answer is no, not really, not to the people with power. Your life matters to you and to your family and friends if you have them, but to the broader society, you're replaceable, forgettable, expendable. This is a hard truth to live with. Some people find meaning through religion, believing their suffering in this life will be rewarded in the next, that the gods care even if humans don't. Some find meaning through relationships, caring for family, forming bonds with others in similar circumstances. Some find meaning through simple survival, taking pride in enduring despite everything. Others never find meaning and just go through the motions, existing without purpose, waiting for death to end a life that never offered much worth living for. Both responses are understandable. This is not a life that naturally provides meaning. You have to create it yourself from very limited materials. The social cruelty of Roman society is not accidental or unfortunate. It's structural and intentional. The empire requires a large underclass to function. Someone has to do the physical labor, the dangerous work, the tasks that wealthy people don't want to do. That someone is you and millions like you. The system is designed to keep you in that position, using law and violence and ideology to maintain a hierarchy that benefits the few at the expense of the many. You're not failing to thrive in Rome. The system is working exactly as designed, and you're experiencing the system functioning normally. The empire will eventually fall centuries from now. Historians will debate the reasons, pointing to military overextension, economic problems, political instability, moral decay, lead poisoning, climate change, barbarian invasions, Christianity's rise, and various other factors. But one factor that's often overlooked is the unsustainability of a system built on exploitation. An empire that treats most of its people as disposable, that concentrates wealth and power in few hands, that maintains itself through violence and fear, that offers no hope of improvement for the majority, such a system carries the seeds of its own destruction. Rome will fall because, among other reasons, It's built on foundations of cruelty that can't hold forever. But that's centuries away. Right now, in your present, the system seems eternal and unchangeable. You're living in the middle of it, crushed by it, with no perspective that allows you to see it might someday end. You're just trying to survive day by day in a society that views you as nobody, that treats your suffering as normal and acceptable, that offers no path to something better. This is your reality. This is the social dimension of poverty in ancient Rome. You're poor, which makes you vulnerable. You're vulnerable, which makes you exploitable. You're exploitable, which keeps you poor. The cycle is self-reinforcing and seemingly eternal. Welcome to social life at the bottom of the Roman hierarchy, where your humanity is optional, your rights are theoretical, your value is measured only in terms of your labour, and your suffering is someone else's profit. The empire doesn't run on glory and virtue and military prowess alone. It runs on you and millions like you, ground up in the machinery of imperial ambition, your lives traded for monuments and conquest, and the luxury of people who would step over your body in the street without breaking stride. You are the invisible foundation of visible greatness, and history will barely remember you existed. But you did exist. You suffered. Your life mattered, even if the empire said it didn't. That's worth remembering, even if nobody else does. So here we are at the end of your first day in ancient Rome. Let's take inventory of your current condition, shall we? Your feet are blistered and bleeding from those leather sandals that seemed charming in theory, but turned out to be instruments of torture in practice. Your entire body is covered in insect bites, red welts from bedbugs and fleas that have been feeding on you all night, and will continue feeding on you every night for the rest of your life. Your stomach is in rebellion, cramping and churning from the combination of stale bread, mysterious meat, fermented fish sauce, and lead-contaminated water that constituted your meals today. Your head is pounding, possibly from the lead poisoning that's already beginning, possibly from dehydration, possibly from the stress of surviving in a city that's actively trying to kill you, probably from all three. You didn't sleep last night. Not really. You lay on your straw mat in the darkness, listening to the symphony of urban misery playing through the paper-thin walls. Fights, crying, coughing, screaming, rats, the ever-present fear that the building might collapse or catch fire. You maybe dozed off a few times, but actual restorative sleep? That didn't happen. You're running on fumes, operating at diminished capacity, which is unfortunate because today you needed to perform dangerous physical labour for 14 hours and navigate deadly streets and somehow not die. The fact that you survived your first day is honestly more luck than judgment. You haven't bathed properly. That trip to the public bath sounded refreshing until you actually experienced it and realised you were marinating in other people's diseases. You're still dirty, just a different kind of dirty than you were before. The grime of the city is on you, in you, becoming part of you. Your tunic, which you've been wearing all day and will wear again tomorrow because you don't have a closet full of clothes, is filthy. It smells like sweat and smoke and street filth, and probably some things you'd rather not identify. This is your scent now. This is how you smell. Get used to it. You haven't eaten well. Calling what you consumed meals is generous. You had stale bread soaked in bad wine for breakfast. You maybe had a similar lunch if you were lucky enough to have time and resources for lunch. You had a bowl of grain mush with fermented fish sauce for dinner. The total nutritional value of your daily intake is sufficient to keep you alive but insufficient to make you thrive. You're operating in permanent caloric deficit, slowly consuming your own body to make up for what your diet doesn't provide. Your muscles are eating themselves. Your bones are becoming brittle. Your organs are struggling to function on inadequate fuel. This is day 1. Imagine day 1000. You haven't rested. There was no point today where you could just relax, where you could sit comfortably and do nothing and feel safe and let your guard down. Every moment required vigilance. Every space was dangerous or uncomfortable or both. Even now, lying on your mat in the darkness, you're not resting. You're enduring. You're surviving. You're counting down the hours until you have to get up and do this all over again. Rest is a luxury for people with safe homes and comfortable furniture, and the freedom from immediate survival concerns. You have none of these things. You don't rest. You just stop moving for a while. And this is just day 1. One day out of what will probably be a much shorter life than you'd hope for. The average life expectancy in ancient Rome for someone of your class is maybe 30 to 40 years, and that's if you make it past childhood, which many don't. You might live longer if you're exceptionally lucky and careful, and your body is somehow resilient enough to handle the constant abuse. But probably not. Probably you'll die young from infection or injury or disease or malnutrition or violence or lead poisoning or any of the 1,000 other things that kill poor Romans daily. Your first day is just the beginning of a brutal existence that will most likely end brutally. Let's talk about what the rest of your life looks like if you survive. Tomorrow you wake up to the same terrible conditions, the same uncomfortable mat, the same bug bites, now with fresh ones added, the same hunger, the same dangerous trek down the stairs to the disgusting communal toilet, the same breakfast of stale bread and sour wine, the same exhausting, dangerous work for bare subsistence wages, the same deadly streets, the same terrible dinner, the same sleepless night, and then the day after that is the same, and the day after that, and the day after that. Every single day for years or decades, just this same grinding misery on repeat. There's no vacation, no time off, no weekends, no holidays where you actually stop working. Roman festivals exist, but you're working through most of them because you can't afford not to work. There's no sick leave. If you're sick, you work sick, or you don't get paid, and not getting paid means not eating. There's no retirement. You work until your body gives out, and then you become one of those broken beggars on the streets, hoping for charity until you die. There's no escape except death, and death will probably come sooner than you'd like, but not soon enough to prevent years of suffering. Your body will deteriorate steadily. The physical labor will wear down your joints and spine. The injuries that never heal properly will accumulate. The malnutrition will weaken your bones and organs. The diseases you catch from the contaminated water and unsanitary conditions will damage you permanently. The lead poisoning will slowly affect your brain and nervous system. By the time you're 40, if you make it that far, you'll look and feel 60 by modern standards. Your body will be a catalogue of the ways that poverty destroys people. Every ache and pain and limitation will be a reminder of the life you've endured. Your mental health, not that Romans have a concept of mental health, will also deteriorate. The constant stress of survival, the chronic fear, the unrelenting discomfort, the complete absence of pleasure or joy or hope. All of this takes a psychological toll that compounds over time. You might become depressed, though you just think of it as feeling sad or tired or broken. You might become anxious, constantly worried about all the threats that surround you. You might become numb, shutting down emotionally as a defense mechanism against overwhelming misery. These are all rational responses to irrational circumstances, but they make survival even harder. Let's think about relationships in this context. If you have family, they're suffering alongside you. Your parents, if they're alive, are probably broken from their own years of this life. Your siblings, if you have them, are stuck in the same circumstances. If you have children, you're watching them grow up in poverty, knowing they'll inherit your suffering, knowing you can't give them anything better. There's love, sure. Humans love each other even in terrible circumstances, but that love is strained by constant stress and privation. Relationships that should be sources of comfort become additional sources of stress when everyone is desperate and nobody has enough. Friendships are complicated by competition for scarce resources. Your neighbours are potential allies, but also competitors for jobs and housing and opportunities. You might form bonds with co-workers based on shared misery, but you're also competing with them for your boss's favour and limited wages. Trust is difficult when everyone is desperate enough to betray each other for survival. You can't really rely on anyone because everyone is in the same impossible situation, struggling to stay afloat, likely to choose their own survival over yours if it comes down to it. Social bonds exist, but they're fragile and contingent. Romance and sex happen even in poverty, humans being humans. But they're not the romantic ideal you might hope for. If you're in a relationship, it's probably strained by practical concerns about money and survival. If you're trying to date, you have nothing to offer a potential partner except equally miserable circumstances. Sex happens in cramped rooms with no privacy, with multiple family members potentially in the same small space, with thin walls broadcasting everything to neighbours. Pregnancy is dangerous for women and results in more mouths to feed that you can't afford. Birth control is unreliable at best. The whole situation is about as unromantic as possible. If you're a woman, add gender-specific miseries to everything we've already discussed. Menstruation with no modern hygiene products, using rags that you wash and reuse in contaminated water. Pregnancy and childbirth with high mortality risks and no medical support. The constant threat of sexual violence with no legal protection. The additional layer of social restrictions on what you can do and where you can go and how you can behave. Being poor is hard. Being a poor woman is harder. Being a poor woman in a patriarchal society with no women's rights is a special kind of hell. The wealthy Romans, meanwhile, are having a completely different experience of life. They're sleeping in comfortable beds in well-built houses. They're eating elaborate meals prepared by skilled cooks. They're wearing clean clothes laundered by slaves. They're bathing in private baths with fresh water. They're walking on paved streets in nice neighborhoods. They're protected by laws and guards and social status. They have healthcare from the best available physicians. They have leisure time to pursue philosophy and art and pleasure. They're not living in fear of starvation or violence or collapse. They're not being slowly poisoned by lead, at least not as badly as you are. The gap between your experience and theirs is so vast that you might as well be living in different worlds, except you're in the same city, sometimes on the same streets, occasionally making eye contact as they walk past you without really seeing you. They're living proof that life in Rome doesn't have to be this miserable. The resources exist for people to live comfortably. The technology exists for better housing and sanitation. The knowledge exists for better medicine and nutrition. It's just that none of that is available to you because you're poor and the system is designed to keep you that way. This inequality isn't accidental. The Roman economy requires a large underclass of poor people doing dangerous, difficult, necessary work for minimal compensation. The comfortable lives of the wealthy are built on the broken backs of people like you. Every marble monument was built by workers suffering in conditions we've described. Every elaborate feast was prepared and served by people who are hungry. Every luxury enjoyed by the elite is made possible by someone else's misery. This isn't a bug in the system, it's a feature. The empire runs on exploitation, and you're the one being exploited. The Romans justify this system in various ways. They talk about natural hierarchy, about some people being inherently better than others. They talk about virtue and merit, suggesting that wealthy people deserve their wealth through superior character. They talk about the glory of Rome, the civilization they're building, the peace they're enforcing across the known world. And all of this rhetoric obscures the fundamental reality that the system works by grinding up human lives, your life, and extracting value until there's nothing left. You might find some small joys even in this existence. Humans are resilient. We find moments of pleasure even in terrible circumstances. Maybe there's a sunset that's beautiful viewed from your window. Maybe there's a joke shared with a coworker that makes you laugh. Maybe there's a moment of unexpected kindness from a stranger. Maybe there's a meal that's slightly less terrible than usual. These moments don't redeem the overall experience, but they're something. They're proof that you're still human despite the system's best efforts to reduce you to a labour unit. But let's be honest about the overall situation. This life is not one that anyone would choose if they had alternatives. Nobody dreams of living in a cramped room in a collapsing building, eating terrible food, doing back-breaking labour, breathing lead-contaminated air, sleeping on a straw mat infested with bugs, constantly in danger from violence and disease and structural failure. Nobody looks at this life and thinks, yes, this is what I want. You're here because circumstances beyond your control put you here, and circumstances prevent you from leaving. The modern romanticization of ancient Rome is particularly galling when you think about it from your perspective. People in the future will look back at Rome and see the grandeur, the Colosseum, the aqueducts, the roads, the legal system, the literature, the art, the military conquests, the impressive scope of the empire. They'll study Latin and read Roman philosophy and admire Roman engineering. They'll talk about how advanced and sophisticated Roman civilization was, and they'll be right about some of that. Rome did achieve impressive things, but what they often won't see, or won't emphasize, is that all of that grandeur was built on suffering like yours. The impressive monuments were built by people working in conditions that would violate every modern labour law. The sophisticated culture was enjoyed by a tiny elite, while the majority lived in poverty. The engineering achievements came at enormous human cost. The military success was bought with blood, the soldiers and the conquered peoples alike suffering for Rome's glory. The civilization was less civilized for most people living in it than many would care to admit. When someone in the future says, "I wish I could live in ancient Rome," they're imagining themselves as a wealthy Roman. They're imagining the toga parties and the philosophical discussions and the nice villa and the servants and the leisure time. They're not imagining your life. They're not imagining waking up in a room filled with bugs, eating stale bread soaked in lead water, working until their body breaks, sleeping in fear every night, slowly dying from preventable diseases and accumulated poisoning. That's not the Rome they're romanticizing. But that's the Rome that actually existed for most people. If you could time travel someone from the modern world into your life, they'd last maybe a day before begging to go back. The discomfort alone would be unbearable to someone used to modern amenities. The fear would be overwhelming to someone from a relatively safe society. The hunger would be shocking to someone used to abundant food. The pain from injuries and illness would be intolerable to someone used to modern pain management. The hopelessness would be crushing to someone used to believing things can get better. They wouldn't make it, they'd break, and they'd understand that the ancient world, for all its historical interest, was actually a nightmare to live in for most people. Even adjusting for the fact that people who grew up in ancient Rome are adapted to conditions that would shock modern people, the life is still objectively terrible. Yes, you're used to the food because it's what you've always eaten, but it's still nutritionally inadequate and tastes bad. Yes, you're used to the discomfort because comfort has never been available, but you're still uncomfortable. Yes, you're adapted to the constant fear because it's always been there, but you're still afraid. Adaptation to suffering doesn't mean the suffering isn't real or severe. It just means you've learned to function despite it. The psychological concept of hedonic adaptation suggests that humans can adjust to almost any circumstances, good or bad, and return to a baseline level of happiness. This is somewhat true. You do adapt. You find your new normal, but there are limits. When conditions are bad enough, when suffering is constant enough, when hope is absent enough, adaptation only goes so far. You can get used to hunger without stopping being hungry. You can adjust to fear without feeling safe. You can adapt to misery without being anything other than miserable. The baseline you return to is still pretty grim, and unlike modern poverty, which is terrible but exists in societies with at least some safety nets and some hope for improvement and some recognition that it's a problem to be addressed, your poverty is just normal. It's how the system works. It's how most people live. There's no expectation that it should be different or could be different. The idea that society should ensure everyone has adequate food and housing and healthcare and safety doesn't exist. The idea that working people deserve fair wages and safe conditions and rights doesn't exist. The idea that poverty is a social problem requiring systemic solutions doesn't exist. You're poor because you're poor, and that's just how it is, and nobody with power thinks it should change. The future will bring changes, eventually. It'll take centuries, but eventually societies will develop concepts of human rights and labour rights and social welfare. Eventually there will be systems that provide some baseline of care for all people. Eventually working conditions will improve and living standards will rise and life expectancy will increase. Eventually someone in your position will have options and opportunities that you can't even imagine. But those changes are so far in the future that they might as well not exist. They're not coming soon enough to help you. You're stuck in the ancient world where none of that has been invented yet. The frustrating thing is that it doesn't have to be this way even in ancient Rome. The resources exist for everyone to live decently. The engineering knowledge exists to build better housing. The agricultural capacity exists to feed everyone adequately. The wealth exists to ensure nobody has to live in absolute poverty. It's just that the wealth is concentrated in very few hands, and the people with power have no incentive to change a system that benefits them. The suffering is a choice, not an inevitability. It's chosen by the people who benefit from the exploitation, enforced by the people who maintain the system, and endured by people like you who have no choice. If there's a lesson here, it's about the importance of the social structures and safety nets and regulations that modern societies take for granted. The reason modern life in developed countries is more bearable than your life in ancient Rome isn't because modern people are inherently better or smarter. It's because modern societies have built systems, however imperfect, that provide some baseline of protection and opportunity for everyone. Labour laws protect workers. Building codes prevent construction disasters. Food safety regulations reduce poisoning. Healthcare systems treat illness. Social safety nets catch people who fall. None of this is perfect, but it's all better than nothing, which is what you have. The other lesson is about historical perspective. When we look at history, we tend to focus on the dramatic and the powerful and the impressive. We study the emperors and the battles and the monuments. We read the literature written by and for the elite. We admire the achievements of civilizations, and all of that is valuable and interesting. But we also need to remember that for every emperor living in a palace, there were millions of people like you living in squalor. For every beautiful monument, there were workers who suffered to build it. For every sophisticated philosophical text, there were illiterate people just trying to survive. History is made by everyone, but it's told from the perspective of the few. Your life matters, even though history barely records it. Your suffering is real, even though no one wrote poetry about it. Your experiences are valid, even though they're not the experiences that get celebrated when people talk about the glory of Rome. You are the foundation that the celebrated civilization is built on. Without people like you, Rome doesn't exist. The empire runs on your labor, your suffering, your shortened life. You're essential to the whole operation, even though the operation gives you nothing in return except bare survival. So here you are at the end of day one, lying on your straw mat in the darkness, listening to the sounds of the building and the city, feeling the bug bites itching and the muscles aching and the stomach churning. Tomorrow you'll wake up and do it all again, and the day after that, and the day after that, for years, until your body gives out or luck finally runs against you. This is your life now. This is ancient Rome for the majority of its inhabitants. Not glamorous, not glorious, just grinding, desperate survival. The next time someone tells you they wish they could live in ancient Rome, ask them which Rome they're imagining. The Rome of marble palaces and philosophical debates, or the Rome of lead-poisoned water and collapsing buildings and constant fear, the Rome of elaborate banquets, or the Rome of stale bread and fish sauce, the Rome of powerful emperors and mighty legions, or the Rome of powerless poor people ground up by the imperial machine. Both Romes existed simultaneously. Most people who romanticize ancient Rome are thinking about the first one. But if they were actually transported there, they'd almost certainly end up experiencing the second one, and they wouldn't last a day. You, having survived this first day, are tougher than you probably realize. You've endured conditions that would break someone from the modern world. You've adapted to circumstances that seem unbearable. You've found ways to function in a system that's actively hostile to your survival. That's worth acknowledging. It's not worth celebrating because you shouldn't have to be this tough, because survival shouldn't be this hard, because the system shouldn't be this cruel. But within this terrible situation, your resilience is real and impressive. But resilience has limits, and the system is designed to find those limits and push past them. The question isn't whether you'll break eventually. The question is when. How many more years can you sustain this? How much more can your body take? How much more lead can accumulate in your brain? How many more injuries can you survive? How many more diseases can you fight off? How long until the building collapses or the fire starts or the infection spreads or the random violence finds you? You're playing a game where the house always wins eventually. You're just trying to stay in the game as long as possible. This is not the note I want to end on. This is depressing as hell, which is appropriate because the subject is depressing, but still. Let's try to find something slightly less bleak to close with. The fact is that despite everything we've discussed, people did survive this. Millions of people lived lives like yours in ancient Rome and other ancient civilizations. They survived and had families and found moments of joy and made meaning where they could and left descendants who eventually inherited a slowly improving world. Your suffering is real, but it's not purposeless if it's part of the long arc of human history that gradually bends towards something better. The Roman Empire will fall. The systems that oppressed you will eventually crumble. The specific circumstances that made your life so difficult will change. Future societies will have different problems, but also different solutions. The progress will be slow and uneven and filled with setbacks, but it will happen. People in the future will live longer, healthier, more comfortable lives because humanity gradually figures things out. Your suffering contributes to that eventual progress, not because suffering is noble or necessary, but because each generation learns from the previous one's mistakes and slowly builds systems that work better. That's cold comfort when you're lying on a straw mat covered in bug bites, but it's something. Your life is part of a larger story. You're a thread in the tapestry of human history, even if your thread is rough and poorly dyed and mostly hidden on the backside. Without threads like yours, the whole tapestry unravels. You matter. Your experiences matter. Your survival matters. Not to the empire that exploits you, but to the broader arc of human existence. And on a more practical level, morning will come. The sun will rise over Rome again, same as it always does. You'll wake up stiff and tired and still hungry, but awake. You'll face another day because that's what you do. You'll survive because humans are surprisingly good at surviving even in terrible circumstances. You'll find small moments of okayness in a day full of not okay. You'll make it through. And tomorrow night you'll go to sleep, uncomfortable and afraid and still suffering, but alive. And that counts for something. So here we are at the end of our journey through a day in ancient Rome. We've covered the housing, the sanitation, the food, the work, the streets, the water, the medicine, the social cruelty, the sleepless nights, all the ways that ancient urban poverty is systematically terrible. We've established that life for most Romans is a constant struggle against hunger, disease, danger, and exploitation. We've demonstrated, I hope fairly conclusively, that you wouldn't last a day in ancient Rome if you were transported there from the modern world with your modern expectations and lack of adaptation to ancient conditions. But more importantly, we've talked about the people who did last, who survived day after day in these conditions, who made it work despite everything, who were tough and resilient and clever and determined enough to endure what seemed unendurable. That's you in this thought experiment. That's millions of real people throughout history. That's the human capacity for survival on display in its grittiest form. The next time you're having a bad day in the modern world, remember this. Remember that bad as things might seem, you're not drinking lead-contaminated water or sleeping on bug-infested straw, or facing the constant threat of building collapse or working 14-hour days for barely enough food to survive. Remember that you have access to medical care that would seem like magic to ancient Romans. Remember that you have rights and protections and opportunities that didn't exist for most of human history. Remember that your life, however challenging, is probably easier than your ancestors' lives were. And the next time someone romanticizes the past, gently remind them about what the past was actually like for most people. The ancient world was interesting and important and worth studying, but it was also brutally hard for the majority of people living in it. The good old days were not actually good for most people. Progress is real, improvements happen, things get better, slowly and unevenly, but they do get better. We should appreciate that while also working to make things even better for people currently struggling. So thank you for taking this journey with me through a day in ancient Rome. Thank you for considering what life was really like for ordinary people in the ancient world. Thank you for engaging with history in a way that centers the experiences of the majority, rather than just the elite. And thank you for making it all the way through this rather depressing but hopefully educational tour of historical misery. Now it's time for you to go to sleep in your modern bed, in your structurally sound building, having eaten adequate food and drunk clean water, protected by laws and safety nets, and all the things that make modern life bearable. You're going to sleep without fear of the building collapsing or catching fire. You're going to sleep without rats running across you or bugs biting you all night. You're going to sleep knowing that tomorrow you have options and opportunities and rights that ancient Romans couldn't even imagine. So sleep well, sleep gratefully, sleep with appreciation for the fact that you live in a time and place where basic survival isn't a daily struggle, where you can pursue happiness instead of just barely clinging to existence, where life offers possibilities beyond merely enduring until death. You live in a world that's still far from perfect, that still has poverty and suffering and injustice, but that's measurably better than the ancient world we've been discussing. And maybe tomorrow, when you wake up refreshed and safe and comfortable, think about what you can do to make the world even better for people currently struggling. Because the progress that got us from ancient Rome to modern society didn't happen by accident. It happened because people pushed for change, fought for rights, built better systems, expanded circles of moral concern, and gradually improved conditions for everyone. That work continues. There are still people living in conditions not that different from what we've described. Still people whose basic needs aren't met. Still people ground up by exploitative systems. The arc of history doesn't bend toward justice automatically. It bends because people bend it. The improvements we enjoy came from people who refused to accept that suffering was inevitable, who believed things could be better, who worked to make changes. That work is never finished. Every generation inherits an imperfect world and has the opportunity to leave it slightly better than they found it. But that's heavy thinking for bedtime. For now, just be grateful you're not in ancient Rome. Be grateful for flush toilets and soap and antibiotics and building codes and labour laws and all the boring modern conveniences that separate you from the misery we've described. Be grateful for the people throughout history who slowly, incrementally made life better for everyone. And maybe be inspired to continue that work in whatever small ways you can. Sweet dreams, modern persons sleeping in modern comfort. Dream of anything except ancient Rome, which we've established was basically a nightmare. And if you do dream about ancient Rome, despite my advice, dream about the marble buildings and togas and stuff, not the reality of lead poisoning and collapsing insulae and garum-soaked poles. You've suffered enough through this narrative. Your actual sleep should be pleasant. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite, because unlike ancient Romans, you actually have the option of not having bedbugs. That alone makes you luckier than millions of people throughout history. Remember that. Appreciate that. And maybe use that appreciation as motivation to help ensure future generations are even luckier than you are. The end. Now go to sleep. You've earned it by making it through this entire depressing but educational journey. Thank you for coming with me through the streets of ancient Rome. Thank you for seeing the reality behind the myth. And thank you for living in the 21st century, where life is hard but not ancient Rome hard. Sleep well, modern person. You've survived a day in Rome vicariously, which is the only way anyone should survive it.